For Patty, Evan, Jess, and Sam. Foreword. I come from a boardwalk town where almost everything is tinged with a bit of fraud. So am I. By 20, no race car driving rebel, I was a guitar player on the streets of Asbury Park and already a member in good standing amongst those who lie in service of the truth, artists with a small a. But I held 4 clean aces. I had youth, almost a decade of hardcore bar band experience, a good group of homegrown musicians who were attuned to my performance style, and a story to tell. This book is both a continuation of that story and a search into its origins. I've taken as my parameters the events in my life I believe shaped that story in my performance work. One of the questions I'm asked over and over again by fans on the street is, how do you do it? In the following pages, I will try to shed a little light on how, and more important, why. Rock and Roll Survival Kit. DNA, natural ability, study of craft, development of and devotion to an aesthetic philosophy, naked desire for fame, love, admiration, attention, women, sex, and, oh yeah, buck. Then, if you want to take it all the way out to the end of the night, a furious fire in the hole that just don't quit burning. These are some of the elements that will come in handy should you come face to face with 80,000 or 80 screaming rock and roll fans who are waiting for you to do your magic trick, waiting for you to pull something out of your hat, out of thin air, out of this world, something that before the faithful were gathered here today was just a song-fueled rumor. I am here to provide proof of life to that ever-elusive, never completely believable us. That is my magic trick, and like all good magic tricks, it begins with a setup. So, Book 1, Growing Up. Chapter 1, My Street. I am 10 years old, and I know every crack, bone, and crevice in the crumbling sidewalk running up and down Randolph Street, my street. Here on passing afternoons, I am Hannibal crossing the Alps, GIs locked in vicious mountain combat, and countless cowboy heroes traversing the rocky trails of the Sierra Nevada. With my belly to the stone, alongside the tiny anthills that pop up volcanically, where dirt and concrete meet, my world sprawls on into infinity. Or at least to Peter McDermott's house on the corner of Lincoln and Randolph, 1 block up. On these streets, I've been rolled in my baby carriage, learned to walk, been taught by my grandfather to ride a bike, and fought and run from some of my first fights. I learned the depth and comfort of real friendships, felt my early sexual stirrings, and on the evenings before air conditioning, watched the porches fill with neighbors seeking conversation and respite from the summer heat. Here in epic gutterball tournaments, I slammed the first of 100 pinky rubber balls into my sidewalk's finely shaped curb. I climbed upon piles of dirty snow swept high by midnight plows, walking corner to corner, the Edmund Hillary of New Jersey. My sister and I regularly stood like sideshow gawkers, peering into the huge wooden doors of our corner church, witnessing an eternal parade of baptisms, weddings, and funerals. I followed my handsome, raggedly elegant grandfather as he tottered precariously around the block, left arm paralyzed against his chest, getting his exercise after a debilitating stroke he never came back from. In our front yard, only feet from our porch, stands the grandest tree in town, a towering copper beech. Its province over our home is such that 1 bolt of well-placed lightning and we'd all be dead as snails, crushed beneath God's little finger. On nights when thunder rolls and lightning turns our family bedroom cobalt blue, I watch its arms move and come to life in the wind and white flashes as I lie awake, worrying about my friend, the monster outside. On sunny days, its roots are a fort for my soldiers, a corral for my horses, and my second home. I hold the honor of being the first on our block to climb into its upper reaches. Here I find my escape from all below. I wander for hours amongst its branches, the sound of my buddies' muted voices drifting up from the sidewalk below as they try to track my progress. Beneath its slumbering arms, on slow summer nights we sit, my pals and I, the cavalry at dusk, waiting for the evening bells of the ice cream man in bed. I hear my grandmother's voice calling me in, the last sound of the long day. I step up onto our front porch, our windows glowing in the summer twilight. I let the heavy front door open and then close behind me, and for an hour or so, in front of the kerosene stove, with my grandfather in his big chair, we watch the small black and white television screen light up the room, throwing its specters upon the walls and ceiling. Then I drift to sleep, tucked inside the greatest and saddest sanctuary I have ever known, my grandparents' house. I live here with my sister, Virginia, 1 year younger, my parents, Adele and Douglas Springsteen, my grandparents, Fred and Alice, and my dog, Saddle. We live literally in the bosom of the Catholic Church, with the priest's rectory, the nuns' convent, the St. Rose of Lima Church and grammar school, all just a football's toss away across the field of wild grass. Though he towers above us, here God is surrounded by man, crazy men to be exact. My family has 5 houses branching out in an L shape, anchored on the corner by the red brick church. We are 4 houses of old-school Irish, the people who have raised me, McNicholases, O'Hagans, Farrells, and across the street, 1 lonely outpost of Italians who peppered my upbringing. These are the Sorrentinos and the Zerillis, hailing from Sorrento, Italy, via Brooklyn, via Ellis Island. Here dwell my mother's mother, Adelina Rosa Zerilli, my mother's older sister Dora, Dora's husband Warren, an Irishman of course, and their daughter, my older cousin Margaret. Margaret and my cousin Frank are championship jitterbug dancers, winning contests and trophies up and down the Jersey Shore. Though not unfriendly, the clans do not often cross the street to socialize with one another. The house I live in, with my grandparents, is owned by my great-grandmother, Nana McNicholas, my grandmother's mother, alive and kicking just up the street. I've been told our town's first church service and first funeral were held in our living room. We live here beneath the lingering eyes of my father's older sister, my Aunt Virginia, dead at 5, killed by a truck while riding her tricycle past the corner gas station. Her portrait hovers, breathing a ghostly air into the room and shining her ill-fated destiny over our family gatherings. Hers is a sepia-toned, formal portrait of a little girl in an old-fashioned child's white linen dress. Her seemingly benign gaze, in the light of events, now communicates, "Watch out. The world is a dangerous and unforgiving place that will knock your ass off your tricycle and into the dead black unknown, and only these poor misguided and unfortunate souls will miss you." Her mother, my grandma, heard that message loud and clear. She spent 2 years in bed after her daughter's death and sent my father, neglected with rickets, off to the outskirts of town to live with other relatives while she recovered. Time passed. My father quit school at 16, working as a floor boy in the Karagusian rug mill, a clanging factory of looms and deafening machinery that stretched across both sides of Center Street in a part of town called Texas. At 18, he went to war, sailing on the Queen Mary out of New York City. He served as a truck driver at the Battle of the Bulge, saw what little of the world he was going to see, and returned home. He played pool very well for money. He met and fell in love with my mother, promising that if she'd marry him, he'd get a real job. Red flag. He worked with his cousin, David Dim Cashin, on the line at the Ford Motor Plant in Edison, and I came along. For my grandmother, I was the firstborn child of her only son and the first baby in the house since the death of her daughter. My birth returned to her a life of purpose. She seized on me with a vengeance. Her mission became my ultimate protection from the world within and without. Sadly, her blind, single-minded devotion would lead to hard feelings with my father and enormous family confusion. It would drag all of us down. When it rains, the moisture in the humid air blankets our town with the smell of damp coffee grounds wafting in from the Nescafe factory at the town's eastern edge. I don't like coffee, but I like that smell. It's comforting. It unites the town in a common sensory experience. It's good industry. Like the roaring rug mill that fills our ears, brings work and signals our town's vitality. There is a place here. You can hear it, smell it, where people make lives, suffer pain, enjoy small pleasures, play baseball, die, make love, have kids, drink themselves drunk on spring nights, and do their best to hold off the demons that seek to destroy us, our homes, our families, our town. Here we live in the shadow of the steeple, where the holy rubber meets the road, all crookedly blessed in God's mercy, into heart-stopping, pants-dropping, race riot creating, oddball hating, soul-shaking, love and fear-making, heartbreaking town of Freehold, New Jersey. Let the service begin. Chapter 2. My House. It's Thursday night, trash night. We are fully mobilized and ready to go. We have gathered in my grandfather's 1940s sedan, waiting to be deployed to dig through every trash heap overflowing from the curbs of our town. First, we're heading to Brinkerhoff Avenue. That's where the money is, and the trash is finest. We have come for your radios, any radios, no matter the condition. We will scavenge them from your junk pile, throw them into the trunk, and bring them home to the shed, my grandfather's 6-by-6-foot unheated wooden cubicle in a tiny corner of our house. Here, winter and summer, magic occurs. Here in a room, filled with electrical wire and filament tubes, I will sit studiously at his side, while he wires, solders, and exchanges bad tubes for good. We wait together for the same moment, that instant when the whispering breath, the beautiful low static hum, and warm sundown glow of electricity will come surging back into the dead skeletons of radios we have pulled from extinction. Here at my grandfather's workbench, the resurrection is real. The vacuum silence will be drawn up and filled with the distant crackling voices of Sunday preachers, blabbering pitchmen, big band music, early rock and roll, and serial dramas. It is the sound of the world outside straining to reach us, calling down into our little town and deeper, into our hermetically sealed universe here at 87 Randolph Street. Once returned to the living, all items will be sold for $5 in the migrant camps that come summer will dot the farm fields on the edge of our borough. The radio man is coming. That's how my grandfather is known amongst the mostly southern black migrant population that returns by bus every season to harvest the crops of rural Monmouth County. Down the dirt farm roads to the shacks in the rear, where Dust Bowl 30's conditions live on, my mother drives my stroke-addled grandpa to do his business amongst the blacks in their Mickey Mouse camps. I went once and was frightened out of my wits, surrounded in the dusk by hard-worn black faces. Race relations, never great in Freehold, will explode 10 years later into rioting and shootings. But for now, there is just a steady, uncomfortable quiet. I am simply the young protege grandson of the radio man, here amongst his patrons where my family scrambles to make ends meet. We were pretty near poor, though I never thought about it. We were clothed, fed, and bedded. I had white and black friends worse off. My parents had jobs, my mother as a legal secretary and my father at Ford. Our house was old and soon to be noticeably decrepit. One kerosene stove in the living room was all we had to heat the whole place. Upstairs, where my family slept, you woke on winter mornings with your breath visible. One of my earliest childhood memories is the smell of kerosene, and my grandfather standing there filling the spout in the rear of the stove. All of our cooking was done on a coal stove in the kitchen. As a child, I'd shoot my water gun at its hot iron surface and watch the steam rise. We'd haul the ashes out the back door to the ash heap. Daily I'd return from playing in that pile of dust, pale from gray coal ash. We had a small box refrigerator and one of the first televisions in town. In an earlier life, before I was born, my granddad had been the proprietor of Springsteen Brothers Electrical Shop, so when TV hit, it arrived at our house first. My mother told me neighbors from up and down the block would stop by to see the new miracle, to watch Milton Berle, Kate Smith, and your hit parade, to see wrestlers like Bruno Sammartino face off against Haystacks Calhoun. By the time I was 6, I knew every word to the Kate Smith anthem, When the Moon Comes Over the Mountain. In this house, due to the order of birth and circumstance, I was Lord, King, and the Messiah all rolled into one. Because I was the first grandchild, my grandmother latched onto me to replace my dead Aunt Virginia. Nothing was out of bounds. It was a terrible freedom for a young boy, and I embraced it with everything I had. I stayed up until 3 a.m. and slept until 3 p.m. at 5 and 6 years old. I watched TV until it went off, and I was left staring alone at the test pattern. I ate what and when I wanted. My parents and I became distant relatives, and my mother, in her confusion and desire to keep the peace, ceded me to my grandmother's total dominion. A timid little tyrant, I soon felt like the rules were for the rest of the world, at least until my dad came home. He would lord sullenly over the kitchen, a monarch dethroned by his own firstborn son at his mother's insistence. Our ruin of a house and my own eccentricities and power at such a young age shamed and embarrassed me. I could see the rest of the world was running on a different clock, and I was teased for my habits pretty thoroughly by my neighborhood pals. I loved my entitlement, but I knew it wasn't right. When I became of school age and had to conform to a time schedule, it sent me into an inner rage that lasted most of my school years. My mother knew we were all way overdue for a reckoning, and to her credit tried to reclaim me. She moved us out of my grandmother's house to a small half-shotgun-style house at 39.5 Institute Street. No hot water, 4 tiny rooms, 4 blocks away from my grandparents. There she tried to set some normal boundaries. It was too late. Those 4 blocks might as well have been 1,000,000 miles. I was roaring with anger and loss, and every chance I got, I returned to stay with my grandparents. It was my true home, and they felt like my real parents. I could and would not leave. The house by now was functional only in one room, the living room. The rest of the house, abandoned and draped off, was falling down, with one wintry and wind-blown bathroom the only place to relieve yourself, and no functioning bath. My grandparents fell into a state of poor hygiene and care that would shock and repel me now. I remember my grandmother's soiled undergarments, just washed, hanging on the backyard line, frightening and embarrassing me. Symbols of the inappropriate intimacies, physical and emotional, that made my grandparents' home so confusing and compelling. But I loved them, and that house. My grandmother slept on a worn spring couch with me tucked in at her side, while my grandfather had a small cot across the room. This was it. This was what it had come to, my childhood limitlessness. This was where I needed to be to feel at home, safe, loved. The grinding hypnotic power of this ruined place and these people would never leave me. I visit it in my dreams today, returning over and over, wanting to go back. It was a place where I felt an ultimate security, full license, and a horrible, unforgettable, boundaryless love. It ruined me, and it made me. Ruined in that for the rest of my life, I would struggle to create boundaries for myself that would allow me a life of some normalcy in my relationships. It made me in the sense that it would set me off on a lifelong pursuit of a singular place of my own, giving me a raw hunger that drove me hell-bent in my music. It was a desperate, lifelong effort to rebuild on embers of memory and longing my temple of safety. For my grandmother's love, I abandoned my parents, my sister, and much of the world itself. Then that world came crashing in. My grandparents became ill. The whole family moved in together again to another half-house at 68 South Street. Soon my younger sister Pam would be born, my grandfather would be dead, and my grandmother would be filled with cancer. My house, my backyard, my tree, my dirt, my earth, my sanctuary would be condemned, and the land sold to be made into a parking lot for St. Rose of Lima Catholic Church. Chapter 3. The Church. It was a circuit we could ride on our bikes that took us completely around the church and the rectory and back alongside the convent, rolling over the nuns' beautiful faded blue slate driveway. The slightly raised edges of the slate would send vibrations up through your handlebars, creating tiny pulsing rhythms in your hands. Bump, 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 concrete. Then back around we'd go again. Sleepy afternoons would pass, with our winding in and out of the St. Rose compound, being scolded through the convent windows by the sisters to go home, and dodging stray cats that wandered in between the church basement and my living room. My grandfather, now with nothing much to do, would spend his time patiently wooing these wild creatures to his side in our backyard. He could get near and pet feral cats that would have nothing to do with another human. Sometimes the price was steep. He came in one evening with a bloody, foot-long scratch down his arm from a kitty that was not quite ready for the love. The cats drifted back and forth from our house to the church, just as we drifted to school, to home, to mass, to school again, our lives inextricably linked with the life of the church. At first the priests and nuns were just faces peering down into your carriage, all smiles and pleasant mystery. But come school age, I was inducted into the dark halls of communion. There was the incense, the men crucified, the tortuously memorized dogma, the Friday stations of the cross, the schoolwork, the black-robed men and women, the curtained confessional, the sliding window, the priest's shadowy face, and the recitation of childhood transgression. When I think about the hours I spent devising a list of acceptable sins I could spout on command, they had to be bad enough to be believable, but not too bad. The best was yet to come. How much sinning could you actually have done at a second-grade level? Eventually, St. Rose of Lima's Monday through Sunday Holy Reckoning would wear me out and make me want out, bad. But out to where? There is no out. I live here. We all do. All of my tribe. We are stranded on this desert island of a corner, bound together in the same boat. A boat that I have been instructed by my catechism teachers is at sea eternally, death and judgment day being just a divvying up of passengers as our ship sails through one metaphysical lock to another, adrift in holy confusion. And so, I build my other world. It is a world of childhood resistance, a world of passive refusal from within, my defense against the system. It is a refusal of a world where I am not recognized, by my grandmother's lights and mine, for who I am, a lost boy king, forcibly exiled daily from his empire of rooms. My grandma's house. To these schmucks, I'm just another spoiled kid who will not conform to what we all ultimately must conform to, the only circumstantially theistic kingdom of the way things are. The problem is, I don't know shit, nor care about the way things are. I hail from the exotic land of things the way I like 'em. It's just up the street. Let's all call it a day and just go home. No matter how much I want to, no matter how hard I try, the way things are eludes me. I desperately want to fit in, but the world I have created with the unwarranted freedom from my grandparents has turned me into an unintentional rebel, an outcast, weirdo, misfit, sissy boy. I am alienated, and socially homeless. I am 7 years old. Amongst my male classmates there are mainly good souls. Some, however, are rude, predatory, and unkind. It is here I receive the bullying all aspiring rock stars must undergo and suffer in seething, raw, humiliating silence. The great, leaning up against the chain-link fence as the world spins around you, without you, in rejection of you, playground loneliness that is essential fuel for the coming fire. Soon, all of this will burn, and the world will be turned upside down on its ass. But not yet. The girls, on the other hand, shocked to find what appears to be a shy, soft-hearted dreamer in their midst, move right onto Grandma's turf and begin to take care of me. I build a small harem who tie my shoes, zip my jacket, shower me with attention. This is something all Italian mama's boys know how to do well. Here your rejection by the boys is a badge of sensitivity and can be played like a coveted ace for the perks of young geekdom. Of course, a few years later, when sex rears its head, I'll lose my exalted status and become just another mild-mannered loser. The priests and nuns themselves are creatures of great authority and unknowable sexual mystery. As both my flesh and blood neighbors and our local bridge to the next life, they exert a hard influence over our daily existence. Both everyday and otherworldly, they are the neighborhood gatekeepers of a dark and beatific world I fear and desire entrance to. It's a world where all you have is at risk, a world filled with the unknown bliss of resurrection, eternity, and the unending fires of perdition, of exciting sexually tinged torture, immaculate conceptions, and miracles. A world where men turn into gods and gods into devils, and I knew it was real. I'd seen gods turn into devils at home. I'd witnessed what I felt was surely the possessive face of Satan. It was my poor old pop, tearing up the house in an alcohol-fueled rage in the dead of night, scaring the shit out of all of us. I'd felt this darkness's final force come visit in the shape of my struggling dad. Physical threat, emotional chaos, and the power to not love. In the 50s, the nuns at St. Rose could play pretty rough. I'd once been sent down from the 8th grade to 1st for some transgression. I was stuffed behind a 1st grade desk and left there to marinate. I was glad for the afternoon off. Then I noticed someone's cufflink reflecting the sun upon the wall. I dreamily followed its light as it crawled up beyond the window toward the ceiling. I then heard the nun say to a beefy little enforcer in the center 1st row desk, "Show our visitor what we do in this class to those who don't pay attention." The young student walked back to me with a blank expression on his face, and without a blink let me have it, open-handed but full force across my face. As the smack rang through the classroom, I couldn't believe what had just happened. I was shaken, red-faced, and humiliated. Before my grammar school education was over, I'd have my knuckles classically rapped, my tie pulled till I choked, be struck in the head, shut into a dark closet and stuffed into a trash can while being told this is where I belonged. All business as usual in Catholic school in the 50s. Still, it left a mean taste in my mouth and estranged me from my religion for good. Back in school, even if you remained physically untouched, Catholicism seeped into your bones. I was an altar boy, waking in the holy black of 4 a.m. to hustle myself over wintry streets, to don my cassock in the dawn silence of the church sacristy and perform ritual on God's personal terra firma, the St. Rose altar, no civilians allowed. There I sucked in incense while assisting our grumpy 80-year-old Monsignor before a captive audience of relatives, nuns, and early rising sinners. I proved so inept, not knowing my positions and not studying my Latin, that I inspired our Monsignor to grab me by the shoulder of my cassock at 1:06 a.m. Mass and drag me to the gasping shock of all, face down on the altar. Later that afternoon in the play yard, my 5th grade teacher, Sister Charles Marie, who'd been present at the thrashing, handed me a small holy medal. It was a kindness I've never forgotten. Over the years as a St. Rose student, I'd felt enough of Catholicism's corporal and emotional strain. On my 8th grade graduation day, I walked away from it all, finished, telling myself, never again. I was free, free, free at last, and I believed it, for quite a while. However, as I grew older, there were certain things about the way I thought, reacted, behaved. I came to ruefully and bemusedly understand that once you're a Catholic, you're always a Catholic. So I stopped kidding myself. I don't often participate in my religion, but I know somewhere, deep inside, I'm still on the team. This was the world where I found the beginnings of my song. In Catholicism there existed the poetry, danger and darkness that reflected my imagination and my inner self. I found a land of great and harsh beauty, of fantastic stories, of unimaginable punishment and infinite reward. It was a glorious and pathetic place I was either shaped for or fit right into. It has walked alongside me as a waking dream my whole life. So as a young adult, I tried to make sense of it. I tried to meet its challenge for the very reasons that there are souls to lose and a kingdom of love to be gained. I laid what I'd absorbed across the hard-scrabble lives of my family, friends, and neighbors. I turned it into something I could grapple with, understand, something I could even find faith in. As funny as it sounds, I have a personal relationship with Jesus. He remains one of my fathers. Though as with my own father, I no longer believe in his godly power. I believe deeply in his love, his ability to save, but not to damn. Enough of that. The way I see it, we ate the apple, and Adam, Eve, the rebel Jesus, in all his glory, and Satan are all a part of God's plan to make men and women out of us, to give us the precious gifts of earth, dirt, sweat, blood, sex, sin, goodness, freedom, captivity, love, fear, life, and death, our humanity, and a world of our own. The church bells ring. My clan pours out of our houses and hustles up the street. Someone is getting married, getting dead, or being born. We line the church's front walkway, waiting my sister and I pick up fallen flowers or thrown rice to be packed away in paper bags for another day to shower upon complete strangers. My mother is thrilled, her face alight. Organ music, and the wooden doors of our church swing open upon a bride and groom exiting their wedding ceremony. I hear my mother sigh. Oh, the dress, the beautiful dress. The bouquet is tossed. The future is told. The bride and her hero are whisked away in their long black limousine, the one that drops you off at the beginning of your life. The other one is just around the corner, waiting for another day to bring the tears and take you on that short drive straight out Throckmorton Street to the St. Rose graveyard on the edge of town. There, on spring Sundays, visiting bones, boxes, and piles of dirt, my sister and I run, playing happily amongst the headstones. Back at church, the wedding is over, and I take my sister's hand. By 9 or 10 years old, we've seen it all plenty of times. Rice or flowers, coming or going, heaven or hell. Here on the corner of Randolph and McLean, it's just all in a day's work. Chapter 4. The Italians. A nuclear surge of energy erupts constantly from the tiny mouths and bodies of Dora Kirby, Ida Herbalist, and Adele Springsteen. My mother and her two sisters have screamed, laughed, cried, and danced their way through life's best and worst for more than 260 collective years. It never stops. Their Marxian brothers' high-voltage insanity constantly borders on a barely controlled state of hysteria. Somehow, this has rendered them not only near immortal, but triumphant. Falling for the Irish to a woman, they have outlived all their husbands, war, tragedy, and near poverty, and remained indomitable, undefeated, undeterred, and terminally optimistic. They are the greatest. 3 mini Muhammad Alis rope-a-doping the world. Here on the shore, the Italians and the Irish meet and mate often. The coastal town of Spring Lake is locally known as the Irish Riviera. There, on any summer Sunday, the fair-skinned and freckled can be found tossing down beers and turning lobster red in the frothing surf off the Victorian homes that still bring style and substance to their community. A few miles north lies Long Branch, New Jersey, once home of Anthony Little Pussy Russo, my wife Patty Scalfa's next-door neighbor in Deal, and the Central Jersey mob. Its beaches are filled with olive-skinned beauties, belly-busting husbands, and the thick Jersey accent of my Italian brothers and sisters wafting through the air on cigar smoke. A soprano's casting call would need to look no further. My great-grandfather was called the Dutchman, and I suppose descended from some lost Netherlanders who wandered down from New Amsterdam, not knowing what they were getting themselves into. Thus we wear the name Springsteen, of Dutch origin. But prominently, here's where Irish and Italian blood meet. Why? Previous to the Mexicans and African Americans who harvested Monmouth County crops, the Italians were in the fields with the Irishmen and working the horse farms alongside them. Recently, I asked my mother how they all ended up with the Irish. She said, "The Italian men were too bossy. We'd had enough of that. We didn't want men bossing us all around." Of course they didn't. If there was bossing to be done, the Zerilli girls would be doing it, although somewhat surreptitiously. My Aunt Ida told me, "Daddy wanted 3 boys, but he got 3 girls instead, so he raised us tough like men." That, I suppose, explains some of it. As a child, I would return from dinner at my Aunt Dora's house exhausted, my ears ringing. Anything more celebratory than dinner, when you were taking your life into your hands. You would be fed till stuffed, sung and shouted at till deaf, and danced with till dust. Now, as they all move brazenly into their 90s, it continues. Where did it come from? What is the source of their unrelenting energy and optimism? What power has been sucked from the spheres and sent coursing through their tiny little Italian bones? Who set it all in motion? His name was Anthony Alexander Andrew Zerilli. He came to America around the turn of the century from Vico Equense, a stone's throw from Naples in southern Italy, at the age of 12. Settled in San Francisco and found his way east, graduating from City College to become a lawyer at 303 West 42nd Street, New York City. He was my grandfather. He served 3 years in the Navy, had 3 wives, spent 3 years in Sing Sing prison for embezzlement, supposedly taking the rap for another relative. He ended up on top of a green and gracious hill in Englishtown, New Jersey. He had some money. I have pictures of my mother and her family decked out in impeccable whites in Newport, Rhode Island in the 30s. He went broke in jail. Their mother, not well, went MIA back in Brooklyn, abandoning my mom and her sisters, then still teenagers, to live alone and make their own way at the farmhouse where they raised themselves. As a child, this modest farmhouse was a mansion on a hill to me, a citadel of wealth and culture. My grandfather had paintings, good ones. He collected religious art, robes, and antique furniture. He had a piano in his living room. He traveled, appeared worldly and just a little dissolute. With gray hair and huge dark circles under big brown Italian eyes, he was a short man with a thunderous baritone, a voice that when cast your way brought with it the fear of God. He often sat, an old Italian prince, on a throne-like chair in his den. His third wife, Fifi, sat knitting just across the room. Tightly dressed, made up and perfumed enough to knock you out, she would plant a huge red lipstick kiss, bringing a warmth to my cheek every time we dropped by. Then from the throne it would come, rolling the BR out to infinity, adding and emphasizing an A, surfing long and low on the U, then just touching the CE. Barus, come here. I knew what was coming next. In one hand he held $1. I received this $1 every Sunday, but I had to go get it. I had to deal with what he had in his other hand, the pinch of death. As you reached for the $1, he would grab you with the other hand, pinching your cheek between his thumb and the first knuckle of his forefinger. First the incredibly tight, eye-watering pinch, followed by a slow, upward twisting motion, abruptly shifting to a downward reverse circular tug, I'm caterwauling now, and then the release, a quick flourishing pull, away, out, and back, finishing with a snapping of his fingers, accompanied by a hearty laughing, Barus, what's the matter? Then the $1. At Sunday dinner, he held court, yelling, ordering, discussing the events of the day at the top of his voice. It was a show. Some might have thought it overbearing, but to me, this little Italian man was a giant. Something made him seem grand, important, not a part of the passive-aggressive, wandering, lost male tribe that populated much of the rest of my life. He was a Neapolitan force of nature. So what if he got into a little trouble? The real world was full of trouble, and if you wanted, if you hungered, you'd better be ready for it. You'd best be ready to stake your claim and not let go, because they were not going to give it to you for free. You would have to risk and to pay. His love of living, the intensity of his presence, his engagement in the day, and his dominion over his family made him a unique male figure in my life. He was exciting, scary, theatrical, self-mythologizing, bragging, like a rock star. Otherwise, when you left the house at the top of the hill, as soon as you hit roadside pavement, in my family, women ruled the world. They allowed the men the illusion of thinking they were in command, but the most superficial observation would tell you they couldn't keep up. The Irishman needed Mama. Anthony on his hilltop needed Fifi, hot Mama. There was a big difference. Anthony had separated from Adelina Rosa, his first wife, from an arranged marriage while they were in their 20s. She had been sent to the United States as a young girl from Sorrento to be an old world bride. She lived for 80-plus years in the United States and never spoke a sentence of English. When you walked into her room, you walked into old Italy. The holy beads, the fragrances, the religious items, the quilts, the dusky sunlight reflecting off another place and time. She, I'm sure, unfortunately, played the Madonna role to Anthony's other inamoratas. My grandmother suffered mightily from the divorce, never remarried, and had little to do with the world at large again. She and Anthony were never in the same room with each other for a long, long time. Not at funerals, not at weddings, not at family gatherings. Every Sunday after church, when I visited my Aunt Doris, she'd be there in her hairnet and shawls, scented exotically, and cooking delicious Italian dishes. She'd greet me, smiling, with hugs and kisses, murmuring Italian blessings. Then one day, on the hill, Fifi died. 60 years after their divorce, Anthony and Adelina reunited. 60 years later. They lived together in their mansion for 10 years until Anthony died. After my grandfather's death, in the summers, I would ride my bicycle from Colt's Neck to Englishtown and visit. She was usually there alone, and we would sit in the kitchen, conversing in a smattering of broken English and Italian. She claimed she only went with the old man to protect her children's inheritance. Maybe so. She died peacefully and wit-sharp at the age of 101, having seen the invention of the automobile and the plane and men walk on the moon in her lifetime. Anthony and Adelina's house on the hill remained in a state of suspended animation for 25 years. When I walked through it as a 50-year-old man, it was exactly as it had been when I was 8. To the sisters, it was hallowed ground. Finally, my cousin Frank, the jitterbug champ, who taught me my first chords on the guitar and whose son Frank Jr. played with me in the sessions band, moved in with his family and filled the house with children and Italian cooking again. The power of the pinch of death has been handed down to my Aunt Dora, who has developed her own version, the headlock of doom. This little 5'2", 90-year-old Italian lady could rip your neck into permanent whiplash or kick the ass of Randy Macho Man Savage, should he be foolish enough to bend down for a kiss. While I no longer fear Big Daddy's pinch of death, still on many nights, right around 8:30, Anthony lives. As the house lights go dark, the backstage curtain opens, and I hear that long drawn-out Barus. Work, faith, family. This is the Italian credo handed down by my mother and her sisters. They live it. They believe it. They believe it even though these very tenets have crushingly let them down. They preach it, though never stridently, and are sure it is all we have between life, love, and the void that devours husbands, children, family members, and friends. There is a strength, fear, and desperate joy in all this hard spirit and soul that naturally found its way into my work. We, the Italians, push until we can go no further, stand strong until our bones give way, reach and hold until our muscles fatigue, twist, shout, and laugh until we can no more until the end. This is the religion of the Zerilli sisters, handed down by the hard lessons of Papa and the grace of God, and for which we are daily thankful. Chapter 5. The Irish. In my family, we had aunts who howled during family gatherings, cousins who left school in the 6th grade, went home and never left the house again, and men who pulled hair from their bodies and heads, leaving great gaping patches of baldness, all within our little half-block. During thunderstorms, my grandmother would grab me by the hand and rush me past the church to my Aunt Jane's house. There the gathering of women and their black magic would commence. Prayers were murmured as my Aunt Jane threw holy water over all of us from a small bottle. With each flash of lightning, the quiet hysteria would ratchet up a notch until it seemed like God himself was about to blast us off our little corner. Folk tales were told of lightning fatalities. Someone made the mistake of telling me the safest place in a lightning storm was in a car because of the grounding of the rubber tires. After that, at the first sound of thunder, I caterwauled until my parents would take me in the car until the storm subsided. I then proceeded to write about cars for the rest of my life. As a child, all of this was simply mysterious, embarrassing, and ordinary. It had to be. These were the people I loved. We are the afflicted. A lot of trouble came in the blood of my people, who hailed from the Emerald Isle. My great-great-grandmother, Anne Garrity, left Ireland at 14 in 1852, with 2 sisters, aged 12 and 10. This was 5 years after the potato famine devastated much of Ireland, and she settled in Freehold. I don't know where it started, but a serious strain of mental illness drifts through those of us who are here, seeming to randomly pick off a cousin, an aunt, a son, a grandma, and unfortunately, my dad. I haven't been completely fair to my father in my songs, treating him as an archetype of a neglecting, domineering parent. It was an East of Eden recasting of our relationship, a way of universalizing my childhood experience. Our story is much more complicated, not in the details of what happened, but in the why of it all. My father. To a child, the bars of Freehold were citadels of mystery, filled with mean magic, uncertainty, and the possibility of violence. Stopped at a red light on Throckmorton Street one evening, my sister and I witnessed 2 men on the concrete, outside of the local tap room, beating each other toward what seemed certain death. Shirts were torn, men surrounded, shouting. One man held the other by his hair as he straddled his chest, delivering vicious blows to his face. Blood mixed deeply around the man's mouth, as he desperately defended himself, his back to the pavement. My mother said, "Don't look." The light changed and we drove on. When you walked through barroom doors in my hometown, you entered the mystical realm of men. On the rare night my mother would call my father home, we would slowly drive through town until we drew to a stop outside of a single lit door. She'd point and say, "Go in and get your father." Entering my father's public sanctuary filled me with a thrill and fear. I'd been given license by my mom to do the unthinkable, interrupt my pop while he was in sacred space. I'd push open the door, dodging men who towered over me on their way out. I stood waist-high to them at best, so when I entered the barroom, I felt like a jack who'd climbed some dark beanstalk, ending up in a land of familiar but frightening giants. On the left, lining the wall, lay a row of booths filled with secret assignations, barroom lovers, and husband and wife tag-team drinkers. On the right were stools filled by a barricade of broad working-class backs, rolling thunder murmuring, clinking glasses, unsettling adult laughter, and very, very few women. I'd stand there, drinking in the dim smell of beer, booze, blues, and aftershave. Nothing in the outer world of home smelled remotely like it. Schlitz and Pabst Blue Ribbon ruled, with the blue ribbon stamped on the bartender's pouring spout as the golden elixir was slid expertly into tilted glasses that were then set with a hard knock on the wooden bar. There I stood, a small spirit reminder of what a lot of these men were spending a few moments trying to forget. Work, responsibility, the family, the blessings and burdens of an adult life. Looking back, it was a mix of mostly average guys who simply needed to let off a little steam at the end of the week, and a few others moved by harder things who didn't know where to draw the line. Finally, someone would notice a small interloper amongst them and bemusedly draw me over to my dad. My view from the floor was barstool, black shoes, white socks, work trousers, haunches and powerful legs, work belt, then the face, slightly discolored and misshapen by alcohol, peering down through cigarette smoke as I uttered the immortal words, "Mom wants you to come home." There would be no introductions to friends, no pat on the head, no soft intonation of voice or tousle of the hair, just, "Go outside, I'll be right out." I'd follow my breadcrumb trail back out the barroom door, into the cool evening air, into my town, which felt somehow so welcoming and hostile. Drifting to the curb, I'd hop into the back seat and inform my mother, "He'll be right out." I was not my father's favorite citizen. As a boy, I figured it was just the way men were, distant, uncommunicative, busy within the currents of the grown-up world. As a child, you don't question your parents' choices. You accept them. They are justified by the godlike status of parenthood. If you aren't spoken to, you're not worth the time. If you're not greeted with love and affection, you haven't earned it. If you're ignored, you don't exist. Control over your own behavior is the only card you have to play in the hope of modifying theirs. Maybe you have to be tougher, stronger, more athletic, smarter, in some way better. Who knows? One evening, my father was giving me a few boxing lessons in the living room. I was flattered, excited by his attention and eager to learn. Things were going well, and then he threw a few open palm punches to my face that landed just a little too hard. It stung. I wasn't hurt, but a line had been crossed. I knew something was being communicated. We had slipped into the dark netherland beyond father and son. I sensed what was being said. I was an intruder, a stranger, a competitor in our home, and a fearful disappointment. My heart broke, and I crumbled. He walked away in disgust. When my dad looked at me, he didn't see what he needed to see. This was my crime. My best friend in the neighborhood was Bobby Duncan. He'd ride with his pop every Saturday night to Wall Stadium for the stock car races. At 5 o'clock sharp, a halt would be called to whatever endeavor we were involved in, and at 6, right after dinner, he'd come bounding down the front steps of his home, 2 doors down, shirt pressed, hair brill-creamed, followed by his pop. Into the Ford, and off they'd go to Wall Stadium, that tire-screeching, high-octane heaven, where families bonded over local madmen and garage-built American steel, either roaring round and round in insane circles, or at Field's center smashing the hell out of one another in the weekly demolition derby. For the demo, all you needed was a football helmet, a seatbelt, and something you were willing to wreck to take your place amongst the chosen. Wall Stadium, that smoky, rubber-burning circle of love, where families came together in common purpose, and things were as God intended them. I stood exiled from my father's love and hot rod heaven. Unfortunately, my dad's desire to engage with me almost always came after the nightly religious ritual of the sacred six-pack. One beer after another, in the pitch dark of our kitchen, it was always then that he wanted to see me, and it was always the same. A few moments of feigned parental concern for my well-being, followed by the real deal, the hostility and raw anger toward his son, the only other man in the house. It was a shame. He loved me, but he couldn't stand me. He felt we competed for my mother's affections. We did. He also saw in me too much of his real self. My pop was built like a bull, always in work clothes. He was strong and physically formidable. Toward the end of his life, he fought back from death many times. Inside, however, beyond his rage, he harbored a gentleness, timidity, shyness, and a dreamy insecurity. These were all the things I wore on the outside, and the reflection of these qualities in his boy repelled him. It made him angry. It was soft, and he hated soft. Of course, he'd been brought up soft, a mama's boy just like me. One evening at the kitchen table late in life, when he was not well, he told me a story of being pulled out of a fight he was having in the schoolyard. My grandmother had walked over from our house and dragged him home. He recounted his humiliation and said, eyes welling, "I was winning. I was winning." He still didn't understand he could not be risked. He was the one remaining living child. My grandmother, confused, could not realize her untempered love was destroying the men she was raising. I told him I understood, that we'd been raised by the same woman in some of the most formative years of our lives and suffered many of the same humiliations. However, back in the days when our relationship was at its most tempestuous, these things remained mysteries and created a legacy of pain and misunderstanding. In 1962, my youngest sister Pam was born. I was 12. My mom was 36. That was pretty late to be pregnant in those days. It was wonderful. My mother was a miracle. I loved the maternity clothes. My sister Virginia and I would sit in the living room in the final months of her pregnancy, our hands resting upon her stomach, waiting for our new little sister to kick. The whole house was caught up in the excitement of Pam's birth, and our family came together. With my mom in the hospital, my dad stepped up and took care of us, burning breakfast, helping us get dressed for school, sending me there in my mother's blouse to Virginia's roaring laughter. The house lit up. Children bring with them grace, patience, transcendence, second chances, rebirth, and a reawakening of the love that's in your heart and present in your home. They are God giving you another shot. My teenage years with my father were still not great, but there was always the light of my little sister Pam, living proof of the love in our family. I was enchanted with her. I was thankful for her. I changed her diapers, rocked her to sleep, ran to her side if she cried, held her in my arms, and forged a bond that exists to this day. My grandmother, now very ill, slept in the room adjoining mine. One night at the age of 3, Pam left my parents' room and for the only time in her young life, climbed into my grandmother's bed. She slept there all night, lying beside my grandmother as she died. In the morning, my mother checked on my grandma, and she was still. When I came home from school that day, my world collapsed. Tears, grief weren't enough. I wanted death. I needed to join her. Even as a teenager, I could not imagine a world without her. It was a black hole, an Armageddon. Nothing meant anything. Life was drained. My existence went blank. The world was a fraud, a shadow of itself. The only thing that saved me was my little sis and my new interest in music. Now things got strange. My father's generally quiet desperation led to paranoid delusion. I had a teenage Russian friend he thought was a spy. We lived a block away from the Puerto Rican neighborhood. My father was sure my mother was having an affair. As I came in after school one day, he broke down in tears at the kitchen table. He told me he needed someone to talk to. He had no one. At 45, he was friendless. And due to my pop's insecurities, there was never another man in our home except me. He spilled his heart out to me. It shocked me, made me feel uncomfortable, and strangely wonderful. He showed himself to me, mess that he was. It was one of the greatest days of my teenage life. He needed a man friend, and I was the only game in town. I comforted him the best I could. I was only 16, and we were both in way over our heads. I told him I was sure he was wrong and that my mother's love and dedication to him was complete. It was, but he had lost his grip on reality and was inconsolable. Later that evening I told my mother, and for the first time we had to confront the fact my father was truly ill. Things were complicated by some strange occurrences around our home. One Saturday night someone shot a bullet through the window of our front door, leaving a perfect slug-sized hole in the glass seconds after I'd just walked up to bed. The police were constantly pulling in and out of our driveway, and my father said he had been involved with some labor trouble at work. These occurrences fed all of our paranoid fantasies and created an atmosphere of terrible unease throughout our household. My sister Virginia became pregnant at 17, and no one realized it until she was 6 months along. In her senior year, she dropped out of high school, was tutored at home, and married her boyfriend and the father of her child, Mickey Shave. Mickey was an arrogant, leather-jacketed, bull-riding, fighting greaser from Lakewood, and eventually all-around great guy. He traveled the competitive rodeo circuit from Jersey to Texas in the late 60s. Unbeknownst to most, Jersey's home to the longest consecutively running rodeo in the United States, Cowtown. And once you hit the southern part of the state, there's more cowboy there than one might think. My steadfast sister moved south to Lakewood after trouble brought its consequences, had a beautiful son, and began to live the working-class life of my parents. Virginia, who had never boiled water, washed a dish, or swept a floor, became the toughest. She had soul, intelligence, humor, and beauty. In months, her life changed. She became a hardcore Irish working woman. Mickey worked in construction, suffered through the recession of the late 70s when buildings ceased in central Jersey, lost his job, and took work as a janitor at the local high school. My sister worked the floor at Kmart. They raised two lovely young men and a beautiful daughter, and now have a slew of grandkids. At that young age and on her own, she found the strength my mother and her sisters have always carried with them. She became a living incarnation of Jersey soul. I wrote The River in her and my brother-in-law's honor. Chapter 6. My Mother. I wake in the half-morning light to the sound of weight on the steps, leading up to the small landing outside of my bedroom. A door creaks, a turn, a squeak, the running faucet, then the sound of water moving through the pipes in the wall between my room and our bathroom. A turn, then silence, a click, the sound of plastic on porcelain, my mother's makeup case on the sink. Time. Then the last-minute rustling of garments before the mirror. These are the sounds that greet me every morning of my teenage life at 68 South Street. They are the sounds of my mother getting ready for work, preparing to present herself to the world, the outside world, which she respects, and where she is confident she has duties to fulfill. To a child, these are the sounds of mystery, ritual, and reassurance. I can still hear them. My first bedroom was on the second floor, off the back of our house over the kitchen. A lazy turn to my right in bed, and through my window I had a perfect view of my dad on 15-degree mornings down in the yard, back to the frozen ground, cursing and grumbling underneath one of our junkers that he might get her running and make work. Brr. I had no heat in my room, but there was a small iron grate on the floor I could open or close over the gas jets of the kitchen stove on the east-facing wall. As physics has taught us, heat rises. Hallelujah. For in our first years on South Street, those 4 jets provided me my only warmth and salvation through many a cold New Jersey winter. A voice calling, 2 half notes, a step up, and a rise to the whole note, shouting through the grate. Bruce, get up. I plead unmusically, turn on the stove. 10 minutes later, with the smell of breakfast cooking on the kitchen gas burners, the edges come off my icebox, and I roll out of bed into the cool and unwelcoming morning. This will change when, with my little sister at her side, my grandmother dies in the room next to mine. At 16, I will be visited by a black melancholy I never dreamt existed. But I'll inherit Grandma's room, heat, and the early morning symphony of my mother preparing for work. I get up pretty easy. If I don't, my mom hits me with a glass of cold water, a technique she's refined from dragging my father out of bed to the job. My sister Virginia and I are at the kitchen table, toast, eggs, sugar pops I snow more sugar on, and we all hustle out the door. A kiss and we're off to school, lumbering with our book bags up the street, my mom's high heels clicking lightly in the other direction toward town. She goes to work. She does not miss a day. She is never sick. She is never down. She never complains. Work does not appear to be a burden for her, but a source of energy and pleasure. Up to Main Street and through the modern glass doors of Lawyer's Title, Inc. she glides. She walks the long aisle to her desk, farthest in the rear and closest to Mr. Farrell. My mom is a legal secretary. Mr. Farrell is her boss and the head of the agency. She is secretary numero uno. As a child, I delight in my visits here. Alone, I wheel my way through the door to be greeted by a smile from the receptionist. She makes a call to my mom, and I'm given permission to walk the aisle. The perfumes, the crisp white blouses, whispering skirts and stockings of the secretaries coming out of their cubicles to greet me as I stand exactly breast high, feigning innocence, while being hugged and kissed upon my crown. I walk this gauntlet of pure pleasure until I end up back at my mother's desk in a perfumed trance. There I'm greeted by Philly, the beauty queen of Lawyer's Title, a knockout and the last stop before my mom. She has me shy and speechless until my mother comes to my rescue. Then my mom and I spend a few minutes together as she entertains me with her typing skills. Tic-tac, 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 keys hitting the margin. then the typewriter's decisive bell, slide and bang as her fingers, flying, continue to type out the vital correspondence of lawyer's title ink. This is followed by a lesson on copy paper and a crash course on getting rid of unwanted ink smudges as I stand fascinated. This is important stuff. The business of lawyer's title, an essential business it is to the life of our town, has been momentarily suspended for me. Occasionally, I'll even see the man himself. My mother and I will wander into his wood-paneled office, where Mr. Farrell will sternly tousle my hair, say a few kind words, and send me on my privileged way. Some days, come 5 o'clock, I'll meet my mother at closing time, and we will be amongst the last to leave, with the building empty, its fluorescent lights out, its cubicles deserted, and the evening sun shining through the glass doors and reflecting off the hard linoleum floor of the entryway. It's as if the building itself is silently resting from its daily efforts in the service of our town. My mother's high heels echo down the empty aisle, and we are out onto the street. She strides along statuesque, demanding respect. I am proud. She is proud. It's a wonderful world, a wonderful feeling. We are handsome, responsible members of this one-dog burg pulling our own individual weight, doing what has to be done. We have a place here, a reason to open our eyes at the break of day and breathe in a life that is steady and good. Truthfulness, consistency, professionalism, kindness, compassion, manners, thoughtfulness, pride in yourself, honor, love, faith in and fidelity to your family, commitment, joy in your work, and a never-say-die thirst for life. These are some of the things my mother taught me and that I struggle to live up to. And beyond these, she was my protector, stepping literally into the breach between my father and me on the nights his illness got the best of him. She would cajole, yell, plead, and command that the raging stop, and I protected her. Once in the middle of the night, my father returning from another lost evening at the tavern, I heard them violently arguing in the kitchen. I lay in bed. I was frightened for her and myself. I was no more than 9 or 10, but I left my room and came down the stairs with my baseball bat. They were standing in the kitchen, my father's back to me, my mother inches away from his face while he was yelling at the top of his lungs. I shouted at him to stop. Then I let him have it, square between his broad shoulders. A sick thud, and everything grew quiet. He turned, his face barroom red. The moment lengthened. Then he started laughing. The argument stopped. It became one of his favorite stories, and he'd always tell me, "Don't let anybody hurt your mom." As a young girl of 23, she struggled with the early years of motherhood, ceding far too much control to my grandmother. But by the time I was 6 or 7, without my mother, there was nothing. No family, no stability, no life. She couldn't heal my dad or leave him, but she did everything else. My mother was a puzzle, born into a relatively well-off family, used to much of life's good things. She married into a life of near poverty and servitude. My aunts once told me that when she was young they called her Queenie, because she was so spoiled. They said she never lifted a finger. Huh? Are we talking about the same woman? If this is so, this was someone I'd never met. My dad's family treated her like the help. My father could be sitting smoking at the kitchen table, and his parents would call on my mother to go to the store, get the kerosene for the stove, drive them and our relatives where they needed to go, and she did it. She served them. She was the only person my grandmother would allow to bathe her in the last corrosive months of her cancer. She covered for my dad constantly, bringing home the bacon on countless mornings when depressed he simply couldn't get himself out of bed. She spent her life doing it, her whole life. It was never over. There was always one more heartache, one more task. How did she express her frustration? With appreciation for the love and home she had, a gentle kindness to her children, and more work. What penance was she doing? What did she get out of it? Her family? Atonement? She was a child of divorce, abandonment, prison. She loved my dad, and maybe knowing she had the security of a man who could not leave her, was enough. The price, however, was steep. At our house, there were no dates, no restaurants, or nights out on the town. My father had neither the inclination, the money, nor the health for a normal, married social life. I never saw the inside of a restaurant until I was well into my 20s, and by then I was intimidated by any high school maitre d' at the local diner. Their deep love and attraction, and yet the dramatic gulf between my mother and father's personalities, was always a mystery to me. My mother would read romance novels and swoon to the latest hits on the radio. My dad would go so far as to explain to me that love songs on the radio were part of a government ploy to get you to marry and pay taxes. My mother and her two sisters have an unending faith in people, are social creatures who will merrily make conversation with a broom handle. My father was a misanthrope who shunned most of humankind. At the tavern, I'd often find him sitting solitarily at the end of the bar. He claimed to believe in a world that was filled with crooks out for a buck. Nobody's any good, and so what if they are? My mother showered me with affection. The love I missed from my father she tried to double up on, and perhaps find the love she missed from my dad. All I know is she always had my back. When I was hauled into the police station for a variety of minor infractions, she was always there to take me back home. She came to my countless baseball games, both when I stunk up the place, and the one season lightning struck and I turned into a real fielding, hitting player with my name in the papers. She got me my first electric guitar, encouraged my music, and fawned over my early creative writing. She was a parent, and that's what I needed, as my world was about to explode. Chapter 7. The Big Bang. Have you heard the news? In the beginning, there was a great darkness upon the earth. It was Christmas and your birthday. But beyond that, all was a black, endless, authoritarian void. There was nothing to look forward to, nothing to look back upon, no future, no history. It was all a kid could do to make it to summer vacation. Then in a moment of light, blinding as a universe birthing a billion new suns, there was hope, sex, rhythm, excitement, possibility, a new way of seeing, of feeling, of thinking, of looking at your body, of combing your hair, of wearing your clothes, of moving and of living. It was a joyous demand made, a challenge, a way out of this dead-to-life world, this small-town grave with all the people I dearly loved and feared buried in it alongside of me. The barricades have been stormed. A freedom song has been sung. The bells of liberty have rung. A hero has come. The old order has been overthrown. The teachers, the parents, the fools, so sure they knew the way, the only way to build a life, to have an impact on things, and to make a man or woman out of yourself, have been challenged. A human atom has just split the world in two. The small part of the world I inhabit has stumbled upon an irreversible moment. Somewhere in between the mundane variety acts on a routine Sunday night, in the year of our Lord, 1956, the revolution has been televised. Right underneath the nose of the guardians of all that is, who, if they were aware of the powers they were about to unleash, would call out the National Gestapo to shut this shit down or sign it up quick. As a matter of fact, the arbiter of public taste in circa 1950s USA, MC Ed Sullivan, was not initially going to let this southern, sexually depraved hick sully the American consciousness and his stage. Once the genie had been let out of the bottle on national television, it would be over. The nation would fold. And we, the great unwashed, the powerless, the marginalized, the kids, would want more. More life, more love, more sex, more faith, more hope, more action, more truth, more power, more get down in the gutter, spit on me, Jesus, teach my blind eyes to see real life religion. Most of all, we'd want more rock and roll. The polite charade, The half-assed circus acts, the anemic singers, the bloodless and often highly enjoyable shit that passed for entertainment would be revealed for what it was. In the end, ratings and money did the talking, and Ed, actually on Elvis's first appearance, Charles Lawton, covering for Ed, who'd been waylaid by a car accident, did the walking, right out to the center of a stage to cough out, "Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis Presley." 70 million Americans that night were exposed to this hip-shaking human earthquake. A fearful nation was protected from itself by the CBS cameramen who were told to shoot the kid only from the waist up. No money shots. No shifting, grinding, joyfully thrusting crotch shots. It didn't matter. It was all there in his eyes, his face, the face of a Saturday night jukebox Dionysus, the shimmying eyebrows and rocking band. A riot ensued, women, young girls, and many men, screaming for what the cameras refused to show, for what their very timidity confirmed and promised, another world, the one below your waist and above your heart. A world that had been previously and rigorously denied was being proven to exist. It was a world with all of us in it, together, all of us. He had to be stopped. And of course, in the end, he was stopped, but not before the money got made and the secret slipped out from between his lips and his hips, that this life, this everything you know, is a mere paper construction. You, my TV dinner-sucking, glazed-eyed friends, are living in the Matrix. And all you have to do to see the real world, God and Satan's glorious kingdom on earth, all you have to do to taste real life is to risk being your true self, to dare, to watch, to listen to all the late-night staticky-voiced DJs playing race records, blowing in under the radar, shouting their tinny AM radio manifesto, their stations filled with poets, geniuses, rockers, bluesmen, preachers, philosopher kings, speaking to you from deep in the heart of your own soul. Their voices sing, "Listen. Listen to what this world is telling you, for it is calling for your love, your rage, your beauty, your sex, your energy, your rebellion, because it needs you in order to remake itself, in order to be reborn into something else, something maybe better, more godly, more wonderful. It needs us. This new world is a world of black and white, a place of freedom where the two most culturally powerful tribes in American society find common ground, pleasure, and joy in each other's presence, where they use a common language to speak with, to be with one another. A human being proposed this, helped bring it to pass, a boy, a nobody, a national disgrace, a joke, a gimmick, a clown, a magician, a guitar man, a prophet, a visionary? Visionaries are a dime a dozen. This was a man who didn't see it coming. He was it coming. And without him, white America, you would not look or act or think the way you do. A precursor of vast cultural change, a new kind of man, of modern human, blurring racial lines and gender lines, and having fun, the real kind, the life-blessing, wall-destroying, heart-changing, mind-opening bliss of a freer, more liberated existence. Fun. It is waiting for you, Mr. and Mrs. Everyday American, and guess what? It is your birthright. A man did this, a man searching for something new. He willed it into existence. Elvis's great act of love rocked the country and was an early echo of the coming civil rights movement. He was the kind of new American whose desires would bring his goals to fruition. He was a singer, a guitar player who loved black musical culture, recognized its artistry, its mastery, its power, and yearned for intimacy with it. He served his nation in the army. He made some bad movies and a few good ones, threw away his talent, found it again, had a great comeback, and in true American fashion, died an untimely and garish death. He was not an activist, not a John Brown, not a Martin Luther King Jr., not a Malcolm X. He was a showman, an entertainer, an imaginer of worlds, an unbelievable success, an embarrassing failure, and a fount of modern action and ideas. Ideas that would soon change the shape and future of the nation. Ideas whose time had come, that challenged us to decide if we would all be attending a funeral of national destruction and decline, or dancing while birthing the next part of the American story. I don't know what his thoughts were on race. I don't know whether he thought about the broader implications of his actions. I do know this is what he did. Lived a life he was driven to live, and brought forth the truth that was within him, and the possibilities within us. How many of us can say that? That we committed all of ourselves to something? Dismissed as a national joke, he held out a dream of the kind of country this could be, and soon we would go there, kicking, screaming, lynching, burning, bombing, saving, preaching, fighting, marching, praying, singing, hating, and loving our way forward. When it was over that night, those few minutes when the man with the guitar vanished in a shroud of screams, I sat there transfixed in front of the television set, my mind on fire. I had the same 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes. I looked hideous, but I'd figured that part out. So what was missing? The guitar. He was hitting it, leaning on it, dancing with it, screaming into it, screwing it, caressing it, swinging it on his hips, and once in a while even playing it. The master key, the sword in the stone, the sacred talisman, the staff of righteousness, the greatest instrument of seduction the teenage world had ever known, the answer to my alienation and sorrow. It was a reason to live, to try to communicate with the other poor souls stuck in the same position I was, and they sold them right downtown at the Western Auto Store. The next day, I convinced my mom to take me to Deal's Music on South Street in Freehold. There, with no money to spend, we rented a guitar. I took it home, opened its case, smelled its wood, still one of the sweetest and most promising smells in the world, felt its magic, sensed its hidden power. I held it in my arms, ran my fingers over its strings, held the real tortoiseshell guitar pick in between my teeth, tasted it, took a few weeks of music lessons, and quit. It was too fucking hard. Mike Deal, guitarist and owner of Deal's Music, didn't have any idea how to teach whatever Elvis was doing to a young shouter who wanted to sing the elementary school blues. Despite incredible access to these amazing machines, he remained clueless about their real power. Earthbound like everyone else in 1950s America, he was all buzzing on the B string, staff paper, and hours of stupendously boring technique. I needed to rock now. I still can't read music to this day, and back then my 7-year-old fingers couldn't even get around that big fretboard. Frustrated and embarrassed, shortly I told my mom it was a no-go. There was no sense wasting her hard-earned cash. The sunny morning I had to return the guitar, I stood in front of 6 or so of the neighborhood guys and gals in my backyard. I gave my first and last show for quite a while. I held the guitar. I shook it. I shouted at it. I banged on it. I sang voodoo nonsense. I did everything but play it, all to their laughter and great amusement. I sucked. It was a joyful and silly-ass pantomime. That afternoon, sad but a little relieved, I dropped the guitar off back at Deal's Music. It was over for now. But for a moment, just for a moment, in front of those kids in my backyard, I smelled blood. Chapter 8. Radio Days. My mom loved music, top 40 music. The radio was always on in the car and in the kitchen in the morning. From Elvis on out, my sister and I shuffled out of bed and downstairs to be greeted by the hit records of the day, pouring out of the tiny radio that sat on the top of our refrigerator. Slowly, certain songs caught my attention. At first it was the novelty records, the Olympics Western movies, the coasters along Came Jones, the great narrative clowning records where the groups let loose with rock and roll comedy, and sounded like they were just having fun. I wore out the jukebox at our local luncheonette, pumping it full of my mom's dimes to hear Sheb Wooley's The Purple People Eater over and over again. Mr. Purple People Eater, what's your line? Eatin' purple people and it sure is fine. I stayed up all one summer night with my tiny Japanese transistor radio tucked under my pillow, counting the times they played Lonnie Donegan's Does Your Chewing Gum Lose Its Flavor on the bedpost overnight. Records that ultimately held my interest were the ones where the singers sounded simultaneously happy and sad. The Drifters' This Magic Moment, Saturday Night at the Movies, Up on the Roof, records that summoned the joy and heartbreak of everyday life. This music was filled with deep longing, a casually transcendent spirit, mature resignation, and hope. Hope for that girl, that moment, that place, that night, when everything changes. Life reveals itself to you, and you in turn are revealed. Records that long for some honest place, some place of one's own. The movies, downtown, uptown, up on the roof, under the boardwalk, out of the sun, out of sight, somewhere above or below the harsh glare of the adult world. The adult world, that place of dishonesty, deceit, unkindness, where people slaved, were hurt, compromised, beaten, defeated, where they died. Thank you, Lord, but for now I'll take a pass. I'll take the pop world. A world of romance, metaphor. Yes, there is tragedy, teen angel, but there is also immortality, eternal youth, a 7-day weekend and no adults. It's Saturday night and I just got paid. I'm a fool about my money, don't try to save. It's a paradise of teenage sex, where school is permanently out. There even the great tragedian, Roy Orbison, a man who had to sing his way out of an apocalypse waiting around every corner, had his pretty woman, and a home on Blue Bayou. Through my mother's spirit, love, and affection, she imparted to me an enthusiasm for life's complexities, an insistence on joy and good times, and the perseverance to see the hard times through. Has there ever been a more comforting, sadder song than Sam Cooke's Good Times? It's a vocal performance steeped in weary self-knowledge and the ways of the world. Get in the groove and let the good times roll. We gonna stay here till we soothe our soul, if it takes all night long. Slowly, the musical sounds of the late 50s and early 60s drew down into my bones. In those days, if you were broke, the only family entertainment you had was a drive. Gas was cheap, 30 cents a gallon. So nightly my grandparents, mother, sister, and I cruised the streets to the outer edges of town. It was our treat and ritual. On warm nights, with the windows in our big sedan wide open, first we'd roll down Main Street, then on out to the southwest end of town to the edge of Highway 33, where we'd make our scheduled stop at the Jersey Freeze ice cream stand. We'd bounce out of the car and up to the sliding window, where you had your choice of 2 flavors. Count 'em, 2, vanilla and chocolate. I didn't like either, but I loved those wafer cones. The guy behind the counter who owned the place would save me the broken ones and sell them to us for 5 cents, or slip me one for free. My sister and I would sit on the hood of the car in silent ecstasy, with the Jersey humidity smothering all sound, but for the night crickets humming in the nearby woods. The yellow outdoor lighting would act like a neon flame for hundreds of flitting, circling summer bugs. We'd watch as they buzzed the exterior of the whitewashed ice cream stand. Then we were off and away, as the huge plaster Jersey Freeze ice cream cone, perched precariously on top of the little cinder block building, slowly disappeared in our rear window. We'd ride the back roads to the north end of town, where scratching the sky in the fields bordering the Monmouth Memorial Home was the town radio tower. It had 3 bright red lights rising along its gray steel structure. As our radio glowed with the otherworldly sound of late 50s doo-wop, my mother would explain to me that there in the high grass stood a tall dark giant, invisible against the black night sky. The ascending lights were merely the shining red buttons on his jacket. We would always end our journey with the ride past the buttons. As my eyes grew heavy and we turned toward home, I'd swear I could see the outline of the giant's dark figure. 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. The beautiful sounds of American popular music, the calm before the storm of the Kennedy assassination. A quiet America of lost lovers' laments wafting along the airwaves. On the weekends, sometimes a ride would take us all the way to the shore, to the amusements and carnival of Asbury Park or the quieter beaches of Manasquan. We'd park facing the waters of the inlet. Besides the kitchen table, the Manasquan Inlet was my dad's favorite spot in the world. He would sit for hours alone in the car watching the boats come in from the sea. My sister and I would eat hot dogs at Carlson's Corner, changing into our pajamas with a towel wrapped around us on the beach as my mother stood guard. On the way home, we'd stop for a double feature at the Shore Drive-In, falling asleep in the back seat to be carried to our beds by my dad once back in Freehold. As we grew older, we'd step rock by rock, out along the dark Manasquan jetty, which jutted east, disappearing into the night sea. There at jetty's end, we'd stare out into the pitch-black nothing of the Atlantic, with only the distant sparkling lights of night charter fishing boats revealing the horizon line. We'd listen to the ocean waves crashing rhythmically on the shore far behind us, the sea lapping against the rocks onto our bare and sandy feet. You could hear a Morse code, a message moving in over that great black expanse of water. With the stars burning the night sky bright above us, you could feel it. Something British this way comes. Chapter 9. The Second Coming. From over the sea, the gods returned just in time. Rough days at home, my face exploding with acne. That old bastard and now national hero of mine, Ed Sullivan, was doing it for me one more time. Let the battle begin. Ladies and gentlemen, from England, the Beatles. Ed said the words, the Beatles, better than anybody else in the world. He'd wind up on the, quickly punch and emphasize the beat, and then he was out of there on the ulls. All rushing by me while jolting my system with 10,000 watts of high-voltage anticipation. I sat there, heart pounding, waiting for the first real look at my new saviors, waiting to hear the first redemptive notes come peeling off the Rickenbacker, Hofner, and Gibson guitars in their hands. The Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles. And it ain't no sin to be glad you're alive mantra and simultaneously the worst and most glorious band name in all of rock and roll history. In 1964, there were no more magical words in the English language. Well, maybe yes, you can touch me there. The Beatles. I first laid ears on them while driving with my mom up South Street, the radio burning brighter before my eyes as it strained to contain the sound, the harmonies of I Want to Hold Your Hand. Why did it sound so different? Why was it so good? Why was I this excited? My mom dropped me off at home, but I ran straight to the bowling alley on Main Street, where I always spent my first after-school hours hunched over the pool table, sipping a Coke and eating a Reese's peanut butter cup. I slammed myself into the phone booth and called my girlfriend, Jan Seaman. Have you heard the Beatles? Yeah, they're cool. My next stop was Newberry's, the 5 and 10 cent store in the center of town. In the front door and an immediate right brought you to the tiny corner record section. There were no record stores in those days in our neck of the woods. There were just a few racks of singles for 49 cents a pop. There were no real albums for me, just a few Mantovani records or middle-of-the-road vocal artists, maybe a little jazz on the bottom shelf. They were never looked at. They were for adults. The teenage world was a world of pure 45s. A small, circular piece of wax with a half-dollar hole in the center you had to fill with a plastic adapter. Your record player at home still had 3 speeds, 78, 45, and 33 RPM, hence 45s. The first thing I found was something called The Beatles with Tony Sheridan and Guests. It was a rip-off. The Beatles backing some singer I'd never heard of doing My Bonnie. I bought it and listened to it. It wasn't great, but it was as close as I could get. I went back on a daily basis until I saw it, the album cover, the greatest album cover of all time, tied with Highway 61 Revisited. All it said was Meet the Beatles. That was exactly what I wanted to do. Those 4 half-shadowed faces, rock and roll's Mount Rushmore, and the hair. The hair. What did it mean? It was a surprise, a shock. You couldn't see them on the radio. It is almost impossible to explain today the effect of the hair. The ass whippings, insults, risks, rejections, and outsider status you would have to accept to wear it. In recent years, only the punk revolution of the 70s would allow small-town kids the ability to physically declare their otherness, their rebellion. In 1964, Freehold was redneck ugly, and there was no shortage of guys who were willing to make their rejection of your fashion choices a physical affair. I ignored the insults, avoided the physical confrontations as best as I could, and did what I had to do. Our tribe was small, maybe 2 or 3 in all of my high school, but it would grow to be significant and mighty, then meaningless. But not for a while, and in the meantime each sunrise held the possibility of a showdown. At home, all it meant was more fuel for the unpleasant fire burning between my dad and me. His first response was laughter. It was funny. Then not so funny. Then he got angry. Then finally he popped his burning question. "Bruce, are you queer?" He wasn't kidding. He'd have to get over it. But first it would get a lot nastier. At school, I made my way. I only got in one real scrap on my walk home from high school. I'd had enough with the jokes and squared off against a kid I was sure I could beat in the driveway of a neighborhood home. We were soon surrounded by a small circle of sensation seekers. Before we started, in the spirit of full disclosure, he told me he knew karate. I thought to myself, bullshit. Who knows karate in 1966 New Jersey? No fucking body. I threw a few haymakers and he caught me with a perfect karate chop to the Adam's apple. I spit up. I couldn't speak. It was over. Another great victory. We walked the rest of the way home together. That summer, time moved slowly. Every Wednesday night I sat up in my room, charting the weekly top 20, and if the Beatles were not firmly ensconced each week as lords of all radio, it would drive me nuts. When Hello Dolly grabbed the top spot on the charts week after week, I was beside myself. Nothing against Satchmo, one of the greatest musicians who ever lived, but I was 14 and on a different planet. I lived for every Beatles record release. I searched the newsstands for every magazine with a photo I hadn't seen, and I dreamed that it was me. My curly Italian hair miraculously gone straight, my face clear of acne, and my body squeezed into one of those shiny silver Nehru suits. I'm standing tall in a pair of Cuban-heeled Beatle boots. It didn't take me long to figure it out. I didn't want to make the Beatles. I wanted to be the Beatles. After my father refused to pay a rent hike, we moved to 68 South Street and had hot water. But to get it, we moved next to a Sinclair gas station into another half house. In the half we didn't occupy lived a Jewish family. My mom and dad, no racists or anti-Semites, still felt the need to caution my sister and me that these were folks who did not believe in Jesus. Any theological issues were immediately forgotten when I saw 2 gorgeous daughters, my new next-door neighbors, who carried with them a fabulous voluptuousness, full mouths, smooth dark skin, and weighted breasts. Oy! I immediately began imagining warm nights on the front porch, their tan legs pouring out of summer shorts, as we debated the Jesus question. Personally, I would have quickly thrown over our savior of 2,000 years for one kiss, one run of an index finger over the coffee-colored ankle of either of my new neighbors. Unfortunately, I was shy and they were chaste, still solidly under Yahweh's and Mom and Pop's sway. One evening when I did bring up the Jesus thing, it was like I'd said fuck. Sweet palms were quickly raised to rose lips, followed by red-faced girl giggling. There would be many restless teenage nights at 68 South Street. We had black friends, though only rarely did we enter each other's homes. There was détente in the streets. The white and black adults were cordial, but distant. The children played together. There was a lot of easy racism amongst the kids. Insults were exchanged. Arguments were either brushed off, settled by an apology, or resolved by a quick beating. Depending upon the severity of the offense and mood of the afternoon, then the games would continue. I ran into racist kids who learned it at home a few houses down from mine, but I never ran into kids who wouldn't play with black kids until I bumped into the middle and upper middle class. On the bottom, we were all lumped in together because of physical proximity and the need for another guy to play the outfield. 50s racism was so presumed and casual that if a black friend was excluded from a game one afternoon at our better friend's house, so be it. Nobody took up the flag. A day later, the usual gang, black and white, would all be playing together again, and it would be forgotten. By us. I was pals with the Blackwell brothers, Richard and David. David, a lanky, thin black kid, was my age, and we hung out quite a bit. We rode bikes, played ball, and spent a good amount of time together. We fought to see who was the toughest. He'd clock me on the kisser with a couple of good rights, and it was over. Then we'd go back to playing. His brother Richard was a little older, tall, and one of the coolest things I'd ever seen. He'd developed his own walk, and was a piece of art. A step forward with one leg, and then a slow drag pulling up the other. A slight bend at the hip, the other arm bent at the elbow, wrist cocked as if smoking a cigarette in a holder. Never in a hurry, he'd stride through the streets of Freehold like a jazz musician, his face expressionless and his eyes near half-mast. He spoke long and slow. He'd grace us with a few moments of his time, and we'd leave like we'd been blessed by the Pope of Cool. Racial tensions at Freehold High exploded into violence. If you entered the wrong restroom, it was lights out and a beating. I entered the first-floor restroom one afternoon, walked up to the latrine next to a black friend. I went to speak. He just looked at the wall and said, "I can't talk to you right now." I was white, and he was black. The lines had been drawn, even amongst neighborhood friends. There would be no communication until it was over, and it wouldn't be over for quite a while. The town erupted in rioting. There were harsh words spoken between two cars at a South Street light, and a gun was fired into a car full of black kids. At my corner sub shop there was a demonstration after an elderly black man had been thrown out and had fallen and been injured. I stood on my porch watching, just 2 houses down, as the proprietor rushed into a black crowd wielding a meat cleaver. It was taken from him, and it was amazing no one was killed. Someone was chased up onto the porch of the house next to mine and pushed through the front window. The times they were a-changin', the hard way. Chapter 10. The Showman, Lord of the Dance. My showmanship skills developed early. Seasoned by the Zerilli blood that flowed through my veins, I was born 100% grade A ham. So to grab the spotlight before I could play, I danced. Somewhat. The main thing was I was willing to risk the ridicule of half of the neighborhood's population, the male half, because I'd found out that the other half found a guy who would dance with them to something other than a bone-grinding slow song enthralling. Bi-monthly on Friday nights, St. Rosa Lima would open up its basement cafeteria and host a heavily chaperoned Catholic youth organization, CYO, dance for its wild hormone teens. On the dance floor, I already had a head start. I'd been pulled onto the living room rug at family gatherings to twist with my mom ever since Chubby Checker smashed the hit parade to bits with the twist. My mom even took us to the Atlantic City Steel Pier to see Chubby live as he lip-synced to his hits. Then we went across the boardwalk and caught Anita Bryant on the same sun-filled summer afternoon. Also, I'd been going over to the YMCA Friday night canteen, just 50 steps from the door of my South Street home. This was absolutely forbidden territory by nun's decree, and you would be racked and tortured in front of the smugly satisfied class of 8th graders on Monday morning if word leaked out that you joined the heathen class and their satanic Friday night rituals. It was here, high in the shadowy bleachers, that I experienced my first kiss, Maria Espinosa, my first dance floor hard-on. Unknown, but could as well have been a wet mop. In the atmosphere of a basketball gym, lights seductively lowered and transformed into a greasy, hardwood-floored wonderland. Before I'd stand on these same boards, strapped with my sky-blue Epiphone guitar in my first band, the Castiles, I'd dance with anyone who'd have me. Often, still horribly insecure, I'd have to wait for the last few desperate records to get up the guts to cross the no-man's land between the camps of the boys and the girls and pop the question. But on a good night, I'd spend the evening dancing with strangers from St. Rose's crosstown rival, the intermediate, public school. Who were these tight-skirted, smoky-eyed young girls, unfettered by the green St. Rose's jumper that tapped down the budding womanhood of my school's female population? Here were girls in their dimly lit, scented glory, gathered in small, hushed circles that suddenly erupted into soft giggles as they eyed the guys across the room culling the herd. I was a complete outcast. I didn't really know the guys who were cloistered into their cliques, and there were only a few other 8th grade Catholic school students who'd braved the Young Men's Christian Association's soirees. I'd been lured to the Y by a secular neighborhood pal for after-school hoops and the pool table in the musty basement, but once I'd gotten the smell of the canteen, some mixture of leftover basketball sweat and dance floor sex, in my self-consciously Roman nose, there was no going back. Here I danced for the first time in public, and limped those 50 steps back home, blue-balled after some close encounter with a woolen skirt. The chaperones sat up in the bleachers, armed with a flashlight that they flickered on you during the slow dances if things were looking a little hot and tight. Still, there was only so much they could do. They were trying to stop a millennia of sexual hunger, and for that job, a flashlight just wasn't going to cut it. At the end of the night, by the time Paul and Paula's Hey Paula was spun on the decidedly lo-fi gym sound system, every man and woman alike was throwing themselves onto the dance floor just to feel a body, almost any body, up against theirs. There in those death-defying clinches lay the promise of things to come. By the time I got to the CYO dance at my own alma mater, I had some rudimentary skills. The poor souls who comprised most of my Catholic male colleagues didn't yet realize that girls love to dance. So much that they'll get on the dance floor with just about any geek who's got a few moves. That geek was me. I had a ridiculous assortment of gyrations copped and exaggerated from the dances of the day. The monkey, the twist, the swim, the jerk, the pony, the mashed potato. I mixed them all up into a stew of my own that occasionally got me on the floor with some of the finest women in town. This shocked my classmates, who'd only known me as the poor soul at the rear corner desk in class. I'd hear, "Hey, Springy, where'd you learn that?" Well, I'd practiced, and practiced hard. Not just with my mom and at the Y, but heavily in front of the full-length mirror tacked up to the back of my door in my bedroom. Way before I played broomstick guitar in front of it, me and that mirror spent hours together in a sweat-soaked frenzy, moving to the latest records of the day. I had a small suitcase stereo with a 45 adapter that held me in good stead, and I'd frug and twist and jerk my way to a soggy t-shirt that wouldn't be rivaled till many years later in the midst of a fevered devil with a blue dress on, in front of a cavernous hall of 20,000 screaming rock fans. Then, come Friday, I'd slip on my tightest black stovepipe jeans, a red button-down shirt, matching red socks and black winkle-picker shoes. I'd previously stolen some of my mother's hairpins, pinned my bangs down tight and slept on them so they'd come out as straight as Brian Jones's. I'd comb them out, then sit under a $10 sun lamp my mother had gotten at the corner drugstore to try and combat some of my fiercest acne. I squeezed a half tube of Clearasil on the rest and stepped out of my bedroom, down the stairs, out the front door, and onto the street. Show me the dance floor. Chapter 11. Working Man's Blues. My parents had no money for a second shot at the guitar, so there was just one thing to do: get a job. One summer afternoon, my mom took me to my Aunt Dora's, where for 50 cents an hour, I had become the lawn boy. My Uncle Warren came out and showed me the ropes. He demonstrated how the lawnmower worked, how to cut the hedges, not too short, not too long, and I was hired. I went immediately to the Western Auto Store, an establishment in the town center specializing in automotive parts and cheap guitars. There, amongst the carburetors, air filters, and fan belts hung 4 acoustic guitars, ranging from the unplayable to the barely playable. They looked like Nirvana to me, and they were attainable. Well, one was attainable. I saw a price tag hanging off of one funky brown model that read $18. $18. That was more money than I'd ever held in my hand at one time. A lot more. After a while, I noticed my living expenses were cutting into my savings from my job at Aunt Dora's, so I was going to have to step up my workload. Across the street from my aunt's house was a lovely, older, white-haired lady named Mrs. Ladd. She wanted her house painted and her roof tarred. My grandfather, when his electrician business went south, had become a house painter, and I'd wielded a brush on the walls of our own home a few times. How hard could it be? I enlisted my pal Mike Patterson to join my workforce, and together we'd finish it off in no time. Mrs. Ladd bought the paint, showed us what she wanted, was meticulous. Black shutters, white house, period. If she didn't like the way the paint was lying, you did it again. One week, I had to miss a day's work. Mike said no problem, he'd handle it. When I came back, one whole side of the house had been painted yellow. Mike, did you clean the brushes? I thought I did. One more time. We got it done, didn't look too bad, and we went on to the roof. I knew nothing about tarring a roof, so Mike led the way. It was midsummer New Jersey, 90% humidity, Fahrenheit 95 degrees. The tar was hot, sticky, and burning as we slathered it on in the midday sun. Hell on earth. It was done. Me and my $20 went straight downtown. The salesman pulled my ugly brown dream out of the window and snipped off the price tag, and it was mine. I skulked home with it, not wanting my neighbors to know of my vain and unrealistic ambitions. I hauled it up to my bedroom and closed the door like it was some sex tool. It was. I sat down, held it in my lap, and was utterly confused. I had no clue about how to begin. The strings were thick as telephone wires. So I just started making noise, playing by ear. If I accidentally hit on something that sounded like music, I tried to remember it and do it again. I concentrated mainly on the lower-sounding strings, trying to make a thunk-thunk sound. A rhythm. It hurt like hell. My soft pink fingertips were not prepared for the cables strung across this wooden box pretending to be an instrument. I stood up, went to the mirror on the back of my bedroom door, slung the guitar across my hips, and stood there. For the next 2 weeks, until my fingers screamed for mercy, I worked up a whole repertoire of non-tunes to be played on an untuned guitar. I convinced myself I was getting somewhere. Then fate and family intervened. My mom, Virginia, and I went one Sunday to visit our Aunt Ida. Her son Frank was an ace accordionist, and every time we'd visit he'd be called on to bust out his box and swing through Lady of Spain or some other accordion anthem. Inspired, I actually took a shot at the accordion one Christmas, ensuring job security for East Street keyboardist and accordionist Dan Federici forever after. It was impossible. One Sunday, Frank came into the living room with a guitar instead of his candy wagon accordion. He proceeded to wail through the folk hits of the moment. The folk boom was full throttle at the time. Hootenanny was a prime-time television show, and Frank had picked up the guitar and was playing it pretty well. That weekend, he sat on the living room floor, guitar in hand, wearing a white t-shirt, black socks, black chinos, and white sneakers. I thought this was the coolest thing I'd ever seen up close. I immediately returned home and tried to emulate the look. He was doing a lot better than I was. He took me into his room, showed me how to tune the guitar, taught me how to read chord charts out of an American folk music collection, gave me the book, and sent me home. I tuned my guitar as best as I could and realized immediately I'd have to start from scratch. All of my non-tuned tunes were now revealed as the complete crap they were. I opened up the book, went to Greensleeves, read the opening E minor chord, only needs 2 fingers, and set back to work. It was a beginning, a real beginning. Over the next few months, I learned most of the major and minor chords, scrubbed my way through as many folk standards I could, showed my mother what I was accomplishing to her encouragement, then put together the C, F, and G chords that allowed me to play, twist, and shout. This was my first rock and roll song. It was Goodbye to Lawn Boy, and the only real job I would hold my entire life. So shake it up, baby. Chapter 12. Where the Bands Are. 5 months later, I'd beaten my Western Auto Special half to death. My fingers were strong and calloused. My fingertips were as hard as an armadillo's shell. I was ready to move up. I had to go electric. I explained to my mother that to get in a band, to make a buck, to get anywhere, I needed an electric guitar. Once again, that would cost money we didn't have. $18 wasn't going to cut it this time. In my room, I had a cheesy pool table I'd gotten the Christmas before when I planned to follow in my father's footsteps as a pool shark. I got pretty decent playing in the basement of the Y on canteen nights, but I never got good enough to challenge my old man. However, it still was a good cover to get my girlfriends up into my bedroom. Once I'd romanced them to the bed, I'd lean up once in a while and toss the pool balls across the table to keep the old man happy down in the kitchen. But by now, the thrill was gone. Christmas was coming. I made a deal with my mom. If I'd sell the pool table, she'd try to come up with the balance for an electric guitar I'd spotted in the window of Chiazzo's music store on Center Street. The price was $69, and it came complete with a small amplifier. It was the cheapest they had, but it was a start. I sold my pool table for $35. A guy tied it to the roof of his car and headed out the drive. So there, on one slushy Christmas Eve, I stood with my mother staring into Chiazzo's window at a sunburst, one-pickup Kent guitar made in Japan. It looked beautiful, wondrous, and affordable. I had my $35, and my mother had $35 of finance company money. She and my father borrowed from season to season, paying off their debt just in time to borrow again. $69 would be the biggest expenditure of my life, and my mother was going out on a limb for me one more time. In we went. Mr. Chiazzo lifted it out of the window and stuck it into a leatherette cardboard case, and we drove home with my first electric guitar. In the living room, I plugged in my new amp. Its tiny 6-inch speaker roared to life. It sounded awful, distorted, beyond all recognition. The amp had one control, a volume knob. It was about the size of a large bread box, but I was in the game. My guitar was as cheap as they came, but compared to the junker I'd been playing, it was a Cadillac. The strings were smooth wound. Their distance to the fretboard was minimal and allowed for easy intonation with the slightest pressure. I got better fast. I was soon meeting at a friend's house for jam sessions. I knew a drummer, Donnie Powell. We convened in his living room while his parents were out and made the most god-awful racket you'd ever heard. Being able to play a little was one thing. Playing together was something else. Uncharted territory. The one tune every aspiring axeman struggled to master in those days was Bill Doggett's Honky Tonk. It was unbelievably rudimentary, theoretically within the grasp of the most spastic idiot, and a hit record. Honky Tonk was a 2-string blues concerto, a low-down, dirty stripper's groove, and is still a cool record today. Donnie the drummer taught it to me, and the two of us hacked at it like axe murderers. Years before the White Stripes, the two of us beat the crap out of the blues, except we stunk. Singing? Into what? With what? No one had a microphone or a voice. It was just way below garage-level thrashing, lasting all night long until his parents came home. We called ourselves the Merchants. A few other neighborhood kids came in. There were a few more exuberant, painful rehearsals, and then the day was done. It was finished, and back to my room I went. But there was one kid in the neighborhood who could really play. He'd taken a few years of guitar lessons. His dad was a successful businessman. He had a Gibson guitar, a real instrument, and a real amp. He knew how to read music. I spoke to him and drafted him into a revamped Merchants, now called the Rogues. Freehold version, not to be confused with the later Shore version, consisting of actual playing, singing musicians. Suddenly, we sounded close to music. My amp was a joke, so he let me plug into the spare channel of his. We even found a bass player, well, someone who had a bass, and more important, another amp. He joined our combo. He couldn't play, but he was a nice, handsome Italian kid, and his friendship would literally save my ass from a beating years into the future in a funky little backwoods dive down Route 9 called the IB Club. We plugged on, rehearsing semi-regularly, with one radical and rebellious idea. Someone would sing. Showtime. In small-town New Jersey in 1964, no one sang. There were vocal groups with backing bands. There were bands with no vocalists, who performed strictly instrumentals, taking the Ventures as their guiding light. But there were no self-contained playing, singing combos. That was one of the revolutions the Beatles brought with them when they came to America. You wrote the songs, you sang the songs, you played the songs. Before that, a typical local band's set list would consist of Pipeline by the Shantays, Sleepwalk by Santo and Johnny, Apache, Out of Limits, Penetration, Haunted Castle, all purely instrumental pieces. In the early 60s at a high school dance, a top hometown band like the Chevelles would play all night unmiked, without a word being uttered to the audience of frantic dancers. The Chevelles were the instrumental kings of our local scene, challenged up Route 9 by the Victorians. They were real musicians, teachers at Mike Deal's music school, with good equipment and matching suits. One day, our young combo heard of Sunday matinee shows for teenagers at the Freehold Elks Club. It cost 35 cents to come in, and all the bands played for free to a crowd of about 75 locals. The show was run by an unusual husband and wife team of entertainers, Bingo Bob and Mrs. Bob. They were a circus act, and a little on the freaky side, but for a few months, until someone stole one of Mrs. Bob's maracas, and Bingo launched into a psycho fury, locking us all in the Elks Club until someone pulled a maraca out of their ass. It was a good place for your first baptism by fire. The almost strictly instrumental bands would sit up in a circle and square off for a few hours. With anxiety, somewhere around pre-Super Bowl levels, my bandmates and I loaded our gear into our parents' cars, hauled it down to the Elks, and set up. Being the newest group, we went on last. We spun through our tunes, panic and cold sweat aside, we weren't bad. Then we released our secret weapon, me, singing Twist and Shout. I blared my way through it, putting on the hip-shaking show of my young life, or so I thought. There was a huge, grilled 40s-style microphone plugged into the Elks' few horrible squawk box speakers which passed for a sound system. I hid behind the big microphone and screamed my head off. Ah, 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 ah. Well, shake it up, baby, now. An embarrassing performance. But I felt pretty good about it. Some kids even told us we sounded great. I thought almost everyone else was better than us. They had nicer equipment, more experience, but barely anyone sang. From there, we were booked at a high school dance opening for the Chevelles. Being booked to play at your high school was the top gig in town. It was a risky booking for us. That night we went down to Deal's and rented an extra Gretsch amplifier with reverb. Reverb, that magic echo chamber that seemed to make you immediately sound like all your favorite records and lent an air of professionalism to what you were doing. Down to the Freehold Regional High School gymnasium we went. We were going to blow the sheet music out of the Chevelles and send them and their fancy music lessons crying back to Mike Deal's music school. We were the new wave, no matching suits, no music school, just blues shouting and rock and roll. Trouble began almost immediately. Our lead guitarist had forgotten his guitar strap, so he had to play the entire set with one knee propped up on his amp supporting his guitar. Not cool. Also, unfortunately, our bass player remained unable as of yet to play a note, so he stood, knee up, no strap either, on his amp, the one that got him in the band, with his bass turned firmly off for the evening. I brayed into the high school public address system microphone, and a nightmare of unintelligible sound poured forth from somewhere in the rafters of the gymnasium. What was even worse, we were so excited about acquiring reverb, my lead guitarist and I plugged into our rented amp, turned the reverb on full, and reduced our sound to a quivering, echoing mash, a cheeseball shitstorm of submerged instrumentation that sounded like it was being puked up from the bottom of some dragon-infested ocean. Our new effect reduced whatever we were playing to meandering gibberish. Full reverb in a high school gymnasium? Don't try it, young'uns. It was humiliating. You could tell as it was going by. I stood there, head down, red-faced, knowing we sounded awful, and without a clue as to what to do about it. The crowd huddled close in front of our band, expecting something. We'd been bragging all week. Their faces told the story. What the fuck? Then the Chevelles came on and smoked. They were professionals. They played real music, as boring and corny as it was. They knew how to control their instruments and perform before a crowd. We stood there watching, newly humbled, with a few die-hard pals telling us we weren't so bad. We went back to the drawing board, except this time I'd end up there alone. I was informed shortly after our gig by my pal, the guy I'd brought into the band, that I'd been voted out. My guitar was too cheap and wouldn't stay in tune, and he unnecessarily added that he'd seen the same piece of junk in New York City for $30. Ouch, that hurt. I told my mom that day as I walked her home from work that I'd been kicked out of the band, but I didn't have the heart to tell her why. She'd ended up everything she had for that piece of junk, and I was going to make it work. In my room. That night I went home, pulled out the second Rolling Stones album, put it on, and taught myself Keith Richards' simple but great guitar solo to It's All Over Now. It took me all night, but by midnight I had a reasonable facsimile of it down. Fuck 'em. I was going to play lead guitar. For the next several months, years, I woodshedded, spending every available hour cradling my Kent, twisting and torturing the strings till they broke, or until I fell back on my bed asleep with it in my arms. Weekends I spent at the local CYO, YMCA, or high school dances. Dancing was over. I was silent, inscrutable, arms folded, standing in front of the lead guitarist of whatever band was playing, watching every move his fingers made. After the dance, when the other kids were hanging out, heading for pizza at Federici's or trying to make it with the girls, I rushed home to my room, and there till early in the morning, my guitar unplugged so as not to disturb the house, I tried to remember and play everything I'd seen. Before long, I began to feel the empowerment the instrument and my work were bringing me. I had a secret. There was something I could do, something I might be good at. I fell asleep at night with dreams of rock and roll glory in my head. Here's how one would go. The Stones have a gig at Asbury Park's Convention Hall, but Mick Jagger gets sick. It's a show they've got to make. They need a replacement. But who can replace Mick? Suddenly, a young hero rises, a local kid, right out of the audience. He can front. He's got the voice, the look, the moves, no acne, and he plays a hell of a guitar. The band clicks. Keith is smiling, and suddenly the Stones aren't in such a rush to get Mick out of his sickbed. How does it end? Always the same. The crowd goes wild. Chapter 13. The Castiles. I was sitting in my South Street home one afternoon when a knock came at our front door. It was George Thies, a local guitarist and singer, who'd heard through my sister that I played the guitar. I'd seen George around the Elks. He told me there was a band forming and they were looking for a lead guitarist. While I hesitated to call myself a lead guitarist, I'd been hard at it for a while and worked up some very rudimentary chops. We walked across town to Center Street and into a little half-shotgun house, 50 feet up the block, from where the metal-on-metal war of the rug mill spilled out open factory windows onto the streets of Texas. In Texas, I'd slip on my guitar and join my first real band. There I met Tex and Marion Vineyard. They were friends of George, who had decided to surrender the 15 square feet of what was called their dining room to local teenage noisemakers. It was a very informal neighborhood, black and white, separated somewhat by the rug mill, but generally hanging around the streets together, with Tex and Marion's tiny apartment seeming to be the hub of some sort of neighborhood teen club. They were in their 30s and childless, so they took in strays, kids who either didn't have much of a home life or were just looking to get out of the house to someplace less confining and a little more welcoming. Tex was a temperamental, red-headed, comb-overed, loud-mouthed, lascivious, pussy joke-telling factory worker. Like my pops, he was rarely spotted out of his uniform, khaki work shirt and pants, pocket protector and all. He was also generous, loving, sweethearted, and one of the most giving adults I'd met up to that time. Tex and Marion seemed stranded between the teen world and adulthood, so they made a home for themselves in a surrogate parental life somewhere in the middle. They weren't your parents, but they weren't your peers either. As we howled away, pushing out the walls of their little home with banging guitars and crashing drums, with the neighbors a mere 2 inches of drywall away, what tolerance? They made the rules and set the agenda for what would fly and what would not. Band practice started at 3:30, ended at 6, taking place immediately after school. Tex became our manager and Marion the house mother and seamstress to a team of misfit towny rock and rollers. There was a small collection of teenage girls, bring the guitars and they will come. There was flirting, listening to music, Tex's cackling innuendo, followed by Marion's, "Tex, cut that out." Some kissing, hand-holding, but not much else, not in the house anyway. George, who bore a resemblance to both Elvis and Paul McCartney, the King and a Beatle, the true double whammy, was our resident Lothario and did pretty well for himself. The rest of us took what we could clumsily find, but it was mostly all about the music. The band consisted of George, myself, drummer Bart Haynes, bass player Frank Marziotti, and a revolving set of tambourine-killing hatchet men. A frontman position was one for which few locals qualified at the time because you needed to actually have rhythm and sing. We were all little white boys with weak time and voices. But hey, that didn't stop the Stones, and the Stones were our holy grail and blueprint of cool. We needed our Mick, a guy out front. First we just took the toughest guy we knew and put him out there. He couldn't sing a note and was visibly uncomfortable as we lessened and lessened his duties until they were reduced to the breathing section and Ian Whitcomb's wheezingly lecherous "You Turn Me On." This was a guy who was now in the band just to breathe. We knew it wasn't working out and drew straws to see which one of us would get a whipping when he brought the bad news. Hey, that's what you have a manager for. We let Tex do it. Our singer went peacefully with a sigh of relief. After that, we picked the best-looking guy we could find, the guy with the coolest hair in school. He looked great on stage and played a pretty good tambourine, but alas, could not sing. George was the best vocalist we had. He had a real voice and charisma and did the job well. I was considered toxic in front of a microphone, my voice the butt of many of Tex's jokes, and years later, after selling millions of records, I would visit Tex, and he would take grand pleasure in sneering at me. "You still can't sing. George is the singer." Tex was my first surrogate father figure. He was loving in his own twisted way. More important, he was accepting. He cherished and encouraged your talents, took you for who you were, and put his time, muscle, money, and big black Cadillac, hauling equipment, all in service of your dreams. We'd stand together slobbering into the window of Chiazzo's music over a new Shure microphone. Chiazzo stood next to Ring's barber shop and just 20 feet across the street from the vineyard's front door. At night, as we sat on Tex's tiny stoop, Chiazzo's windows glowed with the white pearl drum kits, metal flake guitars, and enough amplifier wattage to wake that dead shit dump of a town from its stupefying slumber. Tex would sit there, silent, cigarette smoldering, and finally shout, "Fuck it. When I get paid on Friday, we're going to bring that baby home." And he would. Then he'd watch like a proud papa as his boys crowed like young roosters into the shiny new microphone and say, "Damn, that new Shure, now that's a sound." There were adults like Tex and Marion all across the United States, real unsung heroes of rock and roll who made room in their homes and in their lives to cart the equipment, to buy the guitars, to let out their basements, their garages, for practice sessions, who'd found a place of understanding between the two combative worlds of teen life and adulthood. They would support and partake in the lives of their children. Without folks like these, the basements, the garages, the Elks clubs, the VFW halls would have been empty, and skinny, dreaming misfits would have had no place to go to learn how to turn into rock and roll heroes. Our first gig. The Castiles were named after a brand of shampoo George Thies used, It was a name that fit with the times. There was still a remnant of the 50s doo-wop groups in it, but it would also suit to take us toward the Valhalla of the rock and blues skiffle we emulated. Our set list was a mixture of pop hits, R&B, guitar instrumentals, even a version of Glenn Miller's In the Mood, taught to us by Frank Marziotti so we would have a diverse repertoire. We even tucked an original song or two in here and there. Our first gig was at the Angle Inn Trailer Park on Route 33, just east of the Shore Drive-In. It was a summer afternoon cookout social for the residents. We set up in the shade, under the overhang of a little garage, and stood in front of an audience of maybe 50 souls. Our equipment was at its most primitive. We had Bart's drums, a few amps, and a mic plugged into one of the extra channels of our guitar amplifiers. The opening act was a local country group that featured as its singer a little girl about 6 or 7 who stood on a stool singing Patsy Cline songs into a big radio broadcasting microphone. They were pretty good and competitive. When we started making our noise, they got really pissed off because the crowd was responding. Dancing broke out, always a good sign. Our lead singer did his breathing and You Turn Me On, sending George and me into silent hysterics, and we finished up with, you guessed it, Twist and Shout, as the trailer court went into its summer, down-home version of bonkers. It was a huge success, convinced us we could make music and put on a show, and also that our front man must be fired immediately. I still remember the exhilaration. We moved people. We brought the energy in an hour or so of good times. We made raw, rudimentary, local, but effective magic. Wipeout. Frank Marziotti, our bass player, was a veteran of the local country music scene. He was still in his 20s, but had the appearance of a rotund Italian wedding singer. He had wavy black hair combed straight back above an ethnic face, and looked like he'd just come off the line working next to my father, rather than like he played bass in a blistering, young, soul rebel rock and roll band. He struck a rather discordant note in our image. He was the only true musician amongst us. He taught me plenty of country-style guitar and played the smoothest bass you ever heard. The only problem was at every gig we'd hear the same question. Why's your dad in the band? It didn't bother us, but it started to bother him. So he made his graceful exit in blonde-haired Kurt Floor. Brian Jones haircut, Vox amp, Hofner violin, bass and all, came in to fill the position. Bart Haynes, our hell-raising drummer, was impossible to put a leash on. He claimed to be mentally challenged, and one of his famous quotes was, "I am so fucking dumb." He was a solid timekeeper with one bizarre quirk. He could not play the drum beat to Wipeout. In 1965, the performance of the Surfaris' Wipeout was the yardstick for all aspiring drummers. This simple, syncopated beat, played on the tom-toms, was considered the final sign of your mastery. Listening to it now, you can easily recognize it, great though it was, as a part for slobbering morons. But the bottom line was at some point during the evening, if a drummer wanted to go home with his bona fides intact, he would have to play Wipeout. Bart could not. No matter what he did or how hard he tried, his wrists simply refused to tap out that rudimentary rhythm. There was plenty of decent drumming in the blood and bones of Bart Haynes, but Wipeout was nowhere to be found. As the nights wore on, the smirking calls would come from competing drummers in the rear of the crowd. Play Wipeout! At first they would be ignored. Then Bart would rejoin with a few fuck yous under his breath. Then, worst of all, he would be goaded. Go on, he'd say. Play that motherfucker. So he would. And the moment of the great drum break would arrive, and he would fail, time and time again. His sticks clacking together in his hands, the simple beat somehow going haywire, until the stick dropped, his face would run fire engine red, and the show'd be over. You fuckers. Bart would shortly give up the sticks for good and join the Marines. Rushing in one last afternoon, a goofy grin on his face, he told us he was going to Vietnam. He laughed and said he didn't even know where it was. In the days before his ship out, he'd sit one last time at the drums in his full-dress blues in Marion, Texas dining room, taking one final swing at Wipeout. He was killed in action by mortar fire in Quang Tri Province. He was the first soldier from Freehold to die in the Vietnam War. Vinny Skibots Maniello replaced Bart Haynes and was a swinging jazz-influenced drummer. Young, already married with a child by Mrs. Bots, he contributed enormously to the professionalism of our band. From there on out, it was the YMCAs, CYOs, high schools, ice rinks, roller rinks, VFW halls, battles of the bands, Elks clubs, supermarket openings, officers' clubs, drive-in theaters, mental hospitals, beach clubs, and any place you could set up a 5-piece band that wanted decent local entertainment at a cheap price. To the east. Freehold stood dead center between two socially incompatible teen cliques. The Rah-Rah's turf stretched east to the shore, and the Greasers' territory ran south down Route 9. The floor at a Freehold Regional High School dance was a no-man's land of circling cliques, with the Rahs in one corner, the Greasers in another, the black kids in theirs. There was some communication amongst the upper echelons in the interest of either stopping or starting a fight, but otherwise it was everyone to their own little world. The Rah-Rahs danced to pop music, top 40, beach music. The Greasers took the floor to doo-wop, and the black kids to R&B and soul music. Motown was the only force that could bring détente to the dance floor. When Motown was played, everyone danced together. That tenuous brother and sisterhood ended with the last beat of the music, and everyone slunk back to their UN-designated square of gym floor. The Rahs were the jock, madras-wearing, cheerleading, college-bound, slightly upscale teen contingent who were the homecoming kings and queens and who lorded it over most local high schools. I'm sure they continue to do so today as preps or whatever their latest nom de guerre is. You were either in or out. I was way out. The ground zero of Rah-Rah territory was the Seabright, Middletown, Rumson area of the Jersey Shore. There was money there, and they did not let you forget it. When we came east to play upon their beaches on hot August afternoons, we were immediately put on notice that we hailed from the wrong side of the tracks. To get to the beach, you had to wind your way through the stately homes of Rumson, Central Jersey's most prestigious and exclusive neighborhood. Old-growth trees and palatial estates, tucked behind walls of lush green and iron gates, let you know you can look, but you better not touch. When you hit the shore at Seabright, the beachfront was a long strand of private beach clubs serving the well-heeled. A wall of cabanas and parking lots blocked access to God's own Atlantic Ocean. The sea was there somewhere, but unless you slipped onto the one public beach, you were going to have to pay and pay big to get your toes wet. The teeny boppers, however, needed rabble-rousing entertainment on the weekends to get them off of mom and dad's ass while their parents were getting sloshed on martinis at the beach bar. So, east meets west. With our reps slowly growing, we were imported from the wastelands to do the dirty work. First, we had to lug our equipment onto the sand, where an extension cord had been laid for us to power up our amplifiers. It was sweltering, mid-August, and we were dressed in our full gear, black denim trousers, black beetle boots, black faux snakeskin vests purchased at the Englishtown auction, white tuxedo shirts, long hair, still a rarity, and very white inlander skin. We were not the Beach Boys. The response was always the same. The parents were amused and bored, the girls flirty and curious, the boys hostile. As little tanned bikini bodies lined up in front of us, a grumbling from the crew-cut sportsters rose up behind them. We had only one option, to play. Play until they liked it, until they could hear it, and most important, until they danced. You had to get the girls dancing. Once the girls started to dance, everybody got happy, and suddenly you were not some threatening alien presence rocket-shipped in from the rings of Greaserville. You were just in a band. We knew our work, and the day usually ended on a good note, with the kids talking to us, wondering about the way we looked, where we came from, the dark interior, and occasionally with a hard ass trying to start a fight. These were pretty well supervised events, and there was always an older lifeguard or an adult chaperone to keep the lid on. The parking lot was where you had to watch your back. You'd be busting your balls trying to squeeze your equipment back into the car, and you'd hear, "What'd you say? What'd you say to me?" Of course, you hadn't said anything. You were just being set up for a friendly takedown. Time to go home. To the south. South of Freehold, there were other challenges. The Greasers were a teen subcult, leather-jacketed, sharkskin suit-wearing, see-through nylon sock-clinging, beat-your-ass with an Italian shoe, pompadoured, preening, take more time to get ready for school in the morning than my Auntie Jane, fight you at the drop of a hat, Italian-descended, don't give a fuck about you inhabitants of their own little terrestrial universe. Many of my better friends were Grease, so named for their extensive use of hair products and fine, oily Italian skin. They were easier to deal with and understand than the rah-rahs as long as they didn't hold a grievance with you. These were the kids destined to live the decent, hard-working lives of their parents and take up their fathers' trades, the future farmers, homemakers, and baby-makers, if they could scoot through these few years of wild-pounding hormones without getting hurt or hurting someone else. If they could keep out of jail for this short stretch, most would go on to be the spine of American society, fixing the cars, working the factories, growing the food, and fighting the wars. Also south, down Route 9, stood Freewood Acres, the first subdivision any of us had ever seen. What distinguished Freewood Acres was not just its first-ever status as a planned community, but the fact that it counted as its inhabitants descendants of Genghis Khan, Mongolians. It was a long ride from the Russian steppes, but due to the grace of Alexandra Tolstoy, daughter of Leo of War and Peace fame, they had arrived locally in the late 40s after the war. Alexandra had a foundation that assisted in getting them out of the Soviets' reach, so persecuted by Stalin and rabidly anti-communist they settled in Monmouth County. It was Siberia or New Jersey, a close one, but they were sprung from Stalin's cages and ended up literally on Highway 9. Their children became my classmates at Freehold High. The Mongolians were physically very big Asians, and they went strictly Grease. Imagine the biggest Asian you've ever seen in three-quarter-length leather, dress shirt and trousers, winkle-picker shoes, and a slick black pompadour that added another inch or two of height on an already north of 6-foot frame. These guys had great-great-granddaddies who rode hard and conquered the world, and their New Jersey offspring looked like they could do it again if pressed. The Greasers copped their whole look from the school's black community, which they were friendly with while at the same time virulently racist against. They were in deep pursuit of uptown style, the pristineness of the suits, the high-collared pink, lime green, and baby blue shirts, the high-water trousers. Their grooming was precise and not to be fucked with. You do not touch my hair. You touch my hair and we fight. A sensitive crew. The Greasers were led by someone I'll call Tony, a godfather before there was the Godfather. He walked through the halls of school with the most perfect coal-black pompadour you'd ever seen, attired impeccably in a three-quarter-length black waistcoat with an Italian sex god's face out of every good little cheerleader's wet dream. He wore it like a king and was the head of the local gang. Outside of school, you'd see Tony regularly in the teen clubs, often wielding a silver-headed cane, occasionally against someone. He'd drift in, a small-town Caesar, mirror-shiny shoes, barely touching the ground, surrounded quietly by his minions. Wherever he walked, people made room. South, into the greaser turf all along Route 9 was where we went next to ply our trade. Route 9 held a chain of nightclubs and pizza parlors that on weekends catered to the teen set. First there was Cavatelli's Pizza near Lakewood. It was just a small highway pizza joint where the owner decided to pick up some extra cash on Friday and Saturday nights by turning out the tables and chairs, hiring a band, and holding small dances in front of the pizza counter. The place was ruled by a hardcore contingent of greaser girls with teased bouffant hair, white lipstick, white skin, heavy eyeshadow, leather boots, tight skirts, dive bomber bras. Think the Shangri-Las or Ronettes crossed with Amy Winehouse. The most powerful of these ladies was a gal named Kathy. You came in, you set up your stuff, You started to play, and nobody moved. Nobody. A very uneasy hour would pass, all eyes on Kathy. Then when you hit the right song, she'd get up and start to dance, trance-like, slowly dragging a girlfriend out in front of the band. Moments later, the floor was packed and the evening would take off. This ritual played itself out time and time again. She liked us. We found out her favorite music and we played the hell out of it. We became officially sanctioned as one of Kathy's bands. It was all great, as long as she didn't like you too much. That would be very dangerous. Though Cavatelli's Pizza was to my memory mostly a girls' night out, there were always guys around the edges, and a murmur, a rumor, a sign of something more than friendship would not be good for your health. Along Route 9, you tried to cross no one. Finally, we worked our way up to the IB Club. This was the big show down south, a greaser heaven on earth. The best groups, real hit doo-wop recording acts played there. Nicky Adio was our local doo-wop god with a falsetto that wet many a pair of cotton panties and could send chills up Satan's spine. He was the real deal and king of the old-school crowd that gathered at the IB. When he sang the Cadillac's Gloria, Greaser Church was in session. The dance floor would be packed, and all you could hear was the rustling of shark-skin hard-ons rubbing against cheap nylon stockings. Doo-wop was still the music of choice amongst the rocker contingent even in 1966, years after the British invasion. I've sung What's Your Name and the Five Satins in the still of the night many, many times. Along Route 9 in the 60s, a handful of doo-wop numbers was essential to your survival. For the Castiles, this was a big booking. The floor was awash in leather, and we'd tailored our set to satisfy. The secret ingredients were doo-wop, soul, and Motown. This was the music that made the leather heart skip a beat. It took the dark, bloody romanticism of doo-wop, the true-to-life grit of soul, and just that small hint of possible upward social mobility embedded in Motown to define what this crowd's lives were all about. Except for their top 40 hits, the bohemian poses of the Stones or their other 60s brethren held little relevance to these kids' experience. Who could afford that? You had to fight, struggle, work, protect what was yours, remain true to your crew, your blood, your family, your turf, your greaser brothers and sisters, and your country. This was the shit that would get you by when all the rest came tumbling down. When the bullshit was washed away in the next fashion trend, and your gal was pregnant, your dad went to jail or lost his job, and you had to go to work. When life comes knocking, it's the heartbroken doo-wop singer who understands regret and the price of loving. The hard-living soul man who understands I take what I want, I'm a bad go-getter, yeah. And the Motown divas, men and women, who know you've got to play a little bit of the white man's rich man's game. You have to make thoughtful compromises that don't sell out your soul, that let you reach just a little bit higher until your moment comes, and then you set the rules. This was the credo all along Route 9, and you'd better understand it, or else you would die an ugly musical death while risking bodily injury on Saturday night. The Reckoning. It was a Saturday night like any other. We were booked into the IB Club and looking forward to a great gig. Though we were now dressing more like a British R&B group, we'd outvoted Tex and ditched the uniforms. We'd established a good rapport with the crowd and were popular amongst the locals. It was all cool as long as you stayed away from their girls. We were now on our third lead singer, I'll call him Benny, a significant improvement. He wasn't great looking, he was a little older than us and out of high school, but he could sing all right. He was hanging around town, lived alone near me in the neighborhood, had a little bit of an older guy's cool and savvy, so one thing led to another, and he ended up shaking his maracas in front of our band. The club was full, maybe 600 people. Wall-to-wall leather, teased hair, pompadours, and enough grease to keep your local garage in business for years. From the stage I saw the Red Sea part as Tony came in with his crew. It was the usual promenade, fun to watch actually. They filtered through the front door, suddenly changing the pace and temperature of the room. The night was now officially on. The Howell Township Police visiting the IB Club for fights was not an uncommon occurrence. Public disturbance was many of the IB's patrons' passion and hobby. Hopefully, there were no beefs to be settled and everybody would go home happy in one piece. Out of the blue, during a band break, word filtered to the stage that if Benny did not come down and surrender himself to Tony's crew, they were coming up on stage within minutes to cripple everything and everyone on it. No? What happened? In Middletown, New Jersey, there were two natural physical phenomena, Gravity Hill and Thrill Hill. It was a common rite of passage to drive out from Freehold in your car and park at the foot of Gravity Hill, and, due to the lay of the land, the mystical magnetic properties of the earth, New Jersey hoodoo, once you shut your car dead off, it would mysteriously appear to slowly roll itself backwards up the hill. I'd sat in my '60 Vet on many occasions impressing some gal on a late-night date with this little blacktop parlor trick. Thrill Hill was simply a radical and improperly graded rise in the road that, when combined with enough speed, would lift your car off its wheels, launching you and your passengers into the night for a little airtime. The catch was that just over the rise of Thrill Hill was an old, low-hanging steel railroad bridge. The thrill was cutting that distance between your roof and the bridge. Too much height, and you were going to have a really bad night. As folklore had it, Benny had been on Thrill Hill one night driving a car of 4. The sister of one of Tony's friends riding along. They supposedly caught enough of the bottom of the bridge to seriously injure his passengers, while escaping with limited injuries himself, until now. The brother had petitioned the Godfather for justice, and it was about to be delivered. It would all be settled that night in the next few minutes. Benny offered to surrender himself. I don't think he meant it, and anyway we wouldn't let that happen. I knew Tony through an old bandmate, which might save me from a beating, but everything else, band, equipment and all, would go. There was only one thing to do, the last shameful respite of any self-respecting Route 9 denizen. Call the cops. Now. That's what the manager of the place did on our behalf. Benny was escorted off the stage and out of the building by police, walking through a gauntlet of hard stairs and leather, into the township police car and out of our lives forever. He never played another note with the Castiles. His tambourine permanently retired. Work. The Castiles were now a pretty well-honed unit. We played regularly in many different venues for a wide variety of audiences. Firemen's conventions, the Marlborough Psychiatric Hospital, where, yes, the inmates sang along vigorously to the animals, "We gotta get out of this place." One evening we were playing the Surf and Sea Beach Club on the Seabright Strip, deep in the heart of Rawland. We were opening up for a well-known traveling top 40 cover band. There were a few bands of this type. They didn't have hits of their own, but they'd gotten so good at what they did, they broke their local bonds and were actually able to make a traveling gig out of playing other artists' music. The place was packed with surly, suntanned faces, chinos, and madras skirts. We came out and started playing our recent concoction of psychedelic blues, and I felt something wet. We were being spit on, literally, way before it was a punk badge of honor. It was only a few guys, but it was enough. We played our set and left furious. A year later, the same people would be cheering us at Le Tindevou, a club in Shrewsbury, catering primarily to the rah-rah crowd, but the best gig going along the shore, with their girls hitting on us. We'd come back and victoriously play Surf and Sea many times, but not that night. We took our $100 and headed back inland to our lowly townies. Though I had a group of good raw friends I'd met along the beach, between the raws and the greasers, I guess I felt I had more in common with my pompadoured brethren back toward home. They would administer swift justice, but would not lord it over you the way our madras-wearing, beer-drinking cousins to the east would. I guess it was just a class thing. I could still feel the shadow of that spit that hit me long ago when I moved to Rumson in 1983, 16 years later. At 33 years old, I still had to take a big gulp of air before walking through the door of my new home. Carrying on, there were battles of the bands, occasional weddings, and our first performance for an entirely black audience as the only white act on the Tri-Soul Review. The Tri-Soul Review was held at the Matawan Keyport Rollerdrome and promoted by a young black hipster. He liked what we did and booked us. We also opened for and backed the Exciters. The Exciters, a classic early 60s vocal group, had a big hit with Tell 'Em and were the first real recording artists we'd ever come in contact with. The night consisted of a record hop with an onstage DJ and live music, us. We were set up down on the dance floor amongst the dancers. The Exciters met us in the roller rink locker room where the gorgeous girl singers stripped down and got into their slinky gold lame gowns right in front of us. Teenage heart attacks and rock and roll heaven. Then they went out onto the stage, where they'd lip-sync to their records, following it up by performing live versions of the same hits down on the floor backed by the Castiles. We finished our set filled with soul, and more soul. We decently won over a black crowd suspicious of the white boy hippies, and backed the Exciters without embarrassing ourselves. We'd been rehearsed that afternoon by Herb Rooney, their singer and group leader. I watched the way he led a bunch of musically illiterate teenagers through their paces till they could reasonably back his group. We went home that night, adding another notch to our belts for a job decently done, for lessons learned, and for entertaining a tough audience that could have gone the other way. My Kent guitar had long given way to a teal-blue solid-body Epiphone, a real instrument. Epiphone, a subsidiary of Gibson, made good guitars just under the price range of the world-class Gibsons. Mine was a sweet hand-me-down from Ray Shoshone, lead guitarist of the Motifs, who were local legends and the first real rock and roll band I'd ever seen. The Motifs. Walter and Ray Shoshone were two brothers from Howell Township, New Jersey. Ray was so tall, he was always hunching forward, either over his guitar, which he wore strapped high up on his chest, or over you, raining down a spray of spit from between the gap in his teeth as he spoke. He wore his hair short and slicked back and dressed grease. When he dug into his guitar, he had a lock of hair the pomade simply couldn't hold that would tear loose and come cascading around his ear a la Jerry Lee Lewis when the piano kicking started. He was a big and unusual presence standing at the center of his band. He was uncomfortable with himself in the way of some big guys who are not completely at home with their size. There was never quite enough room for Ray Shoshone. Something was always being bumped into, knocked over. He had a tender goofiness and was a fierce and eviscerating guitarist, stunning the local community with his intensity and fluidity. Ray taught me a lot. We'd seen the Motifs at our local high school dances. They frightened and riveted the crowd with their drama, musical ability, and surly stage presence. They wiped the dance floor with the Chevelles, making them seem so painfully old school they practically hung it up then and there. The Motifs were not high school-aged punks. They were men who made music. When Ray first walked into the Vineyard's home on a request from Tex, we couldn't believe our eyes. A visit by Jimi Hendrix himself couldn't have caused more thunder. Big Ray was there in our neighborhood, in the flesh, gracing our humble dining room practice area, which he barely fit in, with his presence, sharing his great guitar knowledge with undeserving young wannabes like us. Ray had mastered all the riffs the excellent Jimmy McCarty played on Mitch Ryder's great Detroit Wheels hits, and he'd lay them out for you note for note. Ray's hands were huge and moved effortlessly over the fretboard in configurations physically impossible for me to achieve. He would play, his marble-sized knuckles bulging, and the sound that would come out of his Ampeg amp filled me with aspiration. The shocker was that when Ray wasn't inhabiting my local Mount Olympus, shutting down every pretender who thought they knew a hot lick or two, he was a shoe salesman. I visited him once at the shoe store, even though the sight, the incongruity of Big Ray Shoshone, my neighborhood guitar god, hunched over trying to squeeze his massive body onto a little shoe stool as he fit some old gal into a size 6 would have been too much for me. There he was, smiling as sweet and polite as ever, bringing out the shoe boxes, asking when I'd be at Texas because he'd stop by for a little guitar tutoring. Ray remains one of my great guitar heroes, not just because of his musicianship, but because he was there, reachable, a tangible local icon, a real man with a life who took the time to pass down what he knew, to a bunch of not necessarily promising kids. He was no distant guitar genius, but a neighborhood guy, with all his eccentricities and foibles on view, who taught you that with a little help, timely mentoring, and the right amount of work, you might be exceptional. Walter Shoshone was another story entirely. The longest hair on man or beast I'd ever seen. The first true star I'd ever been close to. A full-blooded rock and roll animal, with the attitude, the sexuality, the toughness, the raw sensuality pouring out of him, scaring and thrilling all of us who came in contact with him. Walter was not your everyday guy, but something vastly different. With his hooded eyes and olive skin, he was perfect in that very imperfect Brando-esque way. He fronted the motifs like a lost Asian king. We were the supplicants at his feet, there to admire the hard, cool indifference with which he stood in front of his microphone, mumbling out the lyrics to the motif's secret canon of R&B juju. A shaman, a rebel, a Jersey mystic, and someone you could not completely believe entered the world through the same human loins you did. It took all the guts I had to wander up to Walter after a dance one night and stutter, "You were great." Walter packed up his percussion kit, muttered something, and wandered off. He was living proof that the real thing could exist right there in central New Jersey. He lived like he wanted. Walter took no long-hair bullshit from anybody. Both brothers' reputations as willing and effective fighters put an end to that. Walter proved you could stake a rebel's flag right into the heart of the shore's summer asphalt and make it stand, if you carried enough personal weight and magic. If you were powerful enough, you could be different, your own man. The 9-to-5ers, the straights, the high-on-mamas and papas money frat boys would just have to eat it. You could be who you were, and the rest would just have to stand down and let it be. Once you got beyond this persona, Walter could be as down-to-earth and funny as Ray, though never as easily approachable. The motifs were rounded out by Vinnie Roslin, a spirited, charismatic bass player. He lent the motifs a degree of accessibility. He played a Dan Electro longhorn bass, dangling at knee level, with his shoulder-length hair covering his face till in one moment he'd throw it back, revealing a bright smile and the joy he was getting out of playing music. Vinnie would later join me in Steel Mill. Johnny Lewandowski was their slicked-back, blonde-haired drummer, as masterful on his instrument as Ray was on his guitar. Johnny set the high bar for drumming, and Dino Danelli's rascal style in our area for years to come. It was Walter and Ray, however, who had the greatest impact on me and our group. Simultaneously above and amongst us, they gave us a touchable link to the mystic power and possibilities of rock and roll. No giants from across the sea, they blazed a trail that changed what it meant to be a band at the shore. More than that, they were righteous figures, whose music did not compromise, and whose lives were livable, imaginable, within our grasp, but also entirely their own. Walter and Ray Shoshone came to tragic ends. Walter was drafted in the Army, where he served as a rifleman in Kon Tum Province, South Vietnam. There on March 30th, 1968, while attempting to seize a hill, he received a head wound, was examined, and was left for dead as his unit was forced to withdraw under enemy fire. However, a later body recovery team was unable to locate Walter's body, and there were subsequent reports of an American with a head wound who fit Walter's description, captured in that area on or about that date. At the end of the war, Walter was one of the many thousands of servicemen deemed missing in action, whose bodies were never recovered. Years later, Ray, accompanying a friend who had some trouble with some local men, was badly beaten. He came home and died days later from head injuries. No one was charged with his murder. Their deaths anger me to this day. They were our heroes. They were our friends. In 1967, I would crush my leg and suffer a concussion after being T-boned on my small Yamaha motorcycle by a '63 Caddy on my way home up South Street. The bike crunched and slid under the car's front end. I went sailing, no helmet law, no helmet, 20 feet into the air, landing on the hard-ass blacktop on the corner of Institute and South Street. I was knocked out cold for 30 minutes, all the way from Freehold to the hospital in Neptune. I was hauled into the emergency room and had to have my clothes cut off of me, due to the swelling of my leg. While this was going on, I was the butt of jokes amongst a few of the staff about the length of my hair. The next day, as I was laid up in the hospital bed, there were doctors who declined to give me follow-up treatment for my head injury. Back home, as I was unable to move, laid up on the couch, my pops had a barber come in and relieve me of the offending locks. That was the last straw. I screamed and swore at him. It was the only time I told my dad I hated him. I was hurt and furious, and to make matters worse, I couldn't work with my band for the rest of the summer for fear the volume of the garage assault of the Castiles might create complications from my concussion. Billy Boyle, the soon-to-be mayor of Freehold, who represented me in our legal case, was so disgusted by my appearance, he told me on the way into the courtroom that if he was the judge, he'd find me guilty. Of what? Then said, "Doug, how do you put up with this? It's disgraceful." My father shook his head and shamefully answered, "Bill, I can't do anything with him." We won. Chapter 14. Once there was a little Stephen. When you weren't doing your own gigs, you were checking out the competition. After the British invasion, teen shows exploded onto primetime television. Shindig featured the Shindogs with the great James Burton on guitar. Hullabaloo brought your favorite British and American groups into your life on a weekly basis. At home, the battle for control of the television set was in full throttle. The fight became ugly and brutish. My father, stretched out on the couch in his white tee and work pants, howled when I switched the channel from his favorite Western to see if my latest musical heroes were hitting the stage at the Ed Sullivan Theater. Hullabaloo started a franchise of clubs around the nation, taking over any vacant supermarket or warehouse, fitting it out with never-before-seen black lights, a lighting effect that made anything white, including your teeth, glow phosphorescent, a few big posters, and lots of dancing room. They booked the best local bands, along with the occasional national act, coming through town on tour. In Freehold, in a newly abandoned supermarket, I witnessed the majesty of Britain's screaming Lord Such. The first Hullabaloo club we went to was in Asbury Park. I walked in one night with my pal Mike Patterson, and on stage were Sonny and the Starfires, featuring at the drums a pre-Mad Dog, Vincent Lopez. All Chuck Berry and rockabilly blues, Sonny, a good-looking guy with greased blonde hair and black Ray-Ban sunglasses, really knew what he was doing. He still plays in the area today, as cool as ever. The next Hullabaloo club we hit was in Middletown. When I walked in, I saw a guy on stage wearing a gargantuan polka-dot tie that stretched from his Adam's apple to the floor. He was the lead singer in a band called The Shadows, and they were cruising their way through a version of the Turtles' Happy Together. Whoever he was funny, and they had a very tight band. They'd picked the records they covered clean. Their arrangements and their harmonies were authentically precise. At the Hullabaloo Club, you played 55 minutes on and 5 minutes off all night long. If there was a fight, you had to go back on immediately and play to distract the crowd in order to keep a full-blown brawl from breaking out. During the Shadows' 5-minute break, I was introduced to their frontman, Steve Van Zandt. The Castiles by now had a significant reputation, so he knew who I was. We talked a little shop, we hit it off, and he went back on for his next set. So began one of the longest and greatest friendships of my life. Over the next years, we would visit each other's gigs often. I caught him one summer night in our local Battle of the Bands at the Arthur Pryor Bandshell on the boardwalk in Asbury Park as the Shadows ran through their Paul Revere and the Raiders routine, playing kicks, outfitted in white chinos, white tuxedo shirts, and black vests. They captured first place. We formed a mutual admiration society of two. I'd finally met someone who felt about music the way I did, needed it the way I did, respected its power in a way that was a notch above the attitudes of the other musicians I'd come in contact with. Somebody I understood, and I felt understood me. With Steve and me, from the beginning, it was heart to heart and soul to soul. It was all impassioned, endless arguments over the minutiae of the groups we loved. the deep delving into the smallest details of guitar sounds, style, image, the beautiful obsession of sharing with someone who was as single-minded and crazy as you were, a passion you simply could not get enough of. These were things you could not fully explain to outsiders, because as the Lovin' Spoonful so perfectly put it, it's like trying to tell a stranger about rock and roll. Do you believe in magic? Steve and I believed big time, and together we created a world of our own, all rock and roll, all the time. Steve lived in Middletown, a long hike from Freehold for the wheelless. When Steve formed his new group, The Source, I'd visit his gigs at Latindeville. Steve was an early country rock acolyte, mastering the Byrds and the Youngbloods repertoire. When he eventually moved to playing lead guitar, he got real good real fast. The Castiles by this time had added an organist, Bobby Alfano, and moved into the psychedelic blues territory of 1967. Steve showed up at many of our gigs, and our friendship grew. Cafe Wah, Greenwich Village. The Castiles had cut a single in a small studio in Bricktown, New Jersey. That's What You Get for Lovin' Me, backed by Baby I, our two self-penned originals. We walked out of the studio that afternoon with a 2-track tape and some acetates, little 45 RPM looking records that were good for only a few clean plays. We already knew we'd hit a wall locally. There was just no place left to go with either our record or our career. We were now the big dogs in town. One Saturday afternoon we sat around Texas and decided that to be discovered we'd have to get out of Jersey. Since Frank Sinatra, no one of import had known the Garden State existed or had come far enough south down the Parkway to realize there were people there, much less rock and roll being made. You could play for 10 zillion years, wailing your genius into the void, and no one beyond the locals would ever know. New York City. That's where bands found fame and fortune. We had to break in there. Tex made a few calls and somehow got us booked into Cafe Wah in Greenwich Village for a Saturday matinee audition. This was major. Few of us had ever been out of New Jersey, and the Village in '68 was something we'd never seen. We set up on the cramped basement stage at the Wah, faced out into the pew-like rows of black tables filled with Long Island teeny boppers sucking on overpriced, strangely named alcoholless beverages, and cut loose. We got the gig. We didn't get paid. They simply agreed to let you play. Get your foot into the big time of New York and hope somebody stumbled in and decided you were the next big thing. That didn't happen. Our experience in the Village, however, was critical. None of the bands we saw were well known, but almost all of them were better than we were. There was Circus Maximus, with the young Jerry Jeff Walker singing and playing guitar. There was The Source, New York City version, with future New York Congressman John Hall of the band Orleans on vocals, and guitarist Teddy Spirios playing Jeff Beck as good as Beck himself. Teddy was an outstanding whiz. Steve and I made the bus trip on many afternoons just to sit there slack-jawed at his sound, technique, and nonchalance. He was just a teenager like us, but became a huge hero to Steve and me. We were never going to get within 50 feet of Jeff Beck, but this kid, there he was, inches away from our faces, and like the monkeys staring at the monolith in 2001, we sat there primitively hypnotized by style, substance, and flash we could not comprehend. Steve and I rushed home to our guitars, hoping to catch some of the richness of distortion, the molasses thickness of tone Teddy was squeezing out of his Telecaster. Unfortunately, we'd end up with a howling, screaming, murdering, chainsaw massacre of sound squealing up out of the basement from our tellies. How did he do it? He knew how. That's how. The bus trips became a regular part of our weekends. The arguments on the way up about who was better, Led Zeppelin or the Jeff Beck Group, the immersion in village life with the hippies, the gays, the drug dealers, Washington Square Park. We basked in the freedom of it all, and it became our true home away from home. Just a brief year or two after Jimi Hendrix played the Wah, the Castiles played regularly on Saturday and Sunday, next door to the thugs on McDougal Street. The Mothers of Invention were around the corner at the Warwick Theater. Steve and I caught Neil Young promoting his first solo album, his signature black Gibson plugged into a tiny Fender amp, blowing out the walls of the bitter end. Nobody paid as much attention, with the exception of a small group of bridge and tunnel teeny bopper girls who latched onto our band and showed up regularly. This was the big world, the free world. In Greenwich Village in 1968, I could walk with my freak flag held high, and nobody was going to bust me. It was a world I could call my own, a little piece of my future beckoning. I had a friend, a very good New York City guitarist, who was sidelining as a drug dealer. I'd occasionally spend the night in his hotel room with pills of all colors, spread out over the night table like spilled Skittles. No interest. Back in Jersey, drugs were just beginning to become a part of high school life. Though I did none myself, too scared, I lived next door to and was friends with one of the town's first radical drug experimenters. I was once called into the principal's office and asked a lot of drug-related questions about which I truly knew nothing. Given the times and my appearance, no one believed a word I said. Who cared? As graduation time drew near, the principal of Freehold High, a basically good guy with whom I had a pretty decent detente for most of my high school years, took it upon himself to suggest at a graduation meeting that to let me attend the ceremony looking like I did would be a discredit and disgrace to the class. He subtly hinted that perhaps someone should do something about it. That was it for me. I would not be the subject victim of meat-headed vigilante retribution. On my Freehold Regional High School graduation day, I woke up at dawn. That morning while the house was asleep, I got dressed, went down to the bus terminal, and boarded the 6 a.m. Lincoln Transit commuter straight to New York City. I disembarked at the Port Authority, grabbed the subway to A Street, and walked up the stairs into the early June sunlight of Greenwich Village, feeling free as a bird. My world. I was done. Let them have their little party. I spent my graduation day wandering around the village, eating pizza, hanging in Washington Square Park, stopping in at the Y and meeting a new girlfriend. My folks finally caught up with me at the Y, and via phone told me everything would be all right if I would just come home. I caught a bus, bringing my new tag-along gal pal with me. We arrived in the early evening, just hours after the ceremony. My father met me at our front door, the house filled with relatives attending my family graduation festivities, and after he took one look at my gal friend, straight back to the bus depot we went. Once my dad and I were back at home, he ordered me to my room and unscrewed and confiscated my light bulbs, so I'd have to sit in the dark meditating on what I'd done. I was visited shortly by my Aunt Dora, who tried to sweet-talk some sense into me. At that moment, I just didn't care. I'd had it with the school, the family, and the whole 10-cent dog and pony show that was fucked up Freehold, New Jersey. A week later, with summer descending, I walked into the school administration's office and picked up my diploma. Summer of drugs. 2 horrible events occurred that summer. The first was a massive heartbreak when my trusty girlfriend dumped me for screwing around with an old ex of mine. Struck with an immediate case of buyer's remorse, I spent the rest of my summer pursuing her through the beach towns of central Jersey. Filled with angst, I cruised the teen clubs with my prep school road buddies, Sunshine Kruger, Bird, and Jay. We traveled in the Batmobile, an old black caddy that belonged to one of the clan. Sunshine was a member of the Pershing Rifles, a corps of semi-military teens who could do things with a rifle, bayonet attached, that would curl your pubic hairs. They twirled them like batons, and I once watched Sunshine slice his calf performing one of his maneuvers in Bermuda shorts. These were my boys, and that summer, they saved my life. We cruised the Jersey Shore, top down, soothing my selfishly broken heart, till they dumped me off in the wee hours back in Freehold. My house would be completely locked down, so I'd climb up the latticework by the kitchen onto the side roof, pushing in the fan that was in my bedroom window, to be greeted by my dad in his boxers, Irish skin white as a polar bear's in the dawn, wielding a plunger ready to beat the hell out of the early morning cat burglar come to steal his riches. I'd tape the shades down in my room, sleep through the day, and come night, continue my po-faced vigil. This all culminated with my catching up to my girl one early fall night as she returned from her summer at the beach. I professed undying love, told her my dream that we would someday visit Disneyland together, and she let me down as easily as she could, but I knew I was screwed. On the first day I was due to attend community college, I pulled another one of my vanishing acts and headed to the village, spending the afternoon on a bench in Washington Square Park. A fall breeze gently blew over me, and it was done. I returned home, reported one day late for my opening semester at Ocean County College, and left my high school days and love-struck blues behind me. Also that summer, the first drug bust in the history of Freehold, New Jersey occurred. I was standing on the street next to my phone booth outside the corner newsstand. This was the booth I'd spent countless high school hours in, through snow, sleet, rain, and sweltering heat. Each night, you could find me ensconced there, romancing my current love interest. My father refused to allow a phone in our home. He said no phone bill, no phone, and they can't call you for extra duty if somebody else is a no-show at the job. Once planted at the kitchen table, my dad truly did not want the furious flights of his imagination, fueled by Mr. Schaefer, disturbed. On this night, a sticks and bones local goofball, let's call him Eddie, suddenly came running. Eddie was an early, rabid drug taker. He was a little skinny kid, but heavy into the hallucinogens. I just saw Mrs. Botts in the back of a police car with Baby Botts, he said. Baby Botts was her and Vinny's child. Get out of here, I told Eddie. You're hallucinating. Nobody gets arrested with their baby. That night, the Freehold Police Department swept up more than half the Castiles in the town's first drug crackdown. They were all taken right out of Mama and Papa's arms in the middle of the night. It was a town scandal, trouble all around, and the finale of the Castiles' great 3-year run. Our band was fraying anyway. George and I had begun to have some tensions between us, and the bus gave us all a final out. My epic elementary school of rock was closed forever. The group I'd taken my first baby steps with and strutted my way to small-town guitar-slinging glory with was over. There would be no encore. Chapter 15. Earth. By 1968, hard-rocking psychedelic blues trios had superseded the beat groups. The era of the guitar god was in full swing. Cream with Clapton and the Jimi Hendrix Experience were having hit records. Long, intense, blues-drenched jams were the order of the day, and I was ready. I'd been over to see a friend of Texas, an ex-Marine, who said he had a guitar collecting dust in his closet. Upon my visit, he pulled out an unstrung, hollow-bodied Gibson with the longest neck I'd ever seen. I brought it home, cleaned it up, and strung it. It was a strange piece. My guitar strings barely reached around its distant, oversized tuning pegs. When I plugged it into my Danelectro amp, magic. The thick, chunky sound of Eric Clapton's psychedelic-painted SG came ripping out at me. The Sunshine of Your Love guitar sound flooded my little practice room, and I was transported into another league. Nobody down there in New Jersey was getting this kind of guitar tone. My Gibson only had one pickup, and the frets were awfully far from one another. But the sound said, bring on all comers. After the Castiles, I found a bassist, John Graham, and a drummer, Michael Burke, whom I enjoyed playing with. They were well versed in the techniques it took to play as a 3-piece unit. We rehearsed a little and started gigging immediately. From the beginning, we wowed the locals. For this new sound, we were the only game in town. We had the look, with my Italian afro and their hair down to their shoulders, the ferocity, and a repertoire of modern blues standards popularized by Clapton, Hendrix, Beck, and the like. I took flight as a guitarist. The night was an endless series of long, slashing solos on my miracle Gibson. We were the monster rock kings of our piece of the shore. We added Bobby Alfano back on organ to give my aching fingers a rest, and for a while we had a pretty nice little band. The psychedelic era had finally landed at the shore. The crowd came to sit Buddha-style in front of us for a set, and then trance-danced the night into oblivion. One night, some kid who knew his guitars shed some light on the miracle in my Miracle Gibson. He walked up and congratulated me on the brilliant idea of stringing an old Gibson 6-string bass with guitar strings and playing it as a solo instrument. I nodded coolly while thinking, holy shit, it's a 6-string bass. I'd been soloing like a madman for months on a bass guitar. No wonder its sound was so thick and its fretboard so impossible. It worked. Around this time, I was starting to write some acoustic music. I'd bought a 12-string Ovation acoustic guitar and was penning some Prague-style, Donovan, and Dylan-influenced originals that I'd end up singing in the local coffee houses when I wasn't thundering through the blues. We had new managers, a couple of college guys, one of whom had just frozen and chopped off the end of his toe to avoid the draft. I figured that was just the kind of commitment we needed, so they started to finance some equipment and book some gigs for us. This occasioned my first trip to Manny's Music in New York City, Guitar Valhalla, and home of the hitmakers. On a $3,000 loan from one of our manager's daddies, we walked out of there fully loaded and ready to storm the barricades of the big time. An epic Valentine's Day gig at the Long Branch Italian-American Club was followed by a booking in Manhattan at the Diplomat Hotel, a later venue for the New York Dolls. We charged a fee and bussed our fans through the tunnel straight onto the Diplomat's ballroom floor. It was a great afternoon in the city. As we were packing up, I was approached by a Greek guy named George. He introduced himself as a record producer, said he didn't care much for the band but loved what I was doing. He gave me his card and told me to call him. Finally, a connection to the real music business. Somebody who'd actually seen the inside of a studio and could make something happen. Excitement isn't the word. I felt thrilled, vindicated, validated. My head spun with the possibility of actually making something of all this. I called immediately and was invited to George's apartment in New York City. I'd never seen anything like it. It had big windows, opening out onto the avenue, high molded ceilings and rich wood paneling, all topped off by George's gorgeous blonde girlfriend, an afternoon soap opera star. He had a 2-track tape deck we recorded some of my music on. Tim Buckley was a great inspiration for me at this time. That's why I had the 12-string. That's what Tim played, and I did my utmost to ape his vocal timbre and his writing style. That night we went to a session George was producing. I sat in the darkness of a real studio and watched an actual recording session being conducted. I left that night finally feeling a musical future in front of me. I saw George somewhat regularly. I had some scheduling conflicts because I was still in school. My Aunt Dora had pulled some strings and wheedled me a place amongst the Ocean County student body, and I didn't want to blow it. Unfortunately, there wasn't a great fit. In the late 60s, the counterculture was still a slow train coming in South Jersey. I was once again one of a small handful of freaks in a low-tolerance zone. Just getting to school and back was trouble enough. I could catch a ride there with a pal for gas money, but coming home, I often had to improvise. In the winter, I'd stash myself beside a roadside billboard, waiting in the icy Route 9 cold until a bus appeared over the horizon. I'd move out to the road's shoulder, wait for the bus to catch me in its high beams, then wave for the passenger pickup. It was 50-50, depending on the attitude of the driver. Many a night I'd be greeted by a shake of a crew-cut head, and the big wheels would keep on rolling. Often, I had to rely on my usual ticket to ride, my thumb. It was a long, cold hike in the dark that brought its own dangers. I'd had cars slow down as if to give me a lift, then throw open the passenger side door to knock me into the ditch. You had to be on your toes. I had a wild, booze-fueled ride on the back roads between Tom's River and Lakewood with a young black dude roaring and laughing, a bottle of Jack between his legs and the steering wheel, until I was spilled out onto the pavement in front of the Lakewood Greyhound station, kissing Mother Blacktop. My dad would occasionally come to get me, but that made matters even worse. In a rage at the inconvenience, he'd haul ass north on Route 9 toward home, pedal to the metal. using our old junker like it was a death-proof weapon of mass extinction. I couldn't comment. All I could do was ride shotgun on the terror train, waiting for the screeching wail of sheet metal that would signal the end for the both of us. We'd pull in a drive, he'd skid to a stop, and saying nothing, he'd hop out, slamming the door behind him. I'd walk into the house and find him already sitting, smoking at the kitchen table, looking like he'd never seen me before in his life. It was a transitional moment. My parents wanted me to further my education, and I wanted to stay out of the draft. This was 1968, post-Tet Offensive America. The streets were in an uproar, and it wasn't just the hippies, but the truckers too. Informed by Walter Cronkite, the influential news anchor at CBS, the country was getting the idea that Vietnam was a losing game. I'd had two close friends, Walter and Bart, killed at war, and I had no intention of joining them. Back in New York, George asked me if I wanted to be a full-time musician. I said, hell yeah. He asked me if I was committed to school. I said, hell no. Then he said I should quit school and dedicate myself to who I was and the music I love. I said, hell yeah, but what about the draft? I was 19 and prime cannon fodder. He said, guys get out of the draft all the time. You leave it up to me. It's something we can fix. That night, filled with new resolve, I went home, gathered my parents in the kitchen, told them about George and about what I wanted to do. They were hesitant, unsure. I heard the arguments about work that was real and steady, the same arguments I'd give my own kids today about the music business, but I was determined. George had given me confidence, and I could feel the early light of the success I longed for. Finally, my parents said it was my life, and they reluctantly agreed. They wished me well, and ring, ring goes the bell. My school days were over for good. I was never able to get George back on the phone again. Draft Dodger Rag. Now, a full-time musician, I went about my business, playing gigs and bringing home what money I could. One fall morning, I popped the metal lid of our mailbox and saw a letter addressed to me. I opened it. It read, "Congratulations. You have been chosen to serve your country in the United States Armed Forces. Please report for your physical on such and such a date to the draft board in Asbury Park." Here it was, the reckoning. I felt cold in my stomach. Not shocked, but momentarily gut-punched by the real world hitting hard. I was chosen to be a player in history, not of my own accord or desire, but because bodies were needed to stem the perceived communist menace in Southeast Asia. My first thought was, is this real? And what does it possibly have to do with me, my life, my ideas? The answer to the first question was, you bet your ass. The answer to the second question, I decided, was nothing. Nothing at all. Maybe I was just frightened and didn't want to die. I was not going to have the chance to find out because I decided then and there I was not going to go. Whatever it took, and I did not know then what that might be, to not go, I was going to do. I hid the letter from my parents. There was nothing they could do. This was just about me. The induction was a month or so off, so there was time for a little research. By 1968, there was plenty of information on the street about how to beat the draft. In my travels, I'd met and talked to young men who'd fed themselves fat, starved themselves skinny, or mutilated extremities. I heard about the wealthy with their doctor notes, specially designed for remaining stateside and safe at home. I didn't have recourse to anything so extravagant. The irony was I, Mad Dog Vincent Lopez, and Little Vinnie Roslin were all to make our debut at the draft board in Newark on the same morning. So, brothers, leery of arms, we put our heads together. We had a friend who said he'd covered himself in milk and slept like that for 3 days, and by the time he reported for his physical, the stench was so awful, they sent him home immediately. It sounded pretty good. The one surefire answer that kept coming up time after time with successful local Dodgers was mentally unfit. Mentally unfit. Hell, that was true. We were mentally unfit for Uncle Sam. All we had to do was prove it to them and get that beautiful 1Y mental deferment. We proceeded as follows. Step 1. Make a mess out of your forms. Let them know they're trying to corral a drug-addicted, gay, pathologically bedwetting lunatic who can barely write his name into the U.S. military. Step 2. Make them believe it. Act the mumbling, bumbling, swishing, don't give a fuck about orders freak on STP, LSD, and anything else you can get your hands on. A hippie outcast, destroyer of troop morale, corroder of discipline, much more trouble than you're worth, get the fuck out of here, joke of a recruit. Step 3. Previously, have a bad enough motorcycle accident to truly scramble and concuss your brains, making you a medical risk on the battlefield. Fill in that section of the form truthfully, go home, and receive your 4F, physically unfit. I tried it all, but in the end, that was my classification. We drove to Newark that morning on a bus filled with mostly young black kids out of Asbury Park. Almost everybody had a plan. I sat next to a strapping blonde raw football player in a quarter-body cast he confided to me was totally bogus. There were draft boards, especially in the South where this shit would not fly, and your ass would be delivered straight to boot camp. But Newark had the reputation of being one of the easiest draft boards in the country. I guess it was. An amazing percentage of the guys on the bus were rejected because they pulled some personalized version of the above-mentioned shtick. At the end of the day, after we'd all driven the U.S. Army around the bend, there was a small table at the end of a long, empty hallway. There sat a bored young soldier, looking at you like he was about to give you the worst news of your life. I am sorry to inform you, but you have been judged unfit for military service. Looking back down at his paperwork, he'd add, you may enter through the next door if you'd like to sign up for some voluntary service. Behind that door was one very empty room. You were then handed a ticket that allowed you a free meal for being a good sport and taking the ride up at a restaurant 2 blocks down the street. We all skipped over there, our feet barely touching the ground. We stepped into a lovely sunlit diner. The smiling host at the door greeted us like we were his long-lost millionaire cousins and escorted us to a set of stairs that led down into a dank basement room. There at one long, musty hardwood table with my fellow yellowbellies, I had some of the worst food and one of the best meals of my life. The bus ride out of the city was pandemonium. There were many fine young black women on the summer streets of Newark, and my Asbury Park brothers let them know they were appreciated. Many had been called. Few had been chosen. The bus door hissed open in front of the Asbury Park train station, discharging Mad Dog, Little Vinny, and myself, all now free men, intact with our lives wherever they might lead in front of us. As the bus pulled away, the street turned quiet. We'd been up together for 3 solid days. We looked at each other, exhausted, shook hands, and went our own ways. I felt relieved, but I also felt like crying. I hitchhiked the 15 miles back to Freehold. With days of no sleep and little food, wired and weary, I walked up onto the back porch and through the kitchen door of my house to my father. I called my mom in, told my parents where I'd been, that I'd hid it from them so that they might not worry, and out of embarrassment that New York George and my big music plans had come to nothing. I told them I failed my draft physical. My dad, who often dismissively uttered the words, "I can't wait till the Army gets a hold of you," sat at the kitchen table, flicked the ash off a cigarette, took a puff, slowly let the smoke escape from his lips and mumbled, "That's good." As I grew older, sometimes I wondered who went in my place. Somebody did. What was his fate? Did he live? I'll never know. Later on in life, when I met Ron Kovic, author of Born on the 4th of July, or Bobby Muller, one of the founders of the Vietnam Veterans of America, both men who fought and sacrificed, returning from the war in wheelchairs, men who became strong activists against the war, I felt a duty and a sense of connection. Maybe it was another dose of my survivor's guilt. Maybe it was just the common generational experience of living through a war that had touched everyone. It was New Jersey men like them who went and fought in my place. All I know is when I visit the names of my friends on the wall in Washington, D.C., I'm glad mine's not up there, or Little Vinny's, or Mad Dog's. Chapter 16. The Upstage Club. Tom Potter was a 50-year-old, salt-and-pepper-haired, big-gutted, pirate belt-wearing, sexually preoccupied, goateed boho who opened and ran the strangest music club I'd ever seen. His wife, Margaret, was a pixie-cut-wearing, sexually ambiguous, guitar-playing beautician and bandleader for Margaret and the Distractions. She had a very young, boyish appearance, and I didn't initially make Margaret out for a gal until I saw the little round tit popping out from her T-shirt and resting upon the upper body of her Telecaster guitar as she wailed Tommy James' Mony Mony in the upstairs room of the Upstage Club. A more fabulously incongruous husband and wife team I have yet to come upon. Dusk till dawn, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Those were the operating hours of the Upstage Club on Cookman Avenue in Asbury Park. Tom closed the joint for 1 hour between 12 and 1 a.m. to sweep out the refuse and get fired up for the night shift. With no booze and theoretically no drugs, the place was a unique all-night haven for shore street life through the late 60s. The 2 floors of the club consisted of an upstairs jam floor and downstairs coffee house, all dementedly decorated by Tom himself. The interior scheme was mainly a lot of glow-in-the-dark paint and black light, and featured a papier-mâché day-glow mermaid who swung swimming from the ceiling. Tom, a self-fashioned beatnik artist, was dictator, top banana, and big dog there, and he let his impulses run wild. He was a loud, yelling, throw your ass down the stairs and out the front door, very funny guy if he liked you. If he did not, he was unpleasant to be around. Asbury Park was not my turf, though I'd visited there throughout the 50s with my parents on holiday weekends. By the late 60s, it had faded from its one-time Victorian splendor into a deteriorating blue-collar resort. The upside of Asbury's decline was it had become a bit of an open city. Gay bars sat next to all-night juke joints, and with the race riots of the near future yet to come, there was a little bit of anything goes. The Castiles had never played there. Ocean Avenue was all bars and beach joints for the over-21 summer drinking set. Phony IDs were sold at a premium, and the whole layout felt like a working-class, fading faux Fort Lauderdale. When I walked into Upstage, I walked in cold. No one had ever laid eyes on me or seen me play. I'd heard you could jam there. Along with the strange hours, Tom Potter's stroke of genius was at the end of a long rectangular box of a room, 2 flights above a shoe store. He had built a small stage. Behind that stage, the wall from one side of the room to the other was honeycombed with 10-inch, 12-inch, and 15-inch speakers. An unforgiving, solid, and real wall of sound. The amplifier heads were built into a small cabinet at your feet, so all you had to do was bring your guitar, reach down and plug in. No other equipment was necessary. This innovation, and the club's unusual opening and closing times, made it a mecca for musicians on the shore scene. Every band that came into the area to play the Jersey Top 40 clubs ended up at the Upstage, playing the music they really loved till dawn. In summer, at 3 a.m., there was a line outside the door waiting to get in. It was an incredible clearinghouse for musicians. The first weekend I was there, I saw Dan Federici and Vinnie Lopez in a group fronted by guitarist Bill Chinnock, the downtown Tangiers rock and roll rhythm and blues band. The place was a steaming sauna of summer bodies, and I knew I'd found my new hang. A few weeks later, I returned with my guitar. Cue the theme music from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I waited. The club was not yet full. Someone told me you had to book a jam slot with Tom Potter. It was like booking a table at the pool hall. They'd write your name on a list and say from 2 to 2:30 a.m. you had your shot if you could find musicians to sit in with you. My moment arrived and I walked to the stage, the drummer and bass player agreeing to stay on duty for my half hour. I plugged into Tom's mighty wall, stood back and kicked into Rock Me Baby, cutting loose with everything I had. I fried the paint off the place with all the guitar pyrotechnics and wizardry my 18-year-old fingers could muster. I'd had a lot of playing experience by now, but in Asbury, I was the man with no name, a stranger who was in the process of burning your club down. I watched people sit up, move closer, and begin to pay serious attention. I saw two guys pull chairs onto the middle of the dance floor and sit themselves down in them, arms folded across their chest, as if to say, "Bring it on." And I brought it. The insane wall of speakers was vibrating so hard, I thought the whole place might just cave onto the shoe store sales floor below. It all held for 30 scorching minutes of guitar Armageddon, then I walked off. I made some new friends that night. The two guys on the chairs were Gary Talent and Southside Johnny. Downstairs in Tom Potter's office, I had my first conversation with a freckle-faced Danny Federici. He introduced me to his wife, Flo, also freckle-faced and wearing a blonde bouffant wig. Danny hailed from Flemington, New Jersey, and was the same bemused, nonchalant character I would stand next to on his deathbed many adventures and 40 years later. I was a hit. There were many very good guitar players in Asbury Park. Billy Ryan was a real blues master. Ricky DeSarno had Clapton down. They had great tones and technique, but the stagecraft, the singing, and the frontman skills I'd built up in my apprenticeship with the Castiles moved me ahead of the pack. I would address you, excite you, and play guitar like a demon, demanding that you respond. I shortly ran into Vincent Lopez in the coffee shop on the first floor. Head shaved near bald, fresh out of jail, he felt the need to explain his appearance to me, the jail, and then asked if I was interested in joining a version of his group, Speed Limit 25. I was a free agent at the time, and Speed Limit had an Asbury Park rep and was making money. I needed some of that. I liked the Asbury scene, and so I said, sure, let's see how it goes. A few rehearsals with some of the other Speed Limit members didn't quite click, so Vinny and I decided to put together something ourselves. Vinny knew Danny from downtown Tangiers, so we all gathered with bass player Little Vinny Roslin from the Motifs in a cottage on Bay Avenue in Highlands, New Jersey, and started working. This was the band that would initially call itself Child, then morph into Steel Mill, then the Bruce Springsteen Band, and eventually become the core of the original E Street Band. The accidental presence of a club like the Upstage in Asbury Park was a unique and invaluable resource for the local music scene. I brought Steve Van Zandt there. He wowed them too. Steve and I were the best lead guitarists and frontmen in the area, and our presence in the club led to the gestation and formation of many bands that became the center of the Asbury Park music scene. With Big Bad Bobby Williams, a 300-pound earthquake of a drummer, and Southside Johnny, Steve started the Sundance Blues Band. Steve and Johnny were deep into the blues and created a powerful unit that played throughout the shore. Southside Johnny was from Ocean Grove, the Methodist camp town next to Asbury Park. He was our local king of the blues, ergo his sobriquet, Southside. He was a soft-hearted, crabby closet intellectual, very soulful and slightly unhinged, but he knew everything about the blues and soul artists, their careers, and their records. He came from a home with a serious record collection and had immersed himself in the Bible of R&B and soul music. We all met down at the club. Homesteaders. At home, my father finally decided he'd had enough. The town and his illness had beaten him. He decided he was going to go to California to start a new life. He wanted my mother and all of us to come along, but said he'd go alone if he had to. Freehold, New Jersey, would not have Doug Springsteen to kick around anymore. My sister Virginia decided to stay in Lakewood with her new family. I decided to stay in Freehold, where I could make a small living on my already growing reputation as barband king. 6 months later, in 1969, at 19, I stood in our driveway, waving, as my parents and little sister Pam pulled away. They had all of their belongings packed on top of their 1960s Rambler. They took $3,000 with them, all the money they had. They slept a night in the motel and 2 nights in the car, and drove 3,000 miles, East Coast Okies, headed for my father's promised land. With the exception of my dad in the war, none of us had lived outside of central New Jersey. Our only source of information about the West Coast was a hippie girlfriend of mine who told my parents to go to Sausalito, the artsy tourist trap near San Francisco. When they got there, they realized it was not for them. My mother claimed they pulled into a gas station and asked the attendant, "Where do people like us live?" He answered, You live on the peninsula. And for the next 30 years, that's what they did. In a little apartment in San Mateo, they tried for a new beginning. When my father announced his plans to leave for California, my sister Virginia was 17, with a new child, couldn't make toast, and had a new rough-and-tumble husband. I was living at home on the $20 a week I made from playing. If we chose to stay, we would have to fend for ourselves. It is her greatest regret and the single thing in life she still feels guiltiest about. But off they went with my little sister in tow. My mom and pops were bound by an unknowable thread. They'd made their deal a long time ago. She had her man who wouldn't leave, and he had his gal who couldn't leave. Those were the rules, and they superseded all others, even motherhood. They were two for the road. They would never part. This was how it began, and this was how it would end. Period. My father was able to draw from my mom, a saving and selfless mother, her own ambivalence about family. In this unchartable terrain, strange bedfellows are regularly made. They wanted us with them. They asked us to go, but they could not stay. So we all made do. My sister vanished into Cowtown, the South Jersey hinterlands, and I pretended none of it really mattered. You were on your own, now and forever. This sealed it. Plus, a part of me was truly glad for them. For my dad. Get out, Pops. Out of this fucking dump. This place that's so often been no good to any of us. Run if you need to. How much worse off for you can it be? Whatever their motives, sane or insane, running or searching, it took guts and a last-chance need for a belief in tomorrow. This was just something I could not begrudge my old man. I wanted it for him. Whatever had to be left behind had to be left behind, even if it was his children, even if it was us. My sister Virginia, in more dire straits with the baby coming at the time, took it harder, a lot harder. Understandably so. In the end, whatever hard feelings I had, I just tucked away. And in truth, all I remember is mainly feeling excited to be left on my own. By 19, I was gone already, into that other world. And in that other world, well, there were no parents. There was no home. There were just dreams and music, where the clock stuck and was set permanently at 2:45. Into the diaspora rode the Freehold, New Jersey Springsteens and everything that went with them. We were no more. Vinnie, Danny, and I took over the rent in my house on South Street. My first family moved out and my second family moved in. About a week later, we were joined by a very large and lovely woman who went by the name of Fat Pat. She had fallen on hard times, needed a place to stay for a little while, and became an adjunct of Danny's family. Danny and Flo now had a young son, Jason, on his way. Fat Pat was soon to become nurse and second mom to the first East Street baby. None of us were yet out of our teens. Add a hell-raising, house-trashing, freely shitting mutt named Bingo to the mix, and it didn't take long to reach meltdown. My family home of 7 years was instantly transformed into a hippie frat house. My father's sacred kitchen sanctuary was now a hotbed of group meetings, dirty dishes piled to architecturally impossible heights, with half-empty cereal boxes and dishevelment the order of the day. The room where my beloved grandmother had died was turned into the radio room. Danny, a gadget freak, was addicted to the wonders of CB, Citizens Band Radio. To the uninitiated, this was a system mostly used by long-distance truckers to communicate with one another about the location of Smokey, the highway patrol, observe pregnant roller skates, VW bugs, and give a Big 10-4, affirmative, to whoever was in broadcasting range. There were large home units so you could communicate with other nerdily inclined Lonesome Joes in a wider arc around your area. Danny and Mad Dog would spend hours in the radio room conversing with the mostly rural redneck characters who favored CB communication. These innocents were unaware they were speaking to a house of raving freaks until invisible friendships were made, blind dates arranged, invitations extended, and soon knocking at our door was the CB cult population of Monmouth County. They were stunned to walk in and find they had become chummy with a house full of long hairs, leading to bizarre and hilariously uncomfortable evenings of cross-cultural outreach in my mom and pop's old living room. In the end, the bond of CB was usually stronger than cultural estrangement. To do CB right, you needed a big antenna, preferably placed somewhere very high. Vinny and Danny's hunger to rope in an even broader swath of the strange and uninitiated led them to scale the roof of my South Street home, kicking out not-to-be-replaced windows along the way, drawing a crowd as they attempted to attach something to our roof that looked like we were trying to communicate with alien life forms beyond the rings of Saturn. The signal roared, and weirdos came at all hours of the day and night to our door. During this time, Vinny's mad dog persona was in full swing, his temper flaring. He sent a quart of milk exploding off the refrigerator door in an argument with Danny. Over what, I don't know. Broadcasting rights? Airtime? Next, a brawl in our South Street driveway between Vinny and Shelley, a short-lived tenant, had me rushing into the street to break up the fight in front of my long-time neighbors. Finally, everyone in the neighborhood had had enough, and it led to a knock on the door, the landlord explaining he was closing the house for renovations, and we would have to leave. After I'd spent 7 years there with my folks, we lasted exactly 1 month. Late one night, we packed all our belongings into our manager, Carl Tinker West's 40s flatbed truck, and we threw the living room couch on top. I climbed onto it, and we slowly inched our way out of the driveway, our sterling future impeded only by the local police, who explained there was a local ordinance against moving after dark. We shrugged our shoulders, and they watched us slip out of town, probably just glad to see us go. It was a beautiful, balmy night, and as I lay back on the old couch, the trees and scrolling stars above me, I was seized by a wonderful feeling. I was slipping over the streets of my childhood, no longer a painful player in my or my town's history, but a passing and impassive observer. I was struck by the sweet night smell of honeysuckle, and remembered the treasure of honeysuckle bushes that lay behind the convent. My gang and I would gather there on dead summer afternoons to suck out the small flowers' sweet juices. I felt filled with the freedom of being young and leaving something, of my new detachment from a place I loved and hated, and where I'd found so much comfort and pain. As Tinker's truck glided over streets that still concealed hard mystery upon mystery, I felt a lightness, a momentary untethering from the past. A spark of my future self came up, burning brightly inside me. This, all of this, my town, my family's legacy, for now was done. I was 19. My parents, unreachable, were thousands of miles away with my beloved little sister. My beautiful older sister, Virginia, had vanished south, down Route 9, into an adult life I would have little understanding of or contact with for a long time. I would come back and visit these streets many, many times, rolling through them on sunny fall afternoons, on winter nights, and in the deserted after hours of summer evenings, out for a drive in my car. I would roll down Main Street after midnight, watching, waiting for something to change. I would stare into the warmly lit rooms of the homes I passed, wondering which one was mine. Did I have one? I'd drive on past the firehouse, the empty courthouse square, past my mom's now dark office building, past the abandoned rug mill, down Institute Street to the Nescafe plant and baseball field, past my copper beech tree, still rooted and towering in front of the emptiness that was once my grandparents' house, past the memorial of white crosses for our fallen war heroes at the town's end, past my dead at the St. Rose of Lima Cemetery, my grandmother, grandfather, and Aunt Virginia, then out onto the pitch-black rural highways of Monmouth County. I would visit there even more often in my dreams, stepping up onto the porch of my grandmother's house, walking into the front hall, the living room, where on some evenings she and my old family would wait, while on others, emptiness, hollow rooms, probing, puzzling, trying to ferret out what had happened and what were its consequences for my current life. I would return and return, in dreams and out, waiting for a new ending to a book that had been written a long time ago. I would drive as if the miles themselves could repair the damage done, write a different story, force these streets to give up their heavily guarded secrets. They couldn't. Only I could do that. And I was a long ways from being ready. I would spend my life on the road logging hundreds of thousands of miles, and my story was always the same. Man comes to town, detonates. Man leaves town, and drives off into the evening, fade to black, just the way I like it. From my perch on the couch atop the truck, I watched our wheels cross the town line, turn left on Highway 33, pick up some speed and head for the ocean breezes and new freedoms of the shore. With the warm night whistling by me, I felt wonderfully and perilously adrift, giddy with exultation. This town, my town, would never leave me, and I could never completely leave it, but I would never live in Freehold again. Chapter 17. Tinker, Surf and Safari. Carl Virgil, Tinker West, hailed from Southern California, studied to be an engineer, and ended up a surf dog working at Challenger Western Surfboards. He came east in the early 60s, where in a squat brick building amid a sandy and deserted industrial park, he opened up Challenger Eastern Surfboards. He was called Tinker because there was nothing he couldn't fix. Tinker could redesign anything at all, patch it up, jury rig or jimmy it back into working order. He could also catch it, skin it, and eat it. When Black Friday comes and the apocalypse rolls back the clock to year zero, you'll want and need only Tinker at your side. I watched him beautifully restore cars and boats from the ground up, build an entire heating system in his garage studio using just an oil barrel and ductwork, and design and build a recording studio and a sound system that kept us on the road for many years. Once under the hood, he could make anything run, anywhere, all the while turning out some of the sweetest longboards on the Jersey Shore. A misanthropic genius, Tinker loved and cherished work. There was people he couldn't stand. If you weren't working, he had no use for you. While he wore a ponytail, came from the Golden State, and smoked the occasional joint, Tinker's tolerance for the hippie, laid-back ethos was near zero. 10 years older, and in twice as good shape as anyone in the band, he rode herd on the surfboard factory like the big kahuna he was. If you walked in and had personal business that took more than 30 seconds, he shoved a broom into your hand, said make yourself useful, and ordered you to sweep the floor. He wasn't joking. You started sweeping or you left. Tinker surfed only the biggest days of September and October hurricane surf on an original old balsa wood surfboard that weighed a ton. He'd walk out to the end of the jetty, huge waves crashing all around him, throw in the board at the end of the rocks, dive in after it, and take off on the biggest, darkest thing rolling up out of the East Coast Leviathan depths. We'd all be on the beach watching, shaking our heads. Tinker. He'd have us preparing for the revolution, shooting bows and arrows, packing and loading cap and ball pistols, a vicious streak of fire and light exploding from their barrels as we shot them into the dark of our little teenage wasteland. Springsteen, he'd say, and that's all he ever called me. Springsteen, you got the goods and you don't fuck around like all these other assholes. I had the goods, and nope, I didn't fuck around. No drugs, no booze. Girls, yeah, but not if they got in the way of the music. Fuck with that, and you're out of my life. There would be no wasted days and wasted nights for me. I'd seen that, and I wanted no part of it. Tinker and I would get along just fine. I met Tinker at the Upstage Club. He corralled me after a set, told me he thought I could really play, and mentioned he had some connections with the Quicksilver Messenger Service organization in San Francisco. He knew James Cotton, the great blues man, and said he thought Janis Joplin was looking for a guitarist, and I might be a contender for her new band. All of the above was true. He had a spare room in the factory that we could practice in, and if there was anything he could do, I should come up and see him. Here was a guy with a business, a few connections, a financial base, a forceful personality, and he was interested in me. I was always in the market for a surrogate and appreciative daddy, so I latched on to Tink. Tinker loved music and knew talent when he saw it. It was the only thing he made allowances for, ability. Upon leaving Freehold, we initially took up residence a few blocks off the ocean in Bradley Beach. I had an idyllic surf summer and fall, and the first East Street baby, Jason Federici, arrived. We were still teenagers ourselves. He was a child in the care of children. We gathered around him and treated him like the little piece of magic he was. Steel Mill took up artistic residence in the surfboard factory, using an extra concrete room Tinker had off the rear of the place as a rehearsal hall. In Bradley, unfortunately, it was always a near-death experience when it came to paying rent. Mad Dog and I would soon make the surfboard factory our primary address. No rent. We moved in. Vinny slept on a mattress in the bathroom, his head inches from the rumbling toilet. I slept in the master suite, a room 10 feet away, my mattress in one corner, Tinker's in another, that contained a refrigerator and a television set. Over the next several years, I would suck in enough fiberglass and resin fumes to deaden the brain cells of 100 men. Quarters were tight, and Tinker and I were forced to romance our ladies in rather close environs. Privacy was at a minimum. Sex was quick and not that pretty at the surfboard factory, performed on concrete floors, up against the brick exterior of the building, in a room a short distance from other sweating, grabby lovers, or last hope, in the back seat of an abandoned car out in the dusty swales of the industrial park. You could not be too picky. We managed. Vinny Lopez learned to work as a shaper, tapering the fine lines of Tinker's new shortboards so they'd skim like lightning through the murky Jersey surf. He'd stand there, covered head to toe in fiberglass dust, take off his surgical mask and head to the back room for band practice. We called ourselves Child, and we played the bars and nightclubs of the late 60s shore. We played original music with some covers, and the simple fact that we were so good was all that kept us working. The shore, north to south, was still the fiefdom of top 40 cover bands. You couldn't get arrested unless you played the hits. We played a few, but compromised very little. Our ability to excite and entertain, and having our craft down cold, kept us alive. I was living the life of an aspiring musician, a circumstantial bohemian, and as I've mentioned, I didn't do any drugs or drink. One of my ex-roommates, a fellow guitarist, would end it all with a gunshot to the head after a short life of ingesting too many chemicals and ending up a wasted talent on the skids. I'd seen people mentally ruined, gone and not coming back. I was barely holding on to myself as it was. I couldn't imagine introducing unknown agents into my system. I needed control and those ever-elusive boundaries. I was afraid of myself, what I might do or what might happen to me. I'd already experienced enough personal chaos to not go in search of the unknown. Over all my years in bars, an out-of-line drunk in my face was the only thing that could get me fighting mad. I'd seen my dad, and that was enough. I wasn't looking for outside stimulants to help me lose or find anything. Music was going to get me as high as I needed to go. I had friends who were real drug-experimenting radicals, and then I had my construction worker brother-in-law, who, with the exception of bashing a few long hairs like myself, had no 60s experience whatsoever. He remained his whole life a man of the 50s, with greatly increased tolerance, however. I was a faux hippie. Free love was all right, but the counterculture stood by definition in opposition to the conservative blue-collar experience I'd had. I felt caught between two camps, and I didn't really fit in either, or maybe I just fit in both. Last of the bar bands. The Pandemonium Club, the shore's newest nightclub, had opened at Sunset Avenue and Route 35. That put it right at the bottom of the hill from the surfboard factory. We could walk there. You played on a small stage right behind the bar, with a small alley of booze bottles, ice, beer, and bartenders, all that separated you from the patrons sitting at the bar. The bartender's ass, a great one, made the night slip on by. The bar, the stool huggers, those standing gathered around the bar, some tables and the dance floor were all spread out in a 180-degree panorama around you. The Pandemonium did not have to work very hard to live up to its name. It drew an eclectic and often incompatible clientele. Truckers rolling home up Route 35, kids from Monmouth College, summer bennies there for the sand and surf of the shore, hippies who'd come to hear the music, and barflies of all shapes and sizes gravitated to the Pandemonium's currentness and pseudo-ritzy decor. Many of these patrons were culturally at odds. You could go to the Pandemonium to listen to music, be congratulated on a recent set, and get hassled for the length of your hair by some long-haul trucker, preppy football player, or polyester-laden mafia wannabe out of Long Branch. It was usually cool, but not always. When you play a bar, inches behind the bartender, you witness the unfolding of human events from a unique perspective. The formula was always familiar. The timing was all that changed. Woman plus booze plus man plus booze plus second man plus booze equals brawl. I would bemusedly watch this play out night after night until chairs were thrown, punches were landed, blood was spilled, female faux shock was registered, and bouncers swarmed. You could read it like a gathering storm. This was how some gals got their kicks. Sometimes you could warn the bouncers, and they would cool it off before the first punch was thrown. But it often hit with the suddenness of a summer squall and was over just as quick. Cut to the last scene. Bouncers breathing heavily, their sweaty shirts torn asunder, random small blood stains, a gawking crowd gathering in the floodlit parking lot, the celebratory red lights of local law enforcement turning faces muted red, the cops hauling the disheveled revelers away. Everybody goes home. One Giant Leap for Mankind. July 20th, 1969. The night man first walked on the moon was our first night of a week-long booking we had at the new club. This was a gold mine for us, and we needed to do well. If we could make a steady booking out of the Pandemonium, some of the living hand-to-mouth would be taken out of our lives. We could concentrate on writing, rehearsing, and maybe even recording a few of our own tunes. The Pandemonium was managed by Baldy Hushpuppies. He was so named because he was a hopelessly middle-aged swinger type who was bald and wore hushpuppies. On this particular evening, Baldy Hushpuppies was out of town, and son of Baldy Hushpuppies, his kid, was running the joint. It just so happened the band was scheduled to start a set exactly as the first manned moon landing was occurring, 10:56. Half the small crowd of 30 or so wanted us to start playing, and half wanted us to solemnly observe this epical moment in human history. We'd start, and some would run to the bars shushing us as the landing grew near. We'd stop, and some would complain that the band wasn't playing. Ultimately, we decided, fuck the moon landing. That's just a trick of the man. Fuck you, Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. Let's rock. Myself, Mad Dog Lopez, and Danny were in favor of boogieing. The holdout was bass player Little Vinnie Roslin, a bit of a sensitive techie, a man of science, who said we were full of shit cretins ignoring history, and he would have no part of it. He put his bass down and walked off stage. He was right, but the line was drawn. A small black-and-white television in the corner of the bar was all they had broadcasting the event. It was surrounded by a small group of pro-moon landing clientele, glued to the fuzzy images being sent across 240,000 miles of space. The fuck the moonlanders were all huddled over their stew at the bar near us. Finally, Mad Dog had it. He shouted into his microphone, "If somebody doesn't turn that fucking TV off, I'm coming over and putting my foot through it." Upon hearing Vinnie's throwdown, son of Baldy Hushpuppies came barreling around the bar and explained to Vinnie that it was his TV, and Vinnie had better shut the fuck up or we'd all be out on our asses. Mad Dog Lopez did not, and does not, cotton to such talk. Attired typically and eccentrically in a Chinese robe and nothing else that evening, Vinnie managed to get in a minor scuffle with SOBH. We were fired on the spot. 6 nights of a good-paying, close-to-home bar gig vanished into thin air up Vinnie's Chinese robe. We walked back up the hill, pissed, everybody giving Vinnie the silent treatment for blowing the gig. We would not be much longer for the shore bar circuit anyway. The concert business awaited. Chapter 18. Steel Mill. We found out another group had registered the name Child. So at a late-night brainstorming session at the Inkwell Coffee House in the West End neighborhood of Long Branch, New Jersey, we searched for a new band name. The Inkwell was a long-hair-friendly local institution 1 block in from the Long Branch beachfront. Its proprietor was Joe Inkwell, a Hitlerian presence who would take the skin off of you for looking at him the wrong way. Nevertheless, he and I got along great, and the place was a safe late-night haven for weirdos of all stripes. It was done up inside completely beat generation. You could grab a cheeseburger, flirt with the blue jeans and black leotard-clad waitresses, and spend a little time in an environment where you felt reasonably secure you would not be under attack, except possibly by the owner. I think it was Mad Dog who volunteered Steel Mill. That was the direction we were going in. It was blue-collar, heavy music, with loud guitars and a southern-influenced rock sound. If you mixed it up with a little prog and all original songs, you had Steel Mill. You know, Steel Mill, like Led Zeppelin, elemental, metal-based, bare-chested, primal rock. We started playing long guitar-crunching concerts under that name, and we began to draw and draw big. First hundreds, then thousands came to impromptu appearances in parks, at the local armory, at the Monmouth College Great Lawn, or college gymnasium, and at any other location that would hold our growing tribe. We became something people wanted to see. We had a raw stage show, and songs that were memorable enough for people to want to come back, hear them again, memorize their lyrics, and sing their choruses. We began to attract and hold real fans. Tinker took us down to the University of Richmond in Virginia, where he had a few connections. We played for free in the park, gave the locals a taste of us, and then got hired for school events. We became enormously popular in Richmond, drawing up to 3,000 people at our southern concerts with no album to our name. Our voodoo had worked outside of the Garden State. We opened up for Grand Funk Railroad in Bricktown, New Jersey, stole the house, and headed south, where we opened for Chicago, Iron Butterfly, and finally for Ike and Tina Turner at the Virginia War Memorial. We quickly built ourselves a second home in Richmond. Now we had 2 cities we could play quarter annually, charging $1 at the door and coming home with thousands of dollars that would get us through the dry times. The catch was, you could not overplay either area, and there were only 2. Once every 4 months was a lot. We'd become too big for the bars, too small for the big time. So we became a strange victim of our own local success. We could draw thousands when we played, but in order to keep interest and our value up, we had to make ourselves scarce. We scouted around for a few more locations, opening for Roy Orbison at a festival in Nashville, Tennessee, playing in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, but it was our Jersey and Virginia fans who kept us in subs and cheeseburgers. The long weeks in between shows gave us a lot of time to practice, refine our band, and settle into the unique position of authentic neighborhood superstars while remaining totally unknown outside of our given areas. So, what to do? Go west, young man. Tinker always regaled us with tales of San Francisco. Hell, it was 1970. Let's get out there and show them what we can do. We'd played with and done well against national bands for a year now. Bring on the big guns, the San Francisco groups. We were cocky as hell and sure we were good enough to make our mark anywhere. We felt we were the best undiscovered thing we'd ever seen, so we begged Tinker to take us to where the hippies ran free. A deal was struck. Tinker said if we each saved $100 and copyrighted our originals for their protection, he'd lead us to the far coast. Danny and I sat for 2 hours one evening at our dining room table and only managed to get 1 song on the staff paper. We figured, fuck it. Just fill in the rest with a bunch of notes Tinker will never know. That's what we did. We held 1 final concert at the Surfboard Factory for seed money, built a plywood box that would sit tucked inside Tinker's flatbed, covered it with an army tarp to protect the equipment from the rain, and set up a separate station wagon, Danny's, with mattresses and water for the driver's rest and recuperation. With these 2 vehicles, $100 each and a prayer, we would make the Great Crossing in 3 days. We had a paying New Year's Eve gig at California's Esalen Institute in the mountains of Big Sur. Esalen was one of the first human potential spas in the United States. At that time, no one had ever heard of such a thing. It was just a gig for us, and we didn't have a clue as to what we were walking into. With the exception of Tinker and our short trips around the Southeast, none of us had ever been out of New Jersey. The night before we left for California, Mad Dog and I visited our local cinema to see Easy Rider. It was not such a good send-off. As we watched the story of Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper's journey across America, a slow, creeping dread overtook us. When Hopper was blasted off his motorcycle at the end of the film by a Cro-Magnon redneck, it dawned on us it might not be too friendly for folks like us out there. Tinker, of course, had taken that into consideration. No peace-loving hippies, we were armed. We had our cap and ball pistols, all perfectly legal, in the cab of our truck. We'd run into bad vibes, an attendant who might not want to gas us up, a tension-filled roadhouse diner, but no trouble. Tinker spoke the common language of automotive mechanics. It's amazing what a cross-cultural barrier breaker a little engine talk can be. We were in a vintage piece of hardware. People were curious about our old Ford truck and what the hell we were up to. Tink could have broken the ice with the grand poobah of the Ku Klux Klan with his laconic command of the mystical ways of the internal combustion engine. Tink had gearhead knowledge, accompanied by a strange and mighty confidence that put folks at ease. If those should fail, he seemed like the kind of guy who might shoot you. The morning came. The truck was loaded, the station wagon prepared. I was 21, and we were going west. West. Dreamtime. West. California. That's where the music was. The Hate. San Francisco. Jefferson Airplane. The Dead. And Moby Grape. One of Steve's and my all-time favorite groups. West. Free. Even my folks were there. I'd heard about the deserts, the palm trees, the weather, Seal Rock, the great redwoods of Muir Woods, the Bay, the Golden Gate. On our few phone calls, my mom had told me tales of their new life in the West. I hadn't seen my parents and younger sister in almost a year. Back then, no one could afford cross-country bus, plane, or train travel. I'd never met anyone who'd been on an airplane, so here it was. It would be a combination family reunion and career juggernaut that would set everything straight. Our caravan of two left at dawn, rolling away from the surfboard factory, out of the industrial park, and onto Route 35, over to 33 West, then to the New Jersey Turnpike South. It was winter, and we'd take the southern route across the country to avoid as much snow and ice as possible. We were 7, Tinker, myself, Vinnie Rosalind, Mad Dog, Danny, a pal headed west who would help drive, and Tinker's favorite living thing, J.T. Woofer, his dog. The cabin of Tinker's 40s flatbed comfortably held Tinker and me plus J.T. The rest of our travelers rode in Danny's 60s vintage station wagon. We had 3 days to get to California. We had no extra money for motels and no camping gear, so we would not be stopping. We would drive in rotating shifts around the clock, pausing roadside only for food and gas. I didn't drive. At all. I had no car. No license. At 21, my transportation was a bicycle or my thumb. I had hitchhiked everywhere I went since I was 15 years old and had gotten very comfortable with it. When I say I didn't drive, I mean I did not know how. I could not safely operate a motor vehicle. My old man never had the patience to teach me, and after one sprint spinning and jerking my way through the Freehold Raceway parking lot, Tex himself had thrown up his hands and quickly quit too. I was completely incompetent behind the wheel. I was not counted as one of the drivers for this trip. That's why we were glad to have the extra guy. There would be no racing in the street for me for a few years. The trip was going well. Then we hit Nashville, Tennessee. Somehow in Nashville, Tink, JT, and I became separated from the car of drivers, with Phantom Dan Federici at the wheel. The story later was, we looked around and you were gone. This created an enormous problem. All the drivers were with Danny. To make it to Big Sur, California, 3,000 miles in 3 days from New Jersey, we had to drive around the clock. To make it there New Year's Eve for our date, the big wheels had to keep on turning. There were thousands of miles left, and Tinker couldn't do it himself. The dog couldn't drive, so that left me. At midnight that evening, Tink simply said, "I can't drive anymore. It's your turn." I said, "You know I can't drive." Tinker said, "There's nothing to it. Besides, you have to, or we won't make the only job we have on the West Coast." I got behind the steering wheel of the big truck, an ancient behemoth, reminding one of the truck in Clouseau's The Wages of Fear, that hauled nitroglycerin through the jungles of Central America. What followed was so ugly. A massive grinding of fine vintage gears that left us jerking all over the highway, steering that left the huge truck with all of our band equipment and everything of value that we owned in its hatch, weaving barely within the lines of our lane. A head-on collision with the unknowing, trusting souls coming our way seemed imminent. Still, it had to happen. Here's how we did it. Once we realized it was impossible for me to start from a dead stop, Tinker would get the transmission in first gear and get the truck rolling, and then we would switch seats in the tight cab, stepping on JT as she howled from the floorboards, and I would take over from second gear through fourth for as long as the highway held. We drove thousands of miles the rest of the way employing this method. We never saw or heard from Danny or the other vehicle again. We had no backup plan for someone getting lost. There were no cell phones, no way to communicate. All we had was a common destination, so we headed into the sun. It was not a restful ride for Carl Virgil West. I'd be driving through the desert night during his sleep break, weaving all over the highway, and I'd look over to see him with fear flooding his wide-open eyes. I couldn't blame him. My driving sucked. We were lucky I didn't kill us. The big truck did not get easier to manage. I just drove. No license, no permit, no experience. When we came to a state line crossing, a toll booth or a way station, I'd poke Tinker in the ribs and we'd switch seats again without coming to a stop. We got pretty good at it, but when we hit the mountain passes, terror set in. The truck was an old manual shift without particularly responsive steering. You had to clutch, shift, clutch, shift, clutch, shift, the engine begging for mercy, racing forward and back. I was killing that thing. But by the time we got to California, I knew how to drive. And Tinker had spent many a sleepless hour sprouting more than a few gray hairs. West. The country was beautiful. I felt a great elation at the wheel as we crossed the western desert at dawn. The deep blue and purple-shadowed canyons, the pale yellow morning sky with all of its color drawn out, leaving just the black silhouetted mountains behind us. With the eastern sun rising at our backs, the deep reds and browns of the plains and hills came to life. Your palms turned salty white on the wheel from the aridity. Morning woke the earth into muted color. Then came the flat light of the midday sun, and everything stood revealed as pure horizon, lowering on 2 lanes of blacktop and disappearing into nothing, my favorite thing. Then the evening, with the sun burning red into your eyes, dropping gold into the western mountains. It all felt like home, and I fell into a lasting love affair with the desert. On we soldiered, through Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona, to the California border, then north to the Big Sur Mountains. We were almost there, but we had one more Halloween horror show of a night. Highway 1 to Big Sur had been washed out in a coastal storm, not an unusual occurrence, so Tinker searched the map for an alternate route. We stopped at an outpost of a filling station for a little local guidance. Tinker pointed at a squiggly thin line on the map and asked, "What about this?" The attendant answered, "It'll get you there, but you don't want to take this truck over that road." Tinker and every perverse, can-do bone in his body only heard the first part. We took it. For the first few miles, a beautiful, freshly paved highway stretched out in front of us. Then in one swift mountain bend, the road transformed into sliding dust and gravel. It became a barely passable, one-way hell drive, with a mountain within reach out the driver's side window and a guardrail less sheer cliff and empty grave awaiting outside the passenger's window. Tinker had gone mute at the wheel, eyes burning like a zombie's. He bumped, slid, and rolled us for 30 miles in 3 hours of midnight over this impossible mountain pass. JT lay pinned to the floor like mortar fire was threatening her short canine life. She sensed we were hanging by the short ones, and after an hour or so, my own stomach couldn't take it anymore. The view from the cab was way too zero-sum. I lay down on the seat and closed my eyes. I did not sleep. The truck slipped and swayed, loose mountainside gravel raining on the cab roof like hail. We took one last turn, and it was over. The highway opened up before us, and we shortly made our way through the gates of the Esalen Institute at Big Sur. The night was pitch black, without a light source anywhere. I found myself hustling down a small path, searching for our accommodations on the black side of a mountain in California. Gopher's Palace. We would be staying with Gopher, a friend of Tinker's, on the working side of a small creek that separated Esalen's wealthy belly-button contemplators from its service staff. It was not easy to find. Gopher lived on the steep side of the mountain in a tree. He had built his home around a towering eucalyptus whose roots and trunk sprouted out of his living room floor, on up through his sleeping loft, and out the roof. Hello, Big Sur. There was a fireplace, no facilities, and no running water. You climbed the tree in the house to get to the sleeping loft. It was a place fine for a leprechaun, but its miniature rooms were full with Tink, myself, JT, and soon, rustling up out of the brush, the lost platoon of Danny and the two Vinnies. They'd followed the sound of my strumming guitar to Gopher's Palace, and we all had a joyful tall tale-telling reunion. At some point, during the early evening before our arrival, Gopher had thought he heard a perpetrator amongst the bushes, unloaded his shotgun into the night, and knocked out the electrical power for the entire side of the mountain. We sat by firelight, like Neanderthals huddled together in the heart of an unseeable new world. Finally exhausted, we drifted off to sleep. When we woke at dawn and stepped out of Gopher's front door, we stood speechless before what we saw. Giant, old-growth trees, vegetation so lush you'd get lost a few feet in off the walking path. Color, winter-blooming flowers all set on a verdant mountainside that looked out high over the sun-fired emerald-green Pacific. If you watched for a while, you could see whales spouting in the distance. I'd never stood in the midst of nature like this, and you could feel its humbling and intoxicating power. I approached a tree the likes of which I had never seen before, covered with what appeared to be strange, multicolored leaves. As I walked toward its base, thousands of butterflies exploded off its branches and shot into the hard blue sky. This was another world. We quickly got the lay of the land. We were in the workers' quarters, and that was basically where we were supposed to stay. It'd be a few years before I would start gazing into my own wealthy belly button, and so across the creek at the Institute, there were things going on we simply could not comprehend. The first thing Mad Dog and I witnessed was a group of people curled up on a green lawn in white sheets, returning to their amoeba stage. This struck Vinny and me as uproariously funny, and we quickly came to believe, rightly or not, that the place, while gorgeous, was home to some good old first-rate Jersey carny quackery, all dressed up in some new-age doublespeak. They did have great hot springs tucked into the side of a cliff overlooking the sea. There were the springs, a cold bath, and everybody naked. This greatly appealed to unworldly Jersey folk such as ourselves, and we spent what time we could there, charming the rich ladies and bathing in nature's sweet revivifier. A few of the fellows made friends with paying guests, leading to midnight creeps around the mountainside. For food, the staff would slip us some breakfast out the back door of the kitchen in the morning, and we'd spend the day exploring, watching the dog and pony show at the lodge, or practicing in a little shed by the sea for our big New Year's Eve stand. One afternoon, I took a long walk deep into the forest. I stayed on the path so as not to get lost, and began to follow the sound of a distant conga drum. About 10 minutes in, deep in a wooded clearing, I came upon a tall, thin black man, dressed in a dashiki, hunched over a conga drum, entertaining the wildlife. He looked up, and I found myself face to face with Richard Blackwell, my homie from Freehold, whom I'd grown up with. What are the odds? We had a Dr. Livingston, I presume, moment, Couldn't believe the two of us had ended up there thousands of miles from home at this exact place and time. Decided it was destiny, and I asked him if he wanted to sit in with Steel Mill for the rest of our West Coast stretch. First stop, New Year's Eve. When the night came, it all broke loose West Coast style. Out of the nearby mountains came tattooed earth mamas, old grizzled mountain men, nubile young hippie girls fueled by acid, talking in tongues and ready to fuck. There were a lot of drugs, and the show took off accordingly into the Netherlands of California acid culture. Trance dancing, the locals mixed merrily with the paying guests, and we played the crowd into a frenzy, with Richard Blackwell from the block, joined by Tinker, creating an unending pulse with their conga drums. It went on for a long time, and as a straight-edge Jersey boy, it was about all the fun I could take. Everybody wanted to give you drugs all the time. I was a stubborn young man and set in my fearful ways. I wasn't going there, so I played, and they went. The mountain hippies, their bonfires blazing, ancient faces with eyes rolling back, alongside well-off middle Americans, trying to find a new light who'd come west and were paying big for what we'd done for him in New Jersey for $2. Finally, around dawn, it quieted. Folks drifted back up into the hills, and we sat exhausted. We'd entertained them and had been thoroughly entertained, but it was different from back home. Here, music was a part of some larger tribal consciousness-raising event. The musician was more shaman and psychic facilitator, more mystic man than hard rocker or soul entertainer. I had the band and the skills to pull it off, but I wasn't sure it was my stock in trade. We stayed on for a few days afterward, enjoying the pleasures of Big Sur. The morning we left, I sat on a bench overlooking the Pacific with a very straight middle-aged entrepreneur from Texas. He was lost in Freakland and a seeker at the facility. I asked him why he was there. He said simply, "I made a lot of money and I'm not happy." It'd be years before I'd have to wrestle with that one, but there was something about him that touched me. He wanted something more than the world of commerce that his life had offered him. He'd come all this way, laid down his cold hard cash, and opened himself up to try to find it. I wished him well, and I hoped that he was in righteous hands. A few hours later, I sat on a rocky green outcropping on the side of Highway 1. In my lap, I held my travel bag. The sun was high and dry as I watched a small army of ants slipping between my boots, carrying bits of dust toward their little hillside empire. I searched north up the highway and waited. The smell of eucalyptus bark and high grasses, a uniquely California smell, surrounded me and reminded me I was a young traveler in a strange land. It felt good. A hawk circled above me in the flat blue sky as 40 minutes passed, then an hour. The car slowed down and pulled to the side of the road where I was sitting. Through the sun's glare reflecting off the front windshield, I saw two big smiles. It was my mom and pop, coming to welcome their only son to their promised land. Promised Land. My mom and dad's land of hope and dreams was a small 2-bedroom apartment up a flight of stairs in a complex in the California suburb of San Mateo. It consisted of a living room kitchen combo, a bedroom for my folks, and a smaller bedroom for my little sis. They were proud of it. They loved California. They had jobs, they had a new life. My dad had taken up watercolor painting by numbers, and he played the home organ, its sour notes squealing beneath those mitts he called hands. He seemed to be all right. Leaving Freehold had done him some good. My mom was once again a respected legal secretary at a firm in the Hillsdale shopping center, and my pop drove a bus at the airport. I slept on the living room couch, ate some home cooking, shopped at the nearby St. Vincent de Paul or Salvation Army thrift stores, and enjoyed being home. I was in the living room watching TV as my 8-year-old sister attempted to make me a homecoming cake. She had a big bowl of batter and an electric mixer set up on the kitchen table. The next thing I heard was a shattering scream, like a squirrel with its tail caught in the family mower. I ran to find batter splattered all over the kitchen walls, and my little sis howling with the electric mixer still running and pressed close to her scalp. At first I couldn't figure out what I was seeing. Then I realized the mixer had run straight up a strand of her lovely long brown hair which had drifted into the mixing bowl and was now vibrating like a banshee against her little skull. A pull of the plug, a pair of scissors, a few kisses, some laughs, and she was okay. Soon the entire band would be sleeping on my parents' living room floor. It only lasted a few days. We were there to be discovered, and that would take work, so we packed up and headed into San Francisco for our first audition. We pulled up to the Family Dog, home of the Quicksilver Messenger service in a venerable old San Francisco ballroom that was looking for some new bands to open up for their main acts. Tinker had got us a shot. I recollect there were 3 or 4 bands auditioning that sunny afternoon. The first 2 weren't much, so we confidently took the stage and played well. We played about 20 minutes of the stuff that made us superstars back home and didn't doubt we'd get the gig. After our set, the 4th band played. They were good. They were musically sophisticated, with several good vocalists and some very good songs. They didn't have the show that we did, but that didn't seem to concern them. They just played very, very well. They got the gig. We lost out. After the word came down, all the other guys were complaining we'd gotten ripped off. The guy running the joint didn't know what he was doing, blah, blah, blah. That night, I went back to my parents' house and lay awake on my couch thinking. They were better than us, and I hadn't seen anybody, certainly anybody who was still unknown, that was better than us, better than me, in a long time. The guy doing the booking was right. My confidence was mildly shaken, and I had to make room for a rather unpleasant thought. We were not going to be the big dogs we were back in our little hometown. We were going to be one of many very competent, very creative musical groups fighting over a very small bone. Reality check. I was good, very good, but maybe not quite as good or as exceptional as I'd gotten used to people telling me, or as I thought. Right here, in this city, there were guys who in their own right were as good or better. That hadn't happened in a long while, and it was going to take some mental realignment. A few days later, we were back at it. We auditioned at a club called The Matrix, and this time we got the job. We would open for Boz Scaggs, Elvin Bishop, and Charlie Musselwhite, and garner one of our first unequivocal raves in the San Francisco Examiner from music critic Philip Elwood. It was titled, due to the San Francisco rain outside, A Wet Night with Steel Mill, and was everything we could have hoped for. Mr. Elwood wrote, "Never have I been so surprised by completely unknown talent. It gave us the shot in the arm we needed to impress the folks and newspapers back home, and allowed us to think there might be a future there for us yet. Our pay at the Matrix was toll money across the Bay Bridge and hot dogs. That was it. We played for free. The experience was great. We got to meet and talk to some real recording artists. We weren't the band people were coming to see, so we had to work hard, and we did. I don't think we scared anybody, but we impressed our share of the crowd one show at a time. Our next stop was the San Francisco Valhalla of Bill Graham's Fillmore West." In the Hall of the Gods. Everybody had been on the stage. The band, B.B. King, Aretha, all the great San Francisco groups, and every Tuesday the Fillmore West held audition night. We nailed down a Tuesday slot, and nerves a jingle-jangle, we headed down to stand on that stage and make our mark. You were one of 5 or 6 bands that would play for an hour or so to a paying crowd seated on the floor. Everybody there was good. You had to be to simply get an audition, but I didn't see anybody very exciting. Many simply droned on, playing in that very laid-back San Francisco style. When the working men from New Jersey took the stage, all that changed. We rocked hard, performing our physically explosive stage show, which had the crowd on its feet and shouting. We left to a standing ovation and some newfound respect, and were asked back for the following Tuesday. Later in the evening, as I hung around the ballroom talking to the locals and basking in as much West Coast glory as I could, somebody else was lighting up the stage. A band called Grin, its lead guitarist Nils Lofgren, playing his guitar through a Hammond Leslie speaker, rocked the house till its closing. We went home satisfied, counting the days till the following Tuesday. We came back 1 week later and did it one more time to the same tumultuous response. then were offered a demo recording session at Bill Graham's Fillmore Studios. Finally, just what we'd come 3,000 miles for, our shot at the gold ring. One crisp California afternoon, Steel Mill pulled up to the first professional recording studio we'd ever seen. It was a classic West Coast, wood-paneled, potted plant-infested rock star hangout, the likes of which I would be spending too much time in over the coming years. We cut 3 of our best originals, the Judge song, Going Back to Georgia, and the Train song, as a demo for Bill Graham's Fillmore Records. When you first hear yourself on professional recording tape, you want to crawl in a cold sweat from the room. You always sound better inside your head and in your dreams than you do in the cold light of the playback room. There, the way you truly sound initially lands on you like a 500-pound weight. Inside your head, you're always a little better of a singer, a little better of a guitarist, and of course, as with the layman, a little better looking. Tape and film have no interest in the carefully protected delusions you've constructed to get through your day. You just have to get used to it. Not being quite as good as I thought was unfortunately becoming a theme I was revisiting throughout our West Coast jaunt. The demo was as far as we'd get. The deal never happened. We were offered some sort of retainer fee, but nothing that showed any real interest. Still, something was happening. We'd been reviewed. We had a semi-steady gig at a big city club, the Matrix. We'd drawn the attention of Bill Graham's Fillmore organization, and we were now drawing a small, enthusiastic crowd of our own. I saw my folks occasionally, preferring to stay close to the action with the band and a variety of crash pads in Berkeley, Marin County, or wherever someone would allow us to take up some floor. I managed to get arrested hitchhiking, my specialty, on the California freeway. I had little money, no ID, no official residence. That seemed to be enough for them to pull me in. Reprising a role she'd played many times in New Jersey, where I'd managed to be hauled into local police stations for hardcore crimes as varied as not purchasing a beach badge, hitchhiking, and getting caught in my girlfriend's father's borrowed Cadillac, my mother came down, bailed me out, and dropped me off at the Matrix for the night's gig. I was still a kid, and it was nice having her around to depend on. But soon we had to face the facts. Progress had come to a halt. We had no money, no paying work, and no prospects. Unlike in New Jersey, we couldn't do our quarterly concert to make ends meet. Here, we had no viable, financially sound business model. We were as discovered as we were going to get. There were simply too many good groups around for someone to pay us to play. I was right when I allowed my parents to leave without me and stayed behind in New Jersey. We could survive as musicians only on our little sliver of the East Coast. We had to get back. Tinker borrowed some fast money for road expenses back home, and feeling not quite like complete failures, but not like the successes we'd imagined, we packed immediately. I bade my folks adieu, and we hit the road to Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, one of the 2 places we could make a buck. If we could get there, we could work, make a few dollars, and pull back into the shore area, hopefully resuming our previously underappreciated status as local rock gods. 6 days on the road. Our caravan of 2 once again headed south. Just a little ways out of San Francisco, Danny, leaning down to fix the radio while driving, managed to swerve off the highway, smash into a Men at Work sign, send the road crew scattering into the nearby brush, dent the hell out of our steam station wagon, and continue happily on, Jersey-bound. No problem. The problems would come soon enough. I was riding with J.T., the dog, in the back of the station wagon. We stopped on an Arizona highway for a piss break and got back in, and an hour later I realized there was an awful lot of room in the back of that station wagon now. J.T. had been left somewhere back along the highway. We signaled Tinker to pull over, and I gave him the news. His eyes drifting out over the desert, containing his complete disgust, he mumbled, "Go back and get her." 2 hours after we left J.T. by the side of the road, we pulled back into what we thought was our original piss location. Nothing. Just dry silence. So silent, you could hear the blood running through your veins in the thin desert air. Emptiness. Vast, unending emptiness. Then to the west, there was just a smudge of movement on the horizon. Something was alive and moving out there. We climbed back into the car, and a half-mile or so up the road there was J.T. heading back toward the California border. We threw open our car door, and one panting, tail-wagging, happy hound bounded into the rear seat, licking everything in sight. 2 hours after we'd left him, we pulled up to Tinker leaning on his truck, standing sentinel by the side of the road. J.T. hopped out and into Tinker's cab, and the stone-faced Tink said, "Let's go." 2 days out of Richmond, Danny's station wagon on its last legs rolled to a stop, dead. We didn't have the spare parts, and even Tinker's mighty skills couldn't get it running again. Okay, we were booked in Richmond. We had 5 guys. We had room for 3, plus the dog in the truck's cab. That left 2 by the side of the road. Tinker eyed the big plywood box containing our band gear on the back of his flatbed. After 30 minutes of repacking, in between the gear and the end of that box, we were able to squeeze out about 2 feet of crawl space. 2 of us were going to have to ride locked in there. Now it was midwinter, and it was fucking cold. There was little heat in the cab and none in the rear box. I don't remember how we called it, but little Vinny and I climbed in the back, and winter coats and all, we squiggled down into our sleeping bags. We were locked in, face to face, inhabiting a 2-by-8-foot space of freezing blackness. We had some water, a flashlight, and each other. With no way to communicate with the cab, we were packed tightly in behind several thousand pounds of rock and roll gear, so if the truck hit a steep incline and the weight shifted, problem. We were pressed up against the rear gate on one side and our Marshall amplifiers on the other, our fate entwined with that of Tinker's truck. Anything happens to the truck, we're padlocked in with no way out. We had an empty container for piss and a guarantee from those up front to stop every 2 hours to check on us. 2 days went by. Mad Dog spelled one of us every once in a while. Danny had some confinement issues, and the tight black box wasn't for him. After a while, you just sat there in the cold dark and let your mind wander. Whatever its results, the California trip would have a lasting impact on me. I got to see the country. I came up against some real talent and held my own, but the band that took us out at the Family Dog stayed with me. They had something we didn't, a certain level of sophisticated musicality. They were better than us, and that didn't sit well with me. It's not that I didn't expect to come up against superior talent. That happens. It's the way God planned it. I was fast, but like the old gunslingers knew, there's always somebody faster. And if you can do it better than me, you earn my respect and admiration, and you inspire me to work harder. I wasn't afraid of that. I was concerned with not maximizing my own abilities, not having a broad or intelligent enough vision of what I was capable of. I was all I had. I had only one talent. I was not a natural genius. I would have to use every ounce of what was in me, my cunning, my musical skills, my showmanship, my intellect, my heart, my willingness, night after night to push myself harder, to work with more intensity than the next guy, just to survive untended in the world I lived in. As I sat there in the black, I knew when we got back home there would have to be some changes made. Chapter 19, Homecoming. We arrived in Richmond exhausted but glad to be back in familiar territory. We played. They paid us. How sweet it is. We trucked back into Jersey as the conquering heroes, and for proof, we had our review. We had been recognized by a big-time newspaper music critic as Jersey badasses, gone to teach those West Coast sissy boys something about the rock. If you didn't believe us, you could read all about it in the Asbury Park Press. They covered our return like it was Odysseus' return to Ithaca. We'd put Jersey, the butt of so many hack comedians' one-liners, for a brief moment on the rock and roll map. More would follow. But for now we played a celebratory homecoming show, and I stashed away some cash in my bank, a sock in the top drawer of my dresser at the surfboard factory. Then I sat down to reconfigure the band. On our West Coast safari, a seam had opened up between little Vinny and the rest of the band. It happens. Only the luckiest bands don't grow apart. There was some disagreement over rehearsal time and effort put in. Everyone moves differently, and no two musicians' commitment is exactly the same. You can fall out of the arc of a group without even noticing it. Vinny was a good guy, a charismatic bass player, and one of my original rock and roll heroes in the motifs. He hailed from the same greaser neck of the woods I did, and had been through the cauldron of our California trip. It wasn't going to be easy letting him go, so I chickened out and let Mad Dog do it. The dog, being a good deal less sentimental than myself, probably handled it with his usual no-bullshit aplomb. I imagine he just spit it out, made Vinny feel glad he hadn't been assaulted, and went on his way. It was time to call on my old paisan Steve Van Zandt. Despite our friendship, we were both frontmen and lead guitarists, so we'd never played in the same band together. Steel Mill had built up a substantial enough name that I thought Steve might consider helping me out playing bass for a while. We drove together up north to a music shop where Steve bought himself a clear Ampeg see-through bass and an amplifier. We headed straight back to the factory where we immediately began rehearsal, breaking Steve in on our original material. We timed it perfectly to have Steve setting up his equipment just as little Vinny came by to pick up his. Nice. Steve stepped into the next room, Vinny gave us hell, we took it, and picked up rehearsal where we'd left off. With Steve on the bass, his playing and our long friendship kicked some new spirit into the band. Rock and Roll Riot. We went back to our old circuit, running A to B, Jersey to Richmond, then back again. In the late 60s and early 70s, it seemed to be just a part of the cultural lay of the land that you were going to have some police trouble. If you played a few minutes overtime, they sent out the local coppers to stop the heathen racket. It became almost routine. The police would gather behind the stage, a debate of sorts would take place between the principals, and usually some compromise would be reached. Most of the cops were just interested in getting the concert over, the kids home, and themselves back to the donut shop. But sometimes you'd run into hard asses. When Steel Mill played, in conjunction with our audience, we owned the room. We owned it by possession. We didn't have an attitude about it, and generally wanted to be cooperative, but in those days, culturally opposing forces attracted one another. At the end of an evening of great fun in the University of Richmond's gym, I noticed a heated discussion taking place in the small room containing the gym's power switches. The power room lay only a few feet behind the drum riser. I watched the argument escalate until I saw Billy, our roadman, and a local police officer square off against each other in an Abbott and Costello-like wrestling match, each trying to keep the other away from the power switches. The power went on, it went off. It went on, it went off. Vinny Lopez, never one to take the interruption of our endeavors sitting down, hopped off his drum kit and joined the melee. The blue-uniformed invaders were literally beaten back, and the show continued on with great fuck-the-man drama. Shortly after the show, as we packed up our equipment into Tinker's truck, we noticed we couldn't find Vinny. We searched the hall and the streets around the building and waited for him to show. Nothing. Then a student told us that 10 minutes before, he'd seen the police quietly slip up and take a cursing young man away in handcuffs. Vinny was transported straight to the county jail, not to be seen again for a tumultuous month. Without access to enough bail money, we'd have to do what we did best and play a Free Mad Dog concert. It was booked at the Clearwater Swim Club in Middletown, New Jersey. Several thousand showed. We'd imported a drummer from Richmond, rehearsed him thoroughly, and were ready to gig. The night began uneventfully, but trouble started when the Middletown police sent a plainclothes narcotics officer to stroll through the crowd and bust those smoking nature's weed. The crowd, sensing strength in numbers, did not stand for this, and threw the narc, clothes and all, into the swimming pool at the center of the complex. Tempers began to rise, and the situation escalated when the police chief of Middletown sent over a bus full of officers in their newly acquired SWAT gear to make sure this thing got shut down on the button. We'd always play a little longer than usual, and in this case it was perceived as provocative criminal intent. The power was cut. Deja vu all over again. Tink, living up to his name, found a bypass to restore electricity to the stage. The crowd cheered, and that did it. The cops stormed the place with billy clubs flailing. Some of the police came up the front side of the stage and challenged the band members. A little skinny officer was poking at me in the gut and yelling, "Come on, motherfucker, come on." I turned to notice Danny lifting the very expensive Marshall amplifier head off his large stack of cabinets. I saw some officers approaching the stage from the rear. Then I saw Danny's speaker stacks accidentally go tumbling over upon them. This would feel roughly equivalent to a box of 8 bowling balls rumbling over on your ass. Some got trapped underneath, crawled out howling, and took off. Another officer leapt on stage, immediately grabbed Danny's arm, and tried to place him under arrest. Flo, Danny's Jersey girl to the bone wife, leapt on stage and grabbed her man's other arm. A Keystone Cops tug-of-war ensued, with Danny playing the part of the rope between his wife and the officer as he resisted arrest. A big kid I'd seen in a few shows climbed on the stage, approached the officer to within inches of his face, and let loose with the popular invective of the day. Pig, 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 etc. The officer flipped, let Danny go, and leapt off the stage, chasing this kid into the crowd. Phantom Dan slipped away into the night. For a week, the local papers were filled with rock and roll melee headlines. Guns and knives were reportedly found under the stage. Not true. A police chief was allegedly assaulted with an amplifier. True. The ACLU came down, investigating police brutality, and everybody was happy. We all hid out, but then a permanent warrant for Danny's arrest was issued for assaulting a police officer. We now had no drummer and no organ player. With the money we made from the catastrophic Middletown Swim Club fiasco, we were able to bail Vinny out of jail in Virginia. Now what were we going to do about Danny? He did not want to surrender. It was understandable. Police treatment for long hairs in 60s New Jersey could be rather intemperate. We'd all heard of a dark hole in the Freehold jail where you would reside naked as an ape until you agreed to let the jail barber give you the standard Khan's haircut. No, compassionate treatment was not a sure thing. So Danny stayed on the run. Problem: we needed to play, and we were booked for a big show at Monmouth College in the upcoming weeks. As the date closed in, we tried several replacement organists, none quite up to snuff. Finally, the Phantom said he would chance playing. Once we were on stage, we figured the police wouldn't dare arrest him in front of 3,000 screaming hippies. That became our plan. The night arrived, and all we had to do was get Danny in and out of the gym without the cops all over us. We set up. The crowd entered. Danny was hidden in the back seat of a friend's car in the gym parking lot waiting for the high sign. At 5 minutes before our 8 o'clock start time, I slipped out the back door, tapped on Danny's rear window, and uttered the password. Showtime. All I heard was, "I'm not coming." Huh? "I'm not coming. There are cops all over the place. I've seen them on the roof." I stood up, looked around. All I heard was the chirping of the crickets in the nearby trees. I scanned the roof. Nothing. I searched the parking lot. Nothing. Then Danny rolled down his window, and the smell of something pungent and sweet wafted into the night air. Danny had smoked himself into a mild state of paranoia. I explained to him in clear language that he would be leaving the vehicle. His safety would be in my hands, and he would be fine. Following the usual Phantom complaining, begging, cajoling, and my stepping into the tiring shoes of the voice of reason, he got out of the car, and unimpeded, we entered the building. The minute we were in the door, Danny's friend, Party Petey, another local organ grinder, greeted him with a boisterous shout-out, "Danny!" He was cold-cocked seconds later by Mad Dog Lopez, and we had to step over Party Petey to get to the stage. We blasted into the Judge song, and the concert was rollickingly underway. We danced in our shoes, congratulating ourselves on our brilliance at putting one over on the local PD. Nobody, but nobody, would bust Danny in front of this crowd. At the end of the evening, in a gesture of hippie solidarity, I pulled the brothers and sisters out of the audience until the stage was an undulating mass of glazed eyes and tie-dye. Danny slipped away from his organ, off the front lip of the stage, and out the front door, still free. Power to the people. But at what a fucking exhausting cost. We couldn't continue on like this, so we convinced Danny to turn himself in the following week. We bailed him out, and there was a small trial. My memory being everything ended up a wash. That was it. I'd had enough. Outlaw days, over. Steel mill, with Steve and me, continued to be great fun. Besides the enjoyment of having my pal by my side, Steve had an aggressive, bold style as a bassist, and he added some nice vocal harmonies. I'd always doubted myself as a singer. I felt I didn't have enough true tone and range. I didn't give myself credit for being able to immerse myself in what I was singing. Joe Strummer, Mick Jagger, and many of the great rock and roll and punk frontmen did not possess great voices, but their blood and guts conviction, their ownership of their songs, made up for it and lent them deep personal style. Still, I thought we could improve our band in the area of our lead vocals, and I was willing to step back as full-time singer to do so. There was a fellow named Robin Thompson in a great group out of Richmond called Mercy Flight. I thought he had one of the best undiscovered rock voices I'd ever heard. He was a cross between John Fogerty and Rod Stewart, and fronted his band with a lot of power and style. Rating another group for their best guy, particularly a group you know, is not a very neighborly thing to do. I didn't lose too much sleep over it. I wanted the best group I could imagine. I told the rest of the band my idea. They didn't think it was necessary, but they deferred. Robin Thompson came north, and for a while we were the Sam and Dave of hard rock. It was a good band, probably not as good as our original four. Robin was a great vocalist, but there was something in the tightness of the smaller unit and the ownership of my material that ultimately made us better suited to have me singly fronting the band. It was another lesson learned, and one I would revisit again 30 years later with the E Street Band. I had stylistically outgrown Steel Mill's heavy rock, roots, and boogie. I was listening to Van Morrison and Joe Cocker's Mad Dogs and Englishmen, and was interested in returning to my soul roots. I talked to Mad Dog and Steve about moving forward with me into something completely different. A 10-piece horns and singers augmented rock and soul band, playing nothing but new original material. I'd recently been to Upstage and heard a young black keyboardist who'd floored me. He was 16 years old and one of the greatest musicians I'd ever heard in Asbury Park. Davy Sanchez had pure musical genius and incredible stage presence. He was a star in the making, and I wanted him in my band. David had the courage to cross the tracks and enter the primarily white rock world of the Upstage Club in search of musical adventure. In turn, he was a completely new presence on the scene and stirred enormous excitement. There was some drifting back and forth across the color line in Asbury in those days, but not a lot. Gary Talent played with Little Melvin and the Invaders, an all-black soul band with a young Clarence Clemens on sax, in the black clubs surrounding Asbury. I'd wander over to the Orchid Lounge on Springwood Avenue when they brought in my favorite soul acts. As a white man at the Orchid, you were an oddity but never hassled. We'd all shop at Fish's clothing store, the premier Superfly outlet in the black community. The riots changed all that. They made the two communities more suspicious of each other, burned Fish's down to the ground, and made a trip to Springwood a lot less welcoming. But they also seemed to throw the more musically adventurous into each other's arms. Davy joined my new Bruce Springsteen band, and I left my days of long-haired, guitar-slinging glory behind. Chapter 20. Endless Summer. At the factory, life went on. Mad Dog and I had learned to surf from the kids who came in to have their boards worked on, and for a while we got seriously into it. This led to a lot of sleeping on the beach underneath the pilings at North End Beach and Long Branch. Mad John's surf shop was on the pier above us, and if it rained, you'd find us jammed and crumpled like sardines in our sleeping bags, with the other homeless surfers squeezed in amongst the surfboards inside the shop. Come morning, we'd stumble out into the mushy Jersey surf for a day of water and waves. We surfed from dawn till dusk, and I had a couple of the nicest summers of my life. It was all music, girls, and waves, just like the song said. I had a second-hand Challenger Eastern longboard. I really learned how to ride. I loved that board, and had the most fun I've ever had in the ocean on it. When the shortboard revolution hit, I felt pressured to pick up a 6-foot rocket ship. Tinker built him because it was what the young surfers wanted, but he was stone-cold old school and never liked them. When I first caught a wave on mine, it was so surprisingly fast and maneuverable it came shooting right out from underneath my feet. Whoa, Silver. I broke my front tooth on it, as a landlocked and stunned Steve Van Zandt watched from the shore at Bradley. I walked up on the beach, looked at Steve and said, "Something don't feel right. There's too much air." Stevie, his eyes as big as dinner plates, said, "Your tooth is broken. Your front one." For the first time in my life, I visited a dentist. Previously it had been my old man with one end of a string tied to the doorknob and the other to my loosening tooth. He capped my tooth and straightened my other front one, readying me for the big time. Later that fall, I nearly drowned in hurricane surf I should never have been out in. Mad Dog and I had sat on the beach all morning, debating whether to go out or not. Finally, around noon, some cowboy bopped along and talked us into going out with him. We were having a blast. Then an outside set rose on the horizon. I paddled like a windmill, immediately rediscovering my faith in Catholicism, as I prayed like never before. "Lord, please let me slip over the peak of this monster." No dice. I got pounded, thrown toward the rock jetty and dumped on by two more outside crushers. My surfboard was instantly stripped from my hands in the pre-surfboard leash 1970s. My poor swimming barely saved me as I crawled up onto the sand, like the first creature slipping out of the pre-Jurassic soup, bruised and hurting. I lay there for a long time, breathing in gulps, my heart pounding, thanking the God I did not believe in. Aloha, Hawaii. There would be no 15-foot pipeline for me. We held auditions for singers for the Bruce Springsteen band, my new calling card, at the factory. Brave young women answered our ad in the Asbury Park Press, driving up into the dark industrial wilderness, toward what must have looked like a rapist's paradise, just to test their talents. We had Vegas-style songbirds, opera singers, horrible, hilarious pre-karaoke wannabes who tested our good manners and self-control. I even spoke on the phone to a high school-age Patty Scalfa, dispensing the fatherly advice that this was a traveling gig and it'd be best for a young lady to stay in school. Finally, a couple of good black gospel singers from the west side of Asbury, Dolores Holmes and Barbara Dinkins, wandered in and perfectly fit the bill. The horns were even harder to find. Jazz bows ruled, and it was simply tough finding guys willing to play rudimentary R&B parts for no cash. We did it, and it was a good band. I wrote You Mean So Much to Me, Baby, later covered by Southside Johnny and Ronnie Spector on Southside's first album. We played maybe a dozen shows, and I found it was impossible to keep a band of that size financially together at our stage of the game. I learned early that people pay for the franchise name. Steel Mill was no longer, and neither was my drawing power. The Bruce Springsteen band, even billed as formerly Steel Mill, did not attract the same life-sustaining numbers my old band did. I declared democracy and band names dead after Steel Mill. I was leading the band, playing, singing, and writing everything we did. If I was going to carry the workload and responsibility, I might as well assume the power. I didn't want to get into any more decision-making squabbles or have any confusion about who set the creative direction of my music. I wanted the freedom to follow my muse without unnecessary argument. From now on, the buck would stop here, if I could make one. I look back on this as being one of the smartest decisions of my young life. I've always believed the E Street Band's continued existence, and it's now been 40-plus years since its inception, is partly due to the fact that there was little to no role confusion amongst its members. Everyone knew their job, their boundaries, their blessings and limitations. My bandmates were not always happy with the decisions I made, and may have been angered by some of them, but nobody debated my right to make them. Clarity ruled, and allowed us to forge a bond based on the principle that we worked together, but it was my band. I crafted a benevolent dictatorship. Creative input was welcomed within the structure I prepared, but it was my name on the dotted line and on the records. Later, when trouble came knocking, it came my way. So the last word was going to be mine from here on in. Even then, problems arose, but we had in place a reasonably well-defined system to contextualize and deal with them. The first hit I took for this decision was the loss of most of the audience that was drawn to Steel Mill's heavy power and the steady money that came with it. Then the Bruce Springsteen band dwindled from 9 to 7 when we lost our horn section. We did some work in the South, based on our steel mill rep, and found there were some places, even in 1971, that didn't want us to bring along our black singers. They claimed they didn't want that sound, and were simply requesting something more like my old band's Rock Steady. During a Richmond stint, I received a phone call from one of the girls who brought along a troublesome boyfriend. I went to their motel, and when she opened the door, I found they'd argued, and he'd hit her so hard, her face was open to the white bone. The boyfriend was gone. We played that night as a 5-piece, limped back home to Jersey, lost our singers and all of our road work. Around this time, Tinker's misanthropic tendencies had gotten the better of most of the group. Merry insults and abuse were a natural part of Tinker's day. He aimed them at virtually everyone with the exception of me. The resentments built up, along with quarrels over some of Tinker's managerial decisions. That, and a natural burnout of the relationship, brought an end to Carl West's tenure as manager. Tinker had done a lot for me, and he would soon do more. We had a real friendship, and neither Tink nor I had many of those. The Challenger Eastern Surfboard Factory in Wanamassa was now no more, and we had a new clubhouse and a garage in Highlands. Highlands was then a risk-your-ass, redneck fishing town in the lowlands of New Jersey where the lobsters meet the land. We'd built the interior of this dilapidated space ourselves, banging the nails, raising the walls, and insulating our recording studio. The whole thing was a classic, off-the-grid, below-the-radar Carl West production. We were ghosts in the machine, a bunch of non-tax-paying, under-the-table living townies, completely divorced from the straight world. I went by the garage one fall day to deliver the news. Tinker was out front underneath his truck, his legs hanging out into the street working on the engine. "Tink." I hear the cool clink of tools being picked up and set down on the pavement, but all I can see is his body from the waist down. "Yeah?" "The guys have decided it's time to go our own way, handle ourselves for a while, and see how it goes." "Whatever you want." Silence. Tools being shifted on the concrete. More silence. I walked away. The new sound I was pursuing, an amalgam of good songwriting mixed with a soul and R&B-influenced rock music, would eventually be the basis for the sound of my first 2 records, Greetings from Asbury Park and The Wildly Innocent and the E Street Shuffle. There would be no more guitar histrionics. I now valued ensemble playing at the service of the song. I soon found out that though this was more personally and musically satisfying, in the Garden State it was simply not as financially fruitful a soil as pounding hard rock, and surviving got harder. I became very dependent upon Tom Potter's $20 a night for jamming at Upstage on the weekends. I could live on $30 or $40 a week with no problem. Then Tom decided to close the Upstage Club and head to Florida. I moved into Tom and Margaret's apartment. They'd separated along the way, and Tom was now living there alone. It was sad. The place was a freak show, specifically built for 2. 2 lovely but very strange people. It had a bizarre, hard black and red color scheme, thousands of bottle caps glued to the kitchen ceiling, constructions of soda cans and bottles everywhere you looked, a refrigerator completely covered in Playboy's Playmate of the Month centerfolds. Every piece of junk was used to create something you'd never seen before in Tom's boho on acid design style. The whole effect looked like the back seat of Tom Waite's Cadillac. Looking back on it, it was a true piece of outsider art. Living in it was something else, but that's what I and 2 buddies did. Tom Potter, crazy, bragging, barrelhouse, fuck-the-world, pirate Tom, was heartbroken. Margaret was gone, her strange attractions with her, and she wasn't coming back. The old Hellraiser spirit had been beaten out of him. He was quiet, reflective. He'd break into tears and was a sad shadow of the guy who'd ringmastered the Saturday night circus of probably the wildest teen club in the nation. The shortest miniskirt contests would be no more. The crawling out of the club at dawn to wander to the boardwalk and crash on the beach was over. Black Tiny, White Tiny, Big Bad Bobby Williams, Southside, Gary, Steve and me, Big Danny, Little Danny, Party Petey, the outlaw motorcycle drifters, the stray teeny boppers, the late-night strippers, and the hundreds of shore musicians who flocked to the place like it was Mecca in summer would have to find a new home. The Upstage, the place I'd formed my most powerful musical friendships, The real birthplace of the E Street Band was finished. On the morning Tom left for Florida, we gathered out in front of the club, gave him our thanks for being there when we needed him, and for the fabulous mess he created. After a few handshakes and hugs, he climbed into his junker and headed south, never to be seen again. Chapter 21. Beatnik Deluxe. A first-floor drugstore. A second-floor fully equipped, abandoned beauty salon, complete with 2 rows of huge beehive hairdryers. This is where Tom and Margaret once worked their day jobs, and I wrote the body of Greetings from Asbury Park. The third-floor living quarters had a big bay window that looked out upon the Nation of Islam's storefront headquarters. Tom had a gigantic bed he'd set 4 feet up on stilts that commandeered 80% of the room. If it could have talked, Tom would have had to cut its tongue out. I had a back bedroom that led to a small kitchen and a funky roof garden. It was the coolest crib in town, where 2 friends and I chipped in $60 each for a month's rent. That $60 was about to get a lot harder to come by. Gigless, shut out of the Shore Top 40 scene by our playlist, our concert days over. We needed a new source of income. Steve and I had an idea. We'd canvass Asbury on a peak summer season Saturday night from one end to the other. The club that was doing the lousiest business was where we'd make our pitch to play. We worked north to south, and around midnight we walked into a bar called the Student Prince. It had just been purchased by a bricklayer from Freehold. He was bartending, and with exactly Steve, myself, and one other bereft patron haunting a stool down the far end of the bar, we figured this was it. Outside, Asbury was buzzing, but here we had found its black hole. Our pitch was simple. He doesn't pay us a dime. We charge $1 at the door, play what we want, take the door receipts, and go home. He can't lose. We laid it out. He thought a minute, then said, "What are you going to play?" "Whatever we want." I don't know." The place was high season empty. That is the loneliest feeling a bar owner can have on the Jersey Shore. It sits like a fist in your gut. And still the resistance to original music in our hometown was so great he didn't know. He gave us the gig. We showed up the next Saturday, the final 5 of us, Mad Dog, Steve, Dave Sanchez, Gary Talent, and myself. We charged our $1. We played to 15 people, 5 50-minute sets from 9 to 3 a.m. We made $15, $3 apiece, and went home. With Steel Mill, we had made as much as $3,000 a night with no recording contract and $1 admissions. When that money was split after expenses, band members went home with hundreds of dollars in their pockets. Do you know how long you could live on hundreds of dollars in 1971 or 1972 with no taxes, no dependents, and no rent? A long, long, long time. Now I sent my men home with $3. The following week, we did it again. We played to 30 music lovers and made $30, $6 a man. The next week we played to 80, then 100, then 125. Then we started playing Fridays and Saturdays, then Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, drawing from 100 to 150 people, the club maximum, at a shot. We were making a living. We found a small core of fans who gravitated to the only independent music in town. They kept us alive. It was a cool little scene. Friends started to show up and jam. Danny Federici and Flo came down, and she busted him with a heavy beer mug for flirting with another girl. Another night a gun was discharged. No one was shot. The club was like a private house party held 3 times a week for the local street, a pretty hip group of people. The bricklayer was happy. The band was happy. The people were happy. The Student Prince is where the cultural event of my generation would find me on the weekend of August 15th to 17th, 1969, as 500,000 people descended on White Lake in Bethel, New York, to flop on Max Yasgur's farm and bring all that had been building to a head. For me, it was a weekend like any other, playing in this little club for a shot and beer audience of locals and friends. From where I stood, the whole thing up north looked like too much of a hassle. Too much traffic, too many drugs. Even though at the moment in comparison it didn't look like much, I was on my own adventure. Big man walking. I was still interested in my rock and soul sound, and still on the hunt for a good sax player. I had immersed myself in the records of Gary U.S. Bonds, King Curtis, Junior Walker, and Dion, and I just loved the sound of a ripping rock and roll saxophone. One guy, Cosmo, showed up, jammed with us, and was really good. He had a head full of frizzy red hair and a semi-psychotic fuse rumored to be shorter than the Mad Dog himself's. 2 of those, and we'd all have our mugshots on the Asbury Park post office wall. Gary said he knew a guy named Clarence Clemens. He said he'd played with him in Little Melvin and the Invaders, the local soul band that worked the black clubs in and around Asbury Park. He said Clarence was magic. The problem was nobody could find him. Then by happenstance, Clarence was playing the Wonder Bar at the north end of Asbury, the same night we were at the Student Prince on the southern end of town. He'd heard about me by now and came with his horn to see what all the fuss was about. It was a dark and stormy night. A nor'easter had blown in and swept the circuit clean. Ocean and Kingsley were a gusty, wet, no-man's land with the streetlights rattling in the wind. The town was deserted. We were on stage playing for a few hardy patrons who'd wandered in to warm up, grab a drink, and hear some music. As the big man approached the front of the Prince, a mighty gale blew down Ocean Avenue, ripping the club door off its hinges and down the street. A good omen. I looked to the back of the room and saw a big black figure standing in the shadows. There he was, King Curtis, Junior Walker, and all my rock and roll fantasies rolled into one. He approached the stage and asked if he could sit in. He stepped up onto the bandstand, took his place to my right, and let loose with a tone that sounded like a force of nature pouring out of his horn. It was big, fat, and raw, like nothing I'd ever heard before. My immediate response was that this was the sound I'd been looking for. More than that, there was something in the chemistry between the two of us, side by side, that felt like the future being written. The night, however, was just a teaser. C had a steady working gig, and I didn't have much to offer yet, so at the end of the evening we talked, complimented each other, and promised to stay in touch. I would meet Clarence again, but first I had 40 miles of bad road to run. Some stability had been resumed, $150 a night, and we all brought home $30 3 nights a week. That was $90 a week, depending on the small fluctuations of the crowd. Easy enough to live on, and even save a few dollars. During this time, I fell in obsession with a lovely surfer girl, a drug-taking, hell-raising wild child who played by nobody's rules. She was a perfect antidote to the control freak in me, and opened up my hunger for every blonde, perfect thing I never had. She was so alive, funny, and broken, I couldn't resist her. She stirred up my Catholic school-bred messianic complex, then did the bone and heart-crushing dance over it that it deserved. She'd been around a little, California and back, knew a few grade B-level rock stars, brought them down to discover my band, then slept with them. I got a handshake and a "You guys are great" t-shirt out of the deal. I stayed with her and her girlfriend in an apartment in Long Branch, New Jersey. While Surfer Girl played in the dark, the girlfriend let me know what was really going on, comforted my bruised ego, told me I deserved better, and you know the rest. She had a small, lovely child, and I played daddy for a little while. It was sweet, but we were truly a couple of street kids with this beautiful little thing tagging along with us. The one thing I'd saved from my childhood, despite all my moving around, was my first rocking horse. It was made of wood, only about 24 inches high, painted a pale cream with light red spots. A playground Appaloosa, and I loved that thing. I gave it to her for her little girl. Eventually, the whole setup threw me for a loop, so in a perfect state of confusion, I decided I'd strike out west once more to try my luck someplace where nothing reminded me of anything. Sandy, my boardwalk days are through. My surfer girl disappeared, and our girlfriend went traveling with the Ringling Brothers in Barnum and Bailey Circus, our paths occasionally crossing on the road. Years later, I would occasionally run into mother and daughter at the Stone Pony together, both still beautiful. Before I left Jersey, however, one last significant thing would happen to me on the East Coast. Meeting Mike. I was hanging out with a friend of mine, Louis Longo, alongside a trailer park in Highlands, New Jersey. Tinker was living in a small cottage across the street. We kept up our friendship, and we would see each other rather often. I'd visit him at the new factory we built on Main Street as he designed sound systems and befriended, enraged, and insulted the neighbors. Here he lovingly restored his vintage cars and boats, subverted the government, hatched million-dollar schemes, and generally went on tinkering. One day he pulled up to Louie's as I sat on the front steps counting blades of grass. "I'm going to New York to see this record producer. You ought to ride with me and play a few songs. You want to come?" For some reason that afternoon I was hesitant. Maybe I was worn out from all the phony opportunities I'd run into. By now I'd had quite a few years of meeting folks who coulda, woulda, shoulda got us a foot in the music biz door, and none of it had panned out. But I had recently begun to write some pretty good acoustic music and still felt I was the best undiscovered player I'd ever seen. So I hopped in Tinker's station wagon, and up the yellow brick road to the Emerald City we drove. We pulled up to a building on Fifth Avenue and took an elevator up to West Farrell Music. It was after business hours when we stepped out into a darkened office building with a long aisle of writers' cubicles. Standing in front of me was a 30-ish or so short black-haired man who greeted Tinker in a hard New York accent. Tink introduced me, and I shook the hand of Mike Appel. We stepped into Mike's office, a small box of a room with a piano, a tape recorder, a guitar, and a couple of chairs. It was Brill Building austere, a small space where writers spent their time under contract to a music publisher trying to come up with tomorrow's hits today. In Mike's case, that publisher was West Farrell, and Mike had had a hand in writing the Partridge Family smash, Doesn't Somebody Want to Be Wanted? Mike spieled me on who he was and what he could do, publish, produce, manage, and I played him a few songs that were the precursors to the songs I'd write for Greetings from Asbury Park. Mike expressed some interest, and I explained how I was leaving soon for California on my Heartbreak 71 tour. I might be back sometime in the future or never. He gave me his number and said if I came back to give him a call. Chapter 22. California Dreamin', Take 2. In the days before Christmas, Tinker and I prepared to cross the country one more time via his old Ford station wagon. It would be the same routine, 72 hours, 3,000 miles, no sleep, straight through. On our way south, we decided to stop in our old stomping grounds of Richmond, Virginia. We ended up in a strip club where Tinker bonded with a belly dancer. He decided to spend the night with his new pal, and I stayed with an old Southern girlfriend. When we met at the station wagon the next morning, there was the belly dancer, her bags packed. She decided she'd had enough of the New South and threw her lot in with us to head for the New West. She was a nice gal and a pleasure to have along for the ride. She had some friends on the coast and talked about opening a belly dancing studio in Northern California, just the sort of area where that kind of thing might take off. The trip was pretty uneventful except for some vicious snowstorms we ran into crossing the western mountains. I still didn't have my license, but as usual those were the details. We hit areas of the highway where 18-wheelers were parked, engines running, drivers asleep in their cabs, backed up for miles, unable in the ice and snow to make it up the steep mountain grades. One night, the road vanished before our eyes. There was so much snow it was impossible to tell the location of the highway's shoulder. We had chains on our tires, but we still did plenty of ice skating over some very treacherous terrain. Our belly dancing gal pal was getting pretty nervous, so we pulled to a stop. Tinker and I got out on a high mountain pass where there were no other cars visible. It was just a city of snow, falling from the sky and gathering around us. It was quiet, dead desert quiet. A truly heavy snowfall can be unnerving. Back east, we usually experience the freedom that comes with a good snowstorm. No work, no school, the world shutting its big mouth for a while, the dirty streets covered over in virgin white. Like all the missteps you've taken have been erased by nature. You can't run. You can only sit. You open your door on a trackless world, your old path, your history, momentarily covered over by a landscape of forgiveness, a place where something new might happen. It's an illusion, but it can stimulate the regenerative parts of your spirit to make good on God and nature's suggestion. A lot of snow, however, I mean a whole lot, is a different thing. That feeling of freeness turns to confinement. The sheer physical weight of the snow becomes existential, and the dread of a dark, covered world sets in. I felt it twice. Once in Idaho, where it snowed circus clowns for 72 hours, all power and light gone, eternal night and judgment day upon us. The other was that highway evening on the pass. It was too much quiet, too much weight, too few boundaries and no dimension. The world had been planed down into a snowblind table you could easily slide off the edges of. It had been simplified into the passable and impassable. The early ocean mapmakers had it right. The world was flat, and a wrong move too far to the left or right could bring you to the brink of the abyss, and beyond there be monsters. We hopped back in the coffin of our car, and Tink inched us along the highway, the misanthrope in him elated by the prospect of world's end, until we hit some lower elevations, returned to the land of the living and safer roads. The rest of the trip was truck stops, roadhouses, tales of the erotic life from our passenger, and the usual endless highway. We hit the California border, and Tinker dropped me off in San Mateo at my folks' front door. My parents met me in their pajamas. I headed inside, threw down my bag, and crashed on the couch for 24 hours of solid sleep. I planned on a new life and a new place, far away from my lover's blues. I'd saved maybe $300. That was my get-started money. The first thing I needed to do was find a paying job playing somewhere. I quickly found out once again that while there were places I could play my acoustic music for free, open mic nights, etc., none of them would pay. I was a complete unknown again. I'd left my rep as barband king on the East Coast and was simply another wannabe with a guitar and a pocket full of songs. No luck there, so I set my sights on joining an established club band who needed a singer and guitarist who could rock the house. With that in mind, I went clubbing. One night in San Francisco, I came upon a very good funk and soul band that had the crowd hopping. During a break, I struck up a conversation with one of the players, who mentioned they were looking for a guitarist to replace their guy who was leaving. It looked like a perfect fit. Their music was a little jazzier than my style, but I figured I could cover it. So we exchanged numbers and set a date for me to come out and jam. One weekday night, I pulled up to a warehouse in southern San Fran, walked in, met the guys, and plugged in. We played for about 40 minutes. The music pushed me, but I thought it had gone well. They took a break, convened in another room. The fellow I had spoken to in the club came out, and I was sent jobless on my way. I hadn't felt so completely rejected since my last San Francisco trip. I was starting to get an attitude about the place. I spent the next 3 weeks searching high and low for a paying job playing music. Finally, I thought I should just put a band together, audition somewhere, set a club on fire, and let nature take its course. I was walking through the Hillsdale Mall, and I stopped in a 1-hour photo shop to develop a few pictures I had taken on the trip. I got talking to a kid who looked in his early 20s behind the counter, and he mentioned he played bass. He had a small group looking for a guitarist, and asked if I'd like to come out and play with them over the weekend. They were down in San Jose, which was a bit of a drive, but hell, by now, I was desperate and running low on cash. That weekend, I borrowed my folks' car, drove the hour south, and followed my directions into a middle-class suburb slightly outside of the city. It was straight-up Ozzie and Harriet land, modest ranch houses side by side, the standard 2-car garages and swatches of green front lawn. I came upon my friend's house, and there they were, my new band. The garage bay was open, and I could see my pal on bass, and what looked to be a couple of 14-year-olds on drums and guitar. They were set up in classic formation, facing the street, a few small amps surrounding a kid who looked like Dennis the Menace with long hair on drums. They were kids, real kids, little kids, just learning to play. Kids with guitars they probably got for Christmas from Mom and Dad. And here I was. I hauled my guitar out of the car, set up, and put on a show for them all afternoon. I pulled out every trick I knew, and over the afternoon hours I managed to draw a few folks away from their lawn mowers and barbecue grills. I played like I was at Madison Square Garden. I just needed to. At dusk I packed up, thanked them for a lovely time, and headed north toward home. I felt sad, foolish, and happy. I wasn't going to make it. California wasn't going to be mine. From 15 years old on, I had made my own money. From the time I picked up a guitar, I'd never taken a dime from my parents, and I wasn't about to start now. They simply didn't have it. Not $20, not $10 to spare. My life would be the couch, a pillow, a blanket in my folks' living room, and spare change. My Teen Beat afternoon clarified everything for me. I had to get back to where I was who I was. A son of New Jersey, gunslinger, bar band king, small-town local hero, big fish in a little pond, and breadwinner. Right now, the only place my towns could sustain me was my little fiefdom on the East Coast. Suddenly my girl troubles seemed very small, and I started to make plans to go home. Mexico, Montezuma's Revenge. During the remainder of my stay, my father asked me to accompany him on a trip to Mexico, said he was planning to stop in Long Beach, where the Queen Mary was docked. This was the ocean liner he'd shipped out on for World War II, and he wanted to see her one more time. His plan was to go from there down to Tijuana, catch a highlight game, tourist around a little bit, and meet my mom and little sister at Disneyland on the way back. In the spirit of healing old wounds, I said yes, and off we went. He insisted on bringing the family dog, Smokey, a half sheepdog, half who knows what, who'd just torn the shit out of our Christmas. We'd gone off to midnight mass, and on our return, we opened the front door on a scene that looked like Santa's elves had just finished gangbanging Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in our living room. Tinsel, Christmas balls, water, wrapping paper, and ribbon were strewn all over the small apartment. The Christmas tree had been toppled to the floor, and every gift had been chewed open. In the middle sat Smokey, panting, waiting to be congratulated. From the beginning, the joie de vivre in the car wasn't what one might have hoped for. We were doing our best, but we still got under each other's skin. Our stop at Long Beach flopped. I was a punk, grumbling my way through the whole Queen Mary tour. My dad's journey on this ship was probably one of the most meaningful of his life, and I couldn't respect it. I'd pay anything now to be able to walk that ship with my father again. I would treasure every step, want to know every detail, hear every word and memory he'd share. But back then, I was still too young to put the past away, too young to recognize my dad as a man and to honor his story. We headed south to Mexico, crossed the border at San Diego and holed up in a motel on the outskirts of Tijuana. We locked the dog in the room and headed into town. We caught some jai-alai and cruised the tourist district, where my dad bought a watch from a street vendor, bragging to me about the deal he got until it stopped dead exactly 20 minutes later. I had my picture taken on a jackass that had been painted to look like a zebra, my pops smiling in the cart behind me. We wore sombreros, mine red poncho and his Cisco. When we got back to the motel, Smokey had chewed the hell out of the door, leaving scratches and shavings from the knob down, cursing the old man had to ante up for the damage. Adios, Mexico. Back to El Norte. We headed to Disneyland, met my mom and sis, spent an afternoon at the happiest place on earth, and headed back by way of some cryptic shortcut of my father's that added 3 night-filled spooky hours onto our trip home. Everybody was frazzled. Shortly after I returned, Tinker phoned me up, said he was headed back east, and I told him to count me in. I said goodbye to my folks and little sister, told them I loved them, and then it was 72 hours, 3,000 miles, straight through, till we hit Jersey. Through using the same facilities at the apartment, all I left behind for my pops was a case of the crabs I picked up somewhere along the way. Goodbye, son. Thanks for the memories. Chapter 23. It's a bar, you idiots. Immediately on my return, I heard Steve, Southside, and their Sundance Blues Band were booked at the Captain's Garter in Neptune, New Jersey. I grabbed my guitar and headed straight down to the club to get in on some of the action. The place was packed, and we rocked the joint like old times, with the crowd cheering, everyone glued to the stage and the music. It was a great night all around. At the end of the evening, Steve and I headed back to the manager's office to pick up our money and obviously solidify some future bookings. We'd just turned this guy's club inside out. We were expecting some kudos and work. The manager was a very large, completely white-haired, stolid young man in a red lifeguard's windbreaker. Expressionless, he stood on the far side of his desk and did not offer kudos. We asked what the prospect for future bookings would be, and he calmly explained to us that there would be none. He said that yes, the crowd was large and enthusiastic, but no one was drinking. They were too busy listening to the music. He then added, as if we hadn't noticed, "It's a bar, you idiots." They made money by selling liquor. The bartenders made money from tips from selling liquor. No liquor sales meant no money. No money, and our little world there on Highway 35 in Neptune stopped spinning. They were not in the concert business, and so we, in turn, would not be a part of the bar business at the Captain's Garter. This was my first meeting with bar manager, lifeguard, Navy SEAL Terry McGovern, a man who would work with me as my assistant and become my close friend for 23 years. He fired us. Plan B. Return to the Emerald City. I still had my room in Tom Potter's beatnik pad in Asbury. I decided my bar band days at the moment were burning out. I needed to travel light and be able to blow somebody away with just my voice, my guitar, and my song. Voice, guitar, song. 3 tools. My voice was never going to win any prizes. My guitar accompaniment on acoustic was rudimentary, so that left the songs. The songs would have to be fireworks. I decided the world was filled with plenty of good guitar players. Many of them my match or better. But how many good songwriters were there? Songwriters with their own voice, their own story to tell, who could draw you into a world they created and sustain your interest in the things that obsessed them. Not many, a handful at best. Dylan was preeminent amongst these types of writers. Bob Dylan is the father of my country. Highway 61 Revisited and Bringing It All Back Home were not only great records, but they were the first time I can remember being exposed to a truthful vision of the place I lived. The darkness and light were all there, the veil of illusion and deception ripped aside. He put his boot on the stultifying politeness and daily routine that covered corruption and decay. The world he described was all on view, in my little town, and spread out over the television that beamed into our isolated homes, but it went uncommented on and silently tolerated. He inspired me and gave me hope. He asked the questions everyone else was too frightened to ask, especially to a 15-year-old. How does it feel to be on your own? A seismic gap had opened up between generations, and you suddenly felt orphaned, abandoned amid the flow of history, your compass spinning, internally homeless. Bob pointed true north, and served as a beacon to assist you in making your way through the new wilderness America had become. He planted a flag, wrote the songs, sang the words that were essential to the times, to the emotional and spiritual survival of so many young Americans at that moment. I had the opportunity to sing The Times They Are A-Changin' for Bob when he received the Kennedy Center honors. We were alone together for a brief moment, walking down a back stairwell when he thanked me for being there and said, "If there's anything I can ever do for you." I thought, "Are you kidding me?" and answered, "It's already been done." As a young musician, that's where I wanted to go. I wanted to be a voice that reflected experience and the world I lived in. So I knew in 1972 that to do this I would need to write very well, and more individually than I had ever written before. I'd saved a few dollars playing here and there since I got back, and for the first time in my life I stopped playing with a band and concentrated on songwriting. At night in my bedroom with my guitar, and on an old Aeolian spinet piano parked in the rear of the beauty salon, I began to write the music that would comprise Greetings from Asbury Park. I called Mike Appel. He remembered me and told me to come on up. So I took Lincoln Transit to New York City, met Mike at West Farrell's and played him my new stuff. He said these were songs we could knock down some doors with. He got crazy excited, as only Mike could. The words flew a mile a minute. The hand gestures threatened dismemberment. His face lit up. And in 30 seconds he compared me to Dylan, Shakespeare, James Joyce, and Bozo the Clown. Mike could raise hard-ons in half a cemetery with his enthusiasm. It was what drew me to him. He could get you excited about yourself. Mike had the Carney Barkers and tent preachers' 110% belief in whatever was flying out of his mouth at any given moment. It's a gift. By the time I left his office, my superstardom had been preordained. All we had to do was get a somebody to listen to a nobody. I kept writing, kept visiting, and met Mike's partner, Jimmy Creticus, a milder, sweeter version of Mike. We started to work together and make some basic tapes. I visited Jimmy's spectacular apartment in Tuxedo Park. He had a gorgeous wife and a ritzy place, so it looked to me like these guys had it made. They'd had some bubblegum hits, but Mike said they made most of their money writing jingles. I went with Mike to one of his sessions and ended up playing harmonica on a Beech Nut gum commercial demo. In the meantime, we planned and schemed while only one thing stood in the way. Before Mike would consent to use his many talents on my behalf, he explained he would have to be protected. That meant contracts. I'd never signed a contract in my life, didn't know shit about them, and therefore was extremely suspicious of them. I'd lived off the grid for so long, I was totally ignorant in the ways of the law, musical or any other kind. I knew no lawyers. I'd been paid in only cash my entire life, and had never paid a cent of income tax, signed an apartment lease, nor filled out any forms that might bind me in any way. I had no credit card, no checkbook, just what was jingling in my pocket. I had no college-educated friends. My Asbury Park was an island of misfit, blue-collar provincials. Smart, but not book-smart. I'd never gotten to know anyone who'd made an actual record or been signed to a big-time recording contract. I'd never seen a contract of any kind or been in touch with any businessmen. I had no professional resources. Mike explained each contract, what it would do for me, and how we would be protected. Production. That was our recording deal. I was signed to Laurel Canyon Productions, Mike and Jimmy's company, and they would produce my records and sell them to a major label. Publishing. Mike and Jimmy would publish my music under Laurel Canyon Publishing, in theory, working to get other artists to cover my songs. I would receive my writer's half of the royalties, but none of the publishing revenues. Management. Like Elvis and the Colonel, Mike's business model, we would split everything 50-50. The problem would be, all the expenses would end up coming out of my half. The whole thing was overreaching and counterproductive on Mike and Jimmy's part, leading to a lot of damage in the end, but who was I to say? The bottom line was I liked Mike, and I knew he understood what I wanted to do musically. We weren't aiming for a few successful records and some modest hits. We were aiming for impact, for influence, for the top rung of what recording artists are capable of achieving. We both knew rock music was now a culture shaper. I wanted to collide with the times and create a voice that had musical, social, and cultural impact. Mike understood that this was my goal. I was not modest in the assessment of my abilities. Of course, I thought I was a phony. That is the way of the artist. But I also thought I was the realest thing you'd ever seen. I had a huge ego, and I'd built up the talent and craft to pursue my ambitions with years of playing, experience, and study. I had my doubts, and I had a sense of humor about the balls I had and the big bite I was trying to take. But damn, that's where the fun was. And I was a natural. It was in my bones. In the end, I would have signed Mike's jockey shorts if he'd presented them to me to get my foot in the door. I was closer than I'd ever been to the real work I wanted to do. I could feel it. I spent a few nights on my own, trying to get through the biz-speak, the legalese of the contracts myself. It was a joke. I sat with Mike's lawyer, Jules Kurz, who mildly explained the basic provisions of the contracts, but in the end, I just said fuck it. I had to get in. And if these meaningless papers were the price, so be it. If I'm a bum, then all this stuff adds up to zero. And if I'm champ, then who cares? I'll have gotten there, and the rest will be sorted out. I didn't look back until much later, and by then, of course, it was too late. Frightened, slowly, reluctantly, recklessly, contract by contract, I signed, finishing the last one evening on a car hood in a New York City parking lot. Done deal. Chapter 24. Onward and Upward. Our first audition was at Atlantic Records. All I remember is going up to an office and playing for somebody. No interest. The next thing Mike finagled, and I couldn't believe it, was an audition with John Hammond. John Hammond, the legendary producer who signed Dylan, Aretha, Billie Holiday, a giant in the recording business. I just finished reading the Anthony Scaduto Dylan biography, and I was going to meet the man who made it happen. The motor mouth of Mike Appel was a fierce and surgical instrument when put to proper use. Mike could have talked Jesus down from the cross, Santa Claus out of Christmas, and Pam Anderson out of breast augmentation. He talked us off the street and into the inner sanctum of John Hammond's office. My man was a managerial genius. To give you an idea about how much the music business has changed, John Hammond, a historical figure in the industry, was receiving complete no-names like us off the streets of New York in his office. I'm sure Mike laid down a hell of a spiel, but still. John later told me his trusted secretary and gatekeeper, Mickey Harris, after she spoke to Mike, simply said to him, "I think you ought to see this guy." The doors to El Dorado opened, and in we strode. I had no acoustic guitar of my own, so I borrowed a cheap one with a cracked neck from Vinny Skibott's Maniello, my old Castiles drummer. He had no case, so I had to haul it midnight cowboy style over my shoulder on the bus and through the streets of the city. It's a hokey feeling, as if you're showing off and are about to burst into song at any moment. Bare guitar in my hands, Mike and I walked into John Hammond's office and came face to face with the great crew cut, horn-rimmed glasses, huge smile, gray suit and tie of my music business hero. I would have been in a state of complete panic, except on the way up in the elevator, I performed a little mental jujitsu on myself. I thought, I've got nothing, so I've got nothing to lose. I can only gain should this work out. If it don't, I still got what I came in with. I'm a free agent, I make my way through the world as myself, and I'll still be that person when I leave, no matter the outcome. By the time I got there, I almost believed it. I walked in nervous but confident. Immediately as the door opened, my representative, Mike Appel, showed a personal tendency for unnecessary confrontation that would weigh on us as time passed. I figure once the door is open you can stop kicking at it. Not Mike. He walked in swinging, straight away with no discernible self-consciousness, and before I'd played a note, he told John Hammond of Columbia Records I was perhaps the second coming of Jesus, Muhammad, and Buddha, and he'd brought me there to see if Hammond's discovery of Dylan was a fluke or if he really had ears. I found this an interesting way of introducing and ingratiating ourselves to the man who held our future in his hands. Mike then sat back on the windowsill, pleased as punch he'd had his no-bullshit say, and handed the ball off to me, an act we would repeat often in the future. John later told me he was poised and ready to hate us, but he just leaned back, slipped his hands together behind his head, and smiling said, "Play me something." I sat directly across from him and played Saint in the City. When I was done, I looked up. That smile was still there, and I heard him say, "You've got to be on Columbia Records." One song. That's what it took. I felt my heart rise up inside me, mysterious particles dancing underneath my skin and faraway stars lighting up my nerve endings. He went on, and that was wonderful. Play me something else. I played Growing Up, then something called If I Was the Priest. He loved the Catholic imagery, pointed out the lack of cliches, and said arrangements needed to be made for me to play for Clive Davis. He told me he'd had his successes and his failures in the acts he'd signed at Columbia, and these days Clive's say was final. He then asked to see me perform live that night. Mike and I said we'd try to find a club that would accommodate us for a few songs. We shook hands and left his office. We got into the elevator, and when we slipped out of CBS's big black rock building and hit the street, hell broke loose. We climbed to the heavens and spoken to the gods, who told us we were spitting thunder and throwing lightning bolts. It was on. It was all on. After the years of waiting, of struggling toward that something I thought might never happen, it had happened. With Skibotz's junk guitar, the sword we just pulled from the stone, Now proudly, nakedly slung over my shoulder, we had a celebratory cheeseburger, and floating down the street, jumped into a cab and headed for the village. I was 22 years old. We started at the bitter end. No good. The Café A Go-Go. Nope. My old stomping grounds, Café Wah, closed. And finally, a basement club on McDougal Street, the original Gertie's Folk City. Sam Hood was the current manager, a fellow who'd support me greatly in the future when he'd run Max's Kansas City on Union Square. He said they had an open mic night, and between 8 o'clock and 8:30 I could go on. John Hammond breezed in a little before 8 and took his place amongst at best 6 other patrons, and the show was underway. Playing live was something I knew how to do. I'd tell stories, make jokes, and dramatize the songs I was singing. Saint in the City, growing up, If I Was the Priest, a song called Arabian Nights, a few others, and the show was over. John was beaming. I could perform. Things started to happen, slowly. A few weeks after I met John, he ushered me into Clive Davis's office, where I was warmly welcomed. I played Clive a few songs, and with gentle fanfare, I was invited to join the Columbia Records family. John took me into their 52nd Street studio, and we made a demo he produced. It was the last days of the 50s-style recording studio system. Everybody wore suits and ties and were adults. The engineer, the assistants, all long-time old-school recording men. I sang a dozen or more songs into a microphone in the middle of a very antiseptic room. I played piano on a few others. It was all very bare bones. That's the way John heard me. Listening to those demos today, I don't know if I'd have chosen that kid to lay all my money down on, but I'm thankful he did. I was now living on the remainder of my bureau drawer savings, a few bucks from Mike and the kindness of strangers. I had a sweet girlfriend who tipped me some eating money once in a while, and a gal lightly on the side who owned her own business and drove a fancy sports car. She was fabulously Jewish, a little older than me, and would occasionally sweep me up off the corner of Cookman Avenue to spend a night in her condo apartment, high overlooking the beaches of Asbury Park. There we occasionally engaged in what I'm sure was some of the worst sex of our lives, if such exists. She held all the aces, which I didn't mind, and we had a nice screwed-up semi-relationship for a while. The periodic evenings in her solidly middle-class digs took the chill out of street-level living in Asbury and were comforting and most welcome. My recording advance had not yet clocked in, and these were some very thin times, some of the thinnest. For the first time in my life, I actually went completely broke and had to scavenge a little bit for meals. We couldn't even come up with the $60 rent on Tom's pad. In extremis one night, I called Mike and told him times were desperate. Homelessness was at hand. And he said he could give me $35 if I could make it into the city. I drained my bureau drawer of its remaining pennies, counted them one by one, and figured I had just enough to borrow my gal's Pontiac Seneca with its push-button transmission, pump in a few dollars gas, and have the exact amount for tolls to make it into town. I budgeted myself down to the last cent. I got the car, threw a few dollars of gas in it, and headed for the city. All went well until I hit the Lincoln Tunnel. There in the window of the toll booth stood the famous "No Pennies" sign. Pennies were all I had. I handed $1's worth, my last dollar, to the attendant, who said, "I can't take these." I said, "Ma'am, that's all the money I have, and I don't have enough gas to get back home if you force me to turn around." I put myself at her mercy. She said, "Well, you're going to sit here while I count every one." And that's what she made me do. Very meticulously, intentionally slow as molasses, the coins scraping across the hard metal counter in front of her, she counted out 100 pennies, penny by penny, for the $1 Lincoln Tunnel toll. Then, with a poker face, she stuck her hand in the driver's side window and said, "I can't take this, you'll have to turn around." Pinched in between her thumb and forefinger was 1 Canadian penny. 1. I got out of the Pontiac to a cacophony of horns behind me, fed up with our little theater, and I began to carefully go over every inch of the inside of that car while she raised holy hell. In 1972, there was no self-respecting car in America without a penny trapped somewhere under its seats. After some very long minutes of mining, I found one, in the rear back seat between the cushions. I stood up, handed it to her, amid what now sounded to me like a beautiful, profane opera of barking horns and shouting voices from the pissed-off parade that stretched out behind me. All she said was, "Go ahead, but don't come back here with these pennies again." Lesson: in the real world, 99 cents will not get you into New York City. You will need the full dollar. I met Mike, got my $35 and went home. My partners still couldn't make their share of the rent, and we would soon be evicted. We snuck out in the middle of the night, and I slept on the beach in my sleeping bag with my surfboard and a small kit of all my earthly possessions at my side. A low point. The next day, on my way to Lock Arbor Beach, my favorite local surfing spot at the north end of Asbury, I passed by an old pal sitting on the roof balcony of a small summer cottage. Big Danny Gallagher's size was Clarence Clemens plus. He was a giant. He had a blinding shock of red hair, and when older wore an Old Testament fiery red beard that made him look like a character out of Irish folklore. In his youth, he cut quite a fearsome figure, and occasionally had the temperament to match. As I passed, he told me his brother had just died of a drug overdose. He sat in a trance trying to make sense of it. He asked me what was happening, and I told him I'd just been tossed from Potter's and was now indigent. He immediately invited me to bunk in with him. It was a little upstairs apartment, just 2 rooms. The bedroom held Danny's king-size waterbed, which took up all available space. Then there was a small kitchenette and connected living room, where I took up residence on the floor in my sleeping bag. This is where I lived while I recorded Greetings from Asbury Park. I'd bus to the city, work opening for Dave Van Ronk, Biff Rose, or Bertha, one of the first female metal bands at Max's Kansas City, get paid a few dollars, and make it to the Port Authority just in time for the last bus to Asbury. Sam Hood had hired me at Max's, and I attracted a nice crowd of hipsters. Paul Nelson, the great music writer, Paul Williams, creator of Crawdaddy magazine, the first serious word on rock and roll, and David Blue, the folk singer and village legend. He introduced himself to me after my set one night, then squired me around to meet Jackson Browne at the bitter end, on tour for his first album, and Odetta, the great folk singer, after her late-night set at a local coffee house. Jackson let me sit in during his set on David Blue's Word, and I played Wild Billy's Circus Story. I was young, traveling light, and excited to be in their company. Greetings from Asbury Park. Up in Blauvelt, New York, in Brooks Arthur's 914 studios, we began to record Greetings in an atmosphere of tension. Mike and Jimmy were producing. Mike had his own engineer, Louis LaHave, a former Israeli paratrooper who'd come to America and fallen in with Mike and Jimmy. On the first day of recording my first album, very little recording occurred. Mike was in a running battle with the union engineer from Columbia, who insisted on doing his job and manning the soundboard. In several years, this would all change, and artists would independently choose their producers and engineers of their own volition. 1973 was the dawn of this kind of artistic control, a dawn that had not yet completely broken over the recording industry. The day would devolve into a series of arguments, insults, and irate phone calls while I sat around waiting. Mike was his usual ridiculously funny, combative self, putting this poor guy through the ringer. Finally, an agreement was reached between the union, record company, and Mike and Jimmy's Laurel Canyon Productions. Louis LaHave would engineer. Mike and Jimmy would produce. I would record, and the union engineer would show up, get paid a full salary, and sit on the couch reading the newspaper. Peace in the Valley. Some version of this went on for my first 3 albums. The studio was located on Route 303, next to a Greek diner. Here we could get a cheap recording rate, carry on as we pleased, out of sight of the nosy record company bigwigs, who might be too curious about how their money was being spent, and eat at the Greek diner, where I found for a muse a waitress who had the finest body I'd seen since my Aunt Betty. It was all good. I convinced Mike and Jimmy I needed to record with a band. John Hammond, Clive Davis, and Columbia had thought they'd signed a folk singer-songwriter. The stock was way up on singer-songwriters in those days. The charts were full of them, with James Taylor leading the pack. I was signed to Columbia, along with Elliot Murphy, John Prine, and Loudon Wainwright, New Dillons all, to compete in acoustic battle at the top of the charts with our contemporaries. What I had over my company in the field was that I'd secretly built up years of rock and roll experience out of view of the known world and in front of every conceivable audience. I'd already seen the roughest the road had to offer and was ready for more. These long-honed talents would go a ways in distinguishing me from the pack and helping me get my songs heard. Mike Appel had never seen me play with a full band in front of an audience until after we recorded Greetings, so my own main man was clueless about what I could do. I tried to tell him, "You don't understand. Put me in front of a band and an audience, and I will bury the house." When we started the tour in support of Greetings, I had Mad Dog, Danny Federici, Gary Tallon, and Clarence Clemens at my side. Mike was no dummy. He saw our first gig and said, "Hey, you know what you're doing." Till then, I believe he thought he was just humoring me by letting me use my guys in the studio. On Greetings, I managed to bring in my homeboys, Vinny Lopez, Davey Sanchez, and Gary Tallon, with a cameo performance by Steve Van Zandt, shaking my Dan Electro Amps reverb unit at the intro to Lost in the Flood. Steve was to be on the record, but we opted out of electric guitar in my concession to the singer-songwriter I was signed to be. We cut the whole record in 3 weeks. Most of the songs were twisted autobiographies. Growing Up, Does This Bus Stop, For You, Lost in the Flood, and Saint in the City found their seed in people, places, hangouts and incidents I'd seen and things I'd lived. I wrote impressionistically and changed names to protect the guilty. I worked to find something that was identifiably mine. We turned it in, and Clive Davis handed it back saying there were no hits, nothing that could be played on the radio. I went to the beach and wrote Spirit in the Night. Came home, busted out my rhyming dictionary, and wrote Blinded by the Light, 2 of the best things on the record. I was able to find Clarence, who'd been MIA since that first night in The Prince, and I got his cool saxophone on those last 2 cuts. It made a big difference. This was the most fully realized version of the sound I had in my head that I would get on my first album. The pre-E Street Band did their best to sound studio-worthy, while the words flowed like a storm surge, crashing into one another with no regret. I never wrote completely in that style again. Once the record was released, I heard all the Dylan comparisons, so I steered away from it. But the lyrics and spirit of Greetings came from an unself-conscious place. Your early songs emerge from a moment when you're writing with no sure prospect of ever being heard. Up until then, it's been just you and your music. That only happens once. Chapter 25. Losing My Religion. I was 22, and I'd never had a drink. Ever. I played in bars and had been around booze my whole life, and never been tempted to even taste the stuff. My experience with my father's drinking had been enough. The terrifying, all-engulfing presence he became when he drank convinced me to never go there. He lost who he was. The goodness and kindness in his heart, of which there was plenty, were erased in a flood of self-pitying rage and a ferocity that turned our home into a minefield of fear and anxiety. You never knew when he was going to go off. As a child, my nervousness became so great, I began to blink uncontrollably, hundreds of times a minute. At school, I was called Blinky. I chewed all of the knuckles on both of my hands night and day into brown, rock-hard calluses the size of marbles. No, drinking wasn't for me. But now as my first album drew to a close, I was nervous about my rock and roll dream finally coming to fruition. Did I make a good record? On a national level, would I cut it? Was I who I thought I was, who I wanted to be? I truly didn't know. But I knew I was about to find out, and that thrilled and frightened me. I guess it showed. Returning home from his construction job, Big Danny came up to me late one afternoon and said, "You don't look so good. I know what you need. Come with me." That evening we drove to the Osprey, a bar in Manasquan, New Jersey, and we walked in. I'd stood outside this bar on countless afternoons, listening to the bands inside, concentrating on the music and daydreaming over the brown-skinned college girls as they slipped through the club's swinging doors. All through the summers of 64, 65, 66, and 67, I'd hitchhiked the 20 miles from Freehold to Manasquan and back almost every day. I'd ridden with concerned moms, drunk drivers, truckers, street racers eager to show off what they had under the hood, traveling businessmen, and only one middle-aged salesman who was a little too interested in me. I'd hopped in with guys who had souped-up sound systems with echo chambers connected to their AM radios, in-car 45 record players set on springs under the dash near the shifter. Every sort of rube, redneck, responsible citizen, and hellraiser the Jersey Shore had to offer, I rode with them. I loved hitchhiking and meeting people. I miss it today. As a teenager, underneath the sweltering sun, I'd stood outside of the Osprey for hundreds of hours, listening to the sounds pouring out from within, but I'd never been inside. Back then I could make out shadows through the club's screen doors, the silhouette of the band who'd set up in the middle of the bar right inside the entrance. I could hear the beer glasses clinking, the crowd's laughter, boisterous conversation, and the high sizzle of the drummer's cymbals cutting through it all and spilling onto the egg-frying mid-August streets of Manasquan. During their breaks, the hip-looking musicians would come out, have a smoke, and speak casually to the young kids slouched all afternoon against the car at curbside. They were just bar musicians making their way, but I wanted what they had, entrance to that smoke-filled, beer-drenched, copper-tone-scented heaven that lay only a few forbidden feet beyond those swinging screen doors. Their break over, I'd watch them take those coveted steps back inside and rise again as silhouettes behind the bar, above the shouting crowd. As the first few notes of What I'd Say or some other frat band classic pealed out from within, I'd resume my sentry position. Class was in session. So in through the swinging doors we swept, and Big Danny bellied us up to the bar only feet from the sidewalk I'd endlessly tutored on. The featured act that night was the Shirelles, who'd had such great hits as Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow and Baby It's You. But first, a small shot glass was slammed down onto the bar in front of me and filled with a golden liquid. Danny said, "Don't sip it. Don't taste it. Just swig it down in one gulp." I did. No big deal. We did another. Slowly, something came over me. I was high for the first time. Another round, and shortly I was having what felt like the finest evening of my young life. What had I been sweating and worrying about? All was good, wonderful even. The angels of Mescal were circling around and informing my being. All the rest was bullshit. The Shirelles hit the stage. They wore sequined gowns that looked like they were painted on and sounded great. I was singing along. I, the Lone Ranger, started talking to whoever the hell was around me, and at some point during the evening a miracle occurred. I smelled perfume, and sidling up next to me was a very lovely and familiar-looking woman, raven-haired with olive skin. I recognized her as one of the star ex-cheerleaders of my old alma mater, Freehold Regional High School. A conversation started as I kept sucking down the steady flow of my new best friend, Jose Cuervo Gold. The talk began lighthearted. How have you been? Then as the night and booze set in and we shouted over the band, I heard there'd been a divorce, a separation from a high school sweetheart. Tears. It was over. Though I truly couldn't have cared less. I was listening like the secrets of the Dead Sea Scrolls were being revealed to me. All I was hearing was her hair, her eyes, her lips, her T-shirt. Then, with the dark spirits of tequila slowly working their way down below my belt, it was last call. The house lights were up. The bouncers were herding the crowd toward the door, and suddenly I was saying goodbye to Big Danny. I was in a car headed for Freehold, the scene of my childhood sins, and I was ready to add a few more. In the back seat was a pal of mine who'd hooked it up with my gal's girlfriend. The two of us were headed for my hometown. Somewhere along the highway, just west of a wreck of a theme park called Cowboy City, where you could ride little mules, get held up in a stagecoach, and see gunfights of the Old West reenacted on any summer Jersey afternoon, a syrupy lover's lament came on the radio, bringing tears from my cheerleader's slate-blue eyes. As she mentioned it was their song and asked if I too was moved. I made the mistake of saying, not so, and my buddy and I found ourselves deposited roadside on Route 33 at 4 a.m., caught in the emotional confusion of my suddenly self-reproaching high school crush. We waved goodbye to the taillights and broke into hysterical, booze-fueled laughter, rolling in the shoulder-side grass outside the chain-link fence of the Earl Naval Ammunition Depot. We stuck out our thumbs, and it still being the day when midnight drivers would pick up two staggering drunks by the side of the road in the wee hours, we scored a spirited ride with a kindred soul all the way back to Asbury Park. I scuttled in at dawn, having had what I believed to be the greatest night of my life. I believed it all the way to the next morning when I woke up, head-banging, muscles aching, dry-mouthed, and stupid with my first ever hangover. Still, it was worth it. I'd shut down my loud-mouthed, guilt-infested, self-doubting, flagellating inner voice for an evening. I found, unlike my father, I was generally a merry drinker, simply prone to foolish behavior and occasional sexual misadventure. So from then on, and for quite a while thereafter, the mezcal flowed. Tequila. Greetings was done. I'd gotten the first few dollars of some advance money, which I unfortunately had to use to bail Big Danny out of jail for some unremembered infraction. We went back to our apartment and I played my album for Danny, its first listener. Success. He liked it. But he had just one question. Where's the guitar? I was the fastest guitar player alive in Monmouth County, and there was no guitar to be found on my record. No one locally had heard this new and very different material I'd been writing. I'd made the conscious decision to double down on my songwriting skills. I felt this was the most distinctive thing I had going. Here in town, there would be a few albums before my small legion of fans would understand what I was doing. But I recorded a real album, one with a real record company, songs, and an album cover. It was unheard of. I heard it on the radio. Things were heating up. A film was sent to every Columbia Records branch in every major city of Clive Davis doing a solo reading of the lyrics to Blinded by the Light like it was Shakespeare. Even so, Greetings only sold about 23,000 copies. That was a flop by record company standards, but a smash by mine. Who were all those strangers buying my music? I was standing on a street corner before a college gig in Connecticut as a car pulled up to a light, and I heard Spirit in the Night blasting from the radio. Your #1 rock and roll dream come true. You never forget the first time you hear your song on the radio. Suddenly, I was a part of the mystery train of popular music that had had me in its spell since I'd been driven past the buttons of the radio tower in my grandpa's sedan with the smoky sounds of doo-wop caressing my sleepy eyes. The radio had kept me alive and breathing throughout my teens. For my generation, music sounded best coming out of a tiny, tinny radio speaker. Later, when we recorded, we had one of those speakers sitting on top of the studio console, and we didn't sign off on a mix until the music sounded like it was roaring out of it. Music on the radio was a shared fever dream, a collective hallucination, a secret amongst millions, and a whisper in the whole country's ear. When the music is great, a natural subversion of the controlled message broadcast daily by the powers that be, advertising agencies, mainstream media outlets, news organizations, and the general mind-numbing, soul-freezing, life-denying keepers of the status quo takes place. In the 1960s, the first version of my country that struck me as truthful and unfiltered was the one I heard in songs by artists like Bob Dylan, The Kingsmen, James Brown, and Curtis Mayfield. Like a Rolling Stone gave me the faith that a true, unaltered, uncompromised vision could be broadcast to millions, changing minds, enlivening spirits, bringing red blood to the anemic American pop landscape, and delivering a warning, a challenge that could become an essential part of the American conversation. This was music that could both stir the heart of your fellow countrymen and awaken the mind of a shy, lost 15-year-old in a small New Jersey town. Like a Rolling Stone and Louie Louie, let me know that someone somewhere was speaking in tongues, and that absurd ecstasy had been snuck into the Constitution's First Amendment and was an American birthright. I heard it on the radio. As I stood on that corner, listening to Spirit in the Night through a stranger's car window at a stoplight, I finally felt like a small piece of that glorious train. It was more than a thrill. It was all I wanted to do. Find a way to honor those who'd inspired me, make my mark, have my say, and hopefully inspire those who'd pick up the flag long after we were gone. Even as young men, we took our fun seriously, and 43 years later, I still get the same thrill when I hear new music of mine for the first time coming across the airwaves. Chapter 26. Roadwork. Greetings from Asbury Park had been released on January 5th, 1973, to many good reviews and a few ripping pans. We then hit the road. Our first official gig was a freebie at a Pennsylvania college opening for Cheech and Chong. Cheech and Chong were at their joking, dope-smoking peak, and the school auditorium was jammed. Right out of the box, we had a rocking little show. The big man was there. I strapped on my new guitar, a 1950s mutt with a Telecaster body and an Esquire neck I'd purchased at Phil Patillo's Belmar Guitar Shop for $185. With its wood body worn in, like the piece of the cross it was, it became the guitar I'd play for the next 40 years. It was the best deal of my life. For our live show, we'd recast the songs from Greetings into rock and soul music, and were having a pretty good time for 25 minutes or so. Then I felt a tap on my back while I was playing the piano, and a guy whispered in my ear to get off the stage. Somebody decided we were through. We left to a decent ovation, and it was one down, 1,001 to go. Touring conditions were not the best. All 5 of us rode in Vinnie's junker, and everyone but myself took turns driving. I still had no license, and my style behind the wheel was considered inept and reckless endangerment by the band. We drove, we slept where we could. Cheap motels, promoters' houses, with girlfriends in a variety of cities. We drove, we played, we drove, we played, we drove, we played. We opened for Chuck Berry, Jerry Lee Lewis, Sha-Na-Na, Brownsville Station, The Persuasions, Jackson Browne, the Chambers Brothers, the Eagles, Mountain, Black Oak, Arkansas. We shared bills with NRBQ and Lou Reed, and did a 13-day arena tour with Brass Section Hitmakers Chicago. We were top billed with Bob Marley and the Wailers opening, on their first U.S. tour, in the tiny 150-seat Max's Kansas City. On stages across America, we were cheered, were occasionally booed, dodged frisbees from the audience, received rave reviews, and were trashed. Mike booked us at car shows in Sing Sing Prison. It was all in a day's work, and as far as I was concerned, it was life. There would be no 9-to-5 world for me, just a long, often arduous, but who's kidding who, free ride of a 7-day weekend. Conditions were generally horrible, but compared to what? The dumpiest motel on the road was a step up from my home digs. I was 23, and I was making a living playing music. Friend, there's a reason they don't call it working. It's called playing. I've left enough sweat on stages around the world to fill at least one of the 7 seas. I've driven myself and my band to the limits and over the edge for more than 40 years. We continue to do so, but it's still playing. It's a life-giving, joyful, sweat-drenched, muscle-aching, voice-blowing, mind-clearing, exhausting, soul-invigorating, cathartic pleasure and privilege every night. You can sing about your misery, the world's misery, your most devastating experiences, but there is something in the gathering of souls that blows the blues away, something that lets some sun in, that keeps you breathing, that lifts you in a way that can't be explained, only experienced. It's something to live for, and it was my lifeline to the rest of humanity in the days when those connections were tough for me to make. Can it be hard? Yeah. Is everyone built for it physically and psychologically? No. Are there nights you don't want to go on? Yep. But on those nights, there will come a moment when something happens. The band takes flight. A face lights up in the audience. Someone with their eyes closed, singing along to the words, the music you've written, and suddenly you're bound together by the feeling of the things that matter to you most. Or there may be some great-looking women in the crowd. That always works, too. Show me the money. We made $35 a week and had our rent and bills paid. That was the deal, and it was the only way we could afford to stay on the road. There was an honor system. You stated what your expenses were, and you got your money. Each man was different. Some had alimony, child support payments, extenuating circumstances. Some needed more than others. Everybody played by the rules, mostly. After Steel Mill, I decided working with my pal Danny Federici, as lovely a guy as he could be, was just too life-shortening. He needed too much caretaking. Everything around Danny was usually all fucked up. However, when it came time to form a touring band, Davy Sanchez was unavailable, so I needed a keyboardist, and Danny was the best I knew. He played beautifully and was a true folk musician. His style developed from being an accordion player as a child. His right hand had a lyricism, a fluency, and spontaneity I've never heard in another musician. He had the shortest highway between his fingers and his heart I'd ever heard. His left hand did virtually nothing. His self-conscious mind, but not his musical intellect, was put on hold. The notes came rushing forward, wonderfully chosen and perfectly placed, with a freeness that seemed to flow effortlessly out of his soul. He was a real accompanist, humble, always at the service of the song, never overplaying, never stepping on another player's toes, just finding the open space and filling it with the perfect flourish. If I needed to loosen up any piece we'd recorded, I sent Danny into the studio and just let him play. He never missed. Unfortunately, he was also a guy whose nature it was to game any system he came into contact with. So taking a shot with his own homies was as natural to Danny as all those beautiful notes that came floating freely out of his fingers. He was overstating his expenses and skimming off the top. By 23, Danny and I had already had a long and rocky history. In our previous lives together, we'd been through a shitstorm of trouble. What pissed me off the most was being constantly cast as the unwelcome voice of moderation and reason, the arbiter of professional limits and personal behavior. Daddy. In the end, somebody had to set the boundaries, so I did, and then he crossed one. We were broke. He was stealing money from all of us. I drove directly to Dan's apartment, confronted him in a rage, received the usual shrug of the Federici shoulders, put my foot through his expensive stereo speakers, and left. I loved Danny, but some version of this and worse would be part of our friendship for the next 40 years. That Christmas, we returned triumphant to my hometown of Freehold. What could be a better seasonal surprise than the return of a successful son coming home to his roots? The humility, the generosity. Nah, I haven't forgotten you. We did a holiday show for the locals at a Russian social club called Rover Farms on the outskirts of town. It held about 500 souls, and the evening featured the only full-scale, truly scary bar brawl of our club lives. All started out well for an hour or so. That we might be able to celebrate the festive spirit of the Christmas season, we'd recently learned the Crystals' Santa Claus is coming to town. Just as we cracked into it, the place exploded into multiple pockets of fistfighting. It may have been gang-related, I don't remember. I looked toward the bar and saw the bartender standing on top of the deck, impolitely kicking at the faces of his patrons. There was a second-floor loft, with an Old West banister running along it at the back of the joint, and as I sang out my Yuletide greetings, I saw a man lifted up and tossed over the banister to come crashing down onto the first floor. Richard Blackwell, playing congas that evening, leapt from the stage into the crowd in search of my boyhood pal, his brother David. The concert was raided by the police and brought to a halt. Amazingly, no one was killed, though several left on stretchers. An ugly calm returned, and we played another half hour or so. Then it was Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Who said you can't go home? Chapter 27. The Wild, the Innocent, and the East Street Shuffle. In the early days, tours just ran into one another. Nobody was counting. We just played. I was under contract to Columbia for a new album every 6 months. This schedule was a holdover from the 50s and 60s record business when singles ruled the charts. Then, artists would put out their hit single with a collection of stomach noises for the rest of the record and call it an album. Then along came Sgt. Pepper, and the rules changed overnight. The album was now the gold standard for pop recording achievement. Suddenly, if an artist made one every 2 or 3 years, it was considered fine and on schedule. Any more, even one a year, and you were thought to be overexposing yourself. Not in 1973. We made Greetings from Asbury Park and The Wild, the Innocent and the East Street Shuffle in the same year while continuing to tour. The Wild, the Innocent took us 3 months to record at 914 Studios. By now, Mike and Jimmy had seen enough of my performing to know it was time to bring the rock and roll. David Sanchez was back on piano to initiate our double keyboard attack. He played beautifully on the album and contributed greatly to our recording and touring team. We drove every day to Blauvelt up from the shore and back again every night. Richard Blackwell showed and played congas on New York City's Serenade and East Street Shuffle. In the end, we held marathon sessions around the clock. Clarence and I pitched a tent out back in a small yard and slept there for days while finishing our final overdubs. Toward the end of the mixing process, I'd been up for 3 days with no stimulants. I couldn't stay awake for one complete playback of a song. I kept nodding off a minute or two into each cut until someone would rustle me awake to approve the rest of the mix. The opening cut of my second record, the East Street Shuffle, is a reflection of a community that was partly imagined and partly real. It was the early 70s. Blues, R&B, and soul were still heavily influential and heard often along the Jersey Shore. Musically, I based the song on Major Lance's 60s hit, The Monkey Time, a dance song. The cast of characters came vaguely from Asbury Park at the turn of the decade. I wanted to describe a neighborhood, a way of life, and I wanted to invent a dance with no exact steps. It was just the dance you did every day and every night to get by. I'd lived in Asbury Park for the past 3 years. I watched the town suffer some pretty serious race rioting and slowly begin to close down. The Upstage Club, where I met most of the members of the East Street Band, had long ago shut its doors. The boardwalk was still operating. Madame Marie was still there, but the crowds were sparse. Many of the usual summer vacationers were now passing Asbury Park by for less troubled locations farther south along the coast. After my eviction from Potter's apartment above the beauty salon and my short stay at Big Danny Gallagher's, I moved on and was living with a girlfriend I'd met one sunny fall morning when she was working a concession stand on the north end of the Asbury boardwalk. She was Italian, funny, a beatific tomboy with just the hint of a lazy eye, and wore a pair of glasses that made me think of the wonders of the library. Our garage apartment was 5 minutes from Asbury, in Bradley Beach. This is where I wrote 4th of July, Asbury Park, Sandy, a goodbye to my adopted hometown and the life I'd lived there before I recorded. Sandy was a composite of some of the girls I'd known along the shore. I used the boardwalk and the closing down of the town as a metaphor for the end of a summer romance and the changes I was experiencing in my own life. Kitty's Back was a remnant of some of the jazz-tinged rock I occasionally played with a few of my earlier bands. It was a twisted swing tune, a shuffle, a distorted piece of big band music. In '73, I had to have songs that could capture audiences who had no idea who I was. As an opening act, I didn't have much time to make an impact. I wrote several wild, long pieces, Thundercrack, Kitty's Back, Rosalita, that were the soul children of the lengthy prog pieces I'd written for Steel Mill, and were arranged to leave the band and the audience exhausted and gasping for breath. Just when you thought the song was over, you'd be surprised by another section, taking the music higher. It was in spirit what I'd taken from the finales of the great soul reviews. I tried to match their ferocious fervor, and when you left the stage after performing one of these, you'd work to be remembered. Wild Billy's Circus Story was a black comedy based on my memories of the fairs and the Clyde B.D. Cole Brothers Circus that visited Freehold every summer when I was a kid. They'd set up a midway and pitch their tents in a field across from the racetrack not far from my house. I was always curious about what was going on in the dim alleys off the midway. As I walked by, my hand safely enclosed in my mother's, I felt the musky underbelly to the shining lights and life I'd just seen in the center ring. It all felt frightening, uneasy, and secretly sexual. I was happy with my Kewpie doll and cotton candy, but that wasn't what I wanted to see. Wild Billy was also a song about the seduction and loneliness of a life outside the margins. At 24, I'd already tasted a good piece of that world, and for better or worse, that was the life I wanted to live. Incident on 57th Street and New York City's Serenade were my romantic stories of New York City, a place that had been my getaway from small-town New Jersey since I was 16. Incident particularly featured a theme I'd return to often in the future, the search for redemption. Over the next 20 years, I'd worked this one like only a good Catholic boy could. Rosalita was my musical autobiography. It was my getting-out-of-town preview for Born to Run with more humor. As a teenager, I'd had a girlfriend whose mother had threatened to get a court injunction against me to keep me away from her daughter due to my low-rent beginnings and defiant, for my little town, appearance. The daughter was a sweet blonde, who I believe was the first gal I had successful intercourse with one fumbling afternoon at Chez Mama, though due to the fog of war, I can't be absolutely sure. I wrote Rosalita as a kiss-off to everybody who counted you out, put you down, or decided you weren't good enough. It was a tall tale from my past that also celebrated my present. The record company, Rosie, just gave me a big advance and took a peek into the future. Someday we'll look back on this, and it will all seem funny. Not that it would all be funny, but that it would all seem funny. Probably one of the most useful lines I've ever written. At the time of The Wild, the Innocent, I had no success, so I had no real concerns about where I was going. I was going up, I hoped, or at least out. With a record contract and a touring band, I felt I was better off than most of my friends who were locked down in the 9-to-5 world of responsibility and bills. I was lucky to be doing what I loved most. With the off-to-the-races opening chords of Rosie, I geared up my band and hit the road without dread. That would come later. We put The Wild, the Innocent, and the E Street Shuffle to bed, and we were finished. Half asleep, we drove ourselves back to New Jersey. Mike took the tapes and handed them to the record company, and we waited for a hopefully enthusiastic response. This record gave me much greater satisfaction than Greetings. I felt it was a true example of what I could do with the recording, playing, and arranging of my band. With Kitty's Back, Rosalita, New York City Serenade, and the semi-auto-bio of Sandy, I was confident we showed the kind of depth, fun, and excitement we could stir on records. There's going to be a showdown. John Hammond was gone, retired. Clive Davis was gone. The great record men, my great supporters, the men who brought me into the company were vanishing. There was the power void, and a variety of new people stepped in to fill the gap. I was called in to see Charles Koppelman, then head of A&R, to review the album. We played a good piece of the first side, and I was immediately informed the album was unreleasable. Mr. Koppelman said the musicianship was simply not up to snuff. He asked me to meet him down at a Columbia studio in a few nights, and he'd show me what some real musicians could do with these songs. I am sure he meant well, but I explained I could not do that. I told him this was my band. I was committed to them. I thought the record sounded great. I was proud of it, and I wanted it released as is. Mr. Koppelman was blunt in his assessment of my prospects. If I insisted on the recording being released as it was, it would most likely go in the trash heap, receive little promotion, and along with me, disappear. What could I do? I liked it the way it was, so I fiercely insisted it remain unmeddled with, and what Mr. Koppelman promised was exactly what happened. When we toured to promote The Wild, the Innocent, few even knew it had been released. I hit one Texas radio station where I was told a representative from my record company had visited, and while promoting several new Columbia recordings, literally told them to remove mine from airplay, adding, "The songs are too long." This was a new twist. My own record company trying to get my records off the radio. It was only the beginning. A battle royale broke out between rock and roll drill sergeant Mike Appel and the new powers that be at CBS. Mike sent all the executives coal in a stocking for Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. We played a club, Fat City on Long Island. The top echelon of the record company marched in to see an opening act they were thinking of signing, then marched out en masse just as we came on, insult to injury. Mike stood at the door, pen and pad in hand, writing down the names of the traitors as they left for his hit list and future retribution. The basic drift was these guys thought we were just going to go away, return to our day jobs, go back to school, disappear into the swamps of Jersey. They didn't understand they were dealing with men without homes, lives, any practicable skills or talents that could bring a reliable paycheck in the straight world. We had nowhere to go, and we loved music. This was going to be it. We had come to liberate you, confiscate you, and all the rest. There was no going back. We had no money, and were receiving no record company support. Our salaries per week had increased to $50, then $75, but our fortunes at the record company had fallen. Our fathers there were gone. There were other promising artists now, and if we were a success, we would be a feather in no one's cap. The men who would have taken the credit had vanished. We'd been orphaned. A DJ saved my life. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the DJ was still a mysterious and ephemeral figure. As the city slept, there he sat alone, accompanied by only shelves and shelves of the greatest music you'd ever heard. He was your friend. He understood you. You shared the secret of the true things that were really important in your life, the music. He spoke into your ear either as boisterously as your old cousin Brucey, squalling in off the airwaves of WABC AM, revving you up for what would surely be the greatest Saturday night of your life, or as confident and quiet as a rock and roll seance delivered by Richard Neer or Allison Steele of WNEW-FM. They were human bridges to the world that was unfolding inside your head. They chronicled your changes as records came and went, inspiring you to keep listening for that one song that was going to change your life. I heard that song many times. Hound Dog, I Want to Hold Your Hand, Like a Rolling Stone, all blasting out of the AM dial and encouraging me to tear down the walls of my little town and dream bigger. Or Astral Weeks, the record that taught me to trust beauty and to believe in the divine, courtesy of my local FM station. I always remember driving up the New Jersey Turnpike, and shortly before you reached New York, somewhere out in the industrial wasteland, stood a small concrete building. There in the middle of the stink and marshes hung a brightly lit radio call sign. It was just a relay station, I suppose. But as a young tween, I'd first imagined it was the real thing, that all my favorite DJs were crowded into this one cramped shack out here in Nowheresville. There, they were bravely pouring out over the airwaves the sounds New Jersey and your life depended upon. Was it possible? Could this abandoned-looking little frontier fort, so far from civilization, be the center of your heart's world? Here I dreamed in the swamps of Jersey were the mighty men and women you knew only by their names and sounds of their voices. Back when the members of the E Street Band were struggling club setters, just trying to get their foot into the door of the music industry, I had two distinct radio experiences. I spent one afternoon with the Boston Top 40 promo man, driving around town trying to get Blinded by the Light, my first single, added to Top 40 playlists. It was interesting. The first station we appeared at wouldn't let us in. At the second, we got in to see the DJ, and he popped Blinded on for exactly 12 seconds. Madman drummers bummers zip, the needle scratching across the surface of everything I had and loved, as it was removed by lightning reflexes, and the question, when's the new Chicago record coming out? The rest of the afternoon we drove around, had beers, and told dirty jokes. I knew then I was not bound for Top 40. The other experience was, as we were playing an empty house gig at the Main Point in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, when in walked David Dye. He was a DJ over at WMMR, Philly's local FM station. He watched us play to 30 people, approached us and said, "I love your band." That night we heard Greetings from Asbury Park being spun to music-loving insomniacs as we drove out of town in our bus. Eventually I got to know every DJ from every major rock city in America. Ed Shockey, a great DJ and fan out of Philly, whose home I'd occasionally stay at when we played the City of Brotherly Love. Every Friday night, Kid Leo, out of Cleveland, marked the end of the work week with Born to Run. I'd often call Richard Neer up in the middle of the night while he was on the air just to shoot the bull. There were many others. The relationships were personal, You hung out and knew their cities. They introduced you at your shows. This was all pre-'80s and pre-pay-for-play promo men who bogged the industry down and perhaps presented me with a few hits that I might otherwise not have had. Then came computer programming of stations and nationalized playlists, and it was a different business. But back when we were almost famous, these men and women provided much love and valuable support and a well-needed home for us and our music. Adios, Perro Loco, Madman Drummers Bummers. During the tour for the Wildly Innocent, one thing became clear. We needed a steadier hand at the drums. Vinny was a beautiful drummer in his own wigged-out way. He was all about his own style. You can hear it clearly on the first 2 albums. We actually developed out of the jam band tradition of the Upstage Club. We all had grown up playing very busily. On our first 2 records, Vinny was all over the place, but he knew how to make it work. His hyperactive drumming was connected to Vinny's hyperactive self, and the combination of the thick recorded sound of the kit by Louis Le Havre and Vinny's playing style made for very eccentric but excitingly unique rhythm tracks. Vinny could be the warmest, most soulful guy in the world 1 minute, truly kind, and then go completely postal within seconds. As time passed, this wore on some of the band members who bore the brunt of the Mad Dog's wrath. Danny had taken his lumps. Steve Appel, Mike's younger brother, who helped out on the road, took a pop in the eye, and so did countless strangers who stumbled across the Dog's intemperate side. Going out with Vinny was risky business. One night we headed to a 2nd-floor beach bar. As I was climbing the stairs to the entrance, I saw a body tumbling by me on its way back to floor 1. It was Vinny. He was being thrown out before we even managed to get in. The accompaniment of Big Danny stepping in at the right moment and altering someone's attitude occasionally saved us from trouble. Vinny showed up at a gig one night, all bruised and scratched up. He had his enemies, and someone had found out Vinny rode his bike home down the boardwalk to Bradley after the gig every night at 3:30 a.m. Some vengeful soul had stretched a thin wire from the railing across the boards right at bicycle tire level. Mad Dog hit it at speed and got launched head over handlebars into an ass full of splinters, cuts, and bruises. Then he took it 1 step too far. One afternoon, he managed to drive Clarence Clemens around the bend. C went off, strangling the hell out of Vinny's skinny neck, holding him down on the floor and smashing a heavy stereo speaker inches from his head in an attempt to bring the enlightenment. Vinny got up, ran out of the house, and made a beeline to my garage apartment in Bradley Beach. He looked like he'd just escaped a hanging, but had spent a few moments too long dangling, eyes popping, legs shaking at the end of the rope. He showed me huge red welts around his neck, screamed that Clarence had tried to murder him, and uttered the immortal ultimatum, "Brucey, it's him or me." Not the best way to sum up your grievances on E Street, but it was my band, my town. I was mayor, judge, jury, and sheriff, so I calmed him down and told him I'd look into it. Discussions were held, grievances aired. The fellows had had enough trouble, Mike too. Vinny always felt he was let go because he'd been too outspoken about the way our business was being handled. He may have been right about that, but everyone had their own reasons for wanting Vinny to depart. For me, it all came down to the fact that my music was changing, and I needed someone with a more sophisticated palate, with clearer and better time for the new music I was writing. I loved Vinny, and still do. He's a great guy, distinctive drummer and singer, and loyal true blue friend. We'd been through a lot. Vinny'd thrown me plenty of hardcore support. He was tough and ready, and it was hard separating from someone I'd cared about and had so many adventures with. His drumming graces my first 2 albums with a beautiful soul and eccentricity that perfectly fit the eclectic spirit of those songs. He was a part of the E Street Band through its toughest times, when it was truly a folk band up from the streets of Asbury Park and filled with musicians whose styles had developed straight out of the musical community we were born into. Chapter 28. The Satellite Lounge. Telling Vinny it was over was rough. I think Mike Appel did it. The weekend Vinny was let go, we were booked at the Satellite Lounge in Fort Dix. It was a cool club catering to locals and the South Jersey military personnel stationed at the fort. I'd seen Sam and Dave put on some great shows there. It was owned and operated by one of our friends. We played a few clubs owned by the local boys and always had a great time. The problem was right now. We had no drummer and we would have to cancel. I told Mike, and he called me back immediately and simply said, "We have to play." There was a problem with the owner at the Satellite Lounge, so Mike had called some of our other friends at Uncle Al's Earlton Lounge, a place we always did great and were treated like kings, to intercede on our behalf. That made matters much worse. Mike then gave me the short version of his conversation with the Satellite's owner. "If you don't play, we have your address and we'll break important digits. If you do play, we will love you." I thought, who doesn't want to be loved? It was an offer I couldn't refuse. So this is the story of how Ernest Boom Carter, a drummer I'd barely heard of and only briefly met, ended up playing in the band that weekend, and on the most significant recording the E Street Band ever made, and only that recording. Boom was Davy's childhood friend. On Davy's call, he came to Tinker's factory, rehearsed the entire night till dawn, learning our full live set, drove to Fort Dix, where it was not uncustomary to begin a set at 1 or 2 a.m., and played a great gig. Boom Carter, welcome to the E Street Band. The Satellite's impresario was as good as his word. We were loved. This was during the gas crisis, and on tour we'd spent hours rocking in the draft of 18-wheelers whizzing by inches from our Econoline van with our tank empty by the side of the road, gasless. We resorted to the illegality of the siphoning tube on a few occasions, but tonight, as we packed up our gear, our beneficent friend escorted us into the parking lot and stood smiling at our side as the police pulled up, fueled our tanks to the brim, and wished us well. Boom turned out to be a great addition. He was a jazzier drummer than I might have initially chosen, but once he integrated himself into the band, he brought a swing with his rock that was really beautiful. The band was now 3 black guys and 3 white guys, and the mixture of musical influences was magic. Davy, of course, covered all the bases from rock to soul, but he had a deeply rooted jazz and gospel element in his playing that put him out in front of most rock keyboardists. With a mixture now of folk, rock, jazz, and soul, we had everything we needed to go wherever we wanted. Career-wise, however, things were still very bleak. The future is written. We'd been playing a lot of colleges. Then by chance we hit one where Irwin Siegelstein, the new head of Columbia Records brought over from the TV division, had a son in attendance. We played a great show, but frustrated by our record company's lack of promotion, I slammed Columbia in an interview with the college newspaper. Young Siegelstein had seen the show, read the newspaper, and brought it home to his pop, Mr. Siegelstein, who to his credit did not pretend to know more about pop music than he did, listened to his son. And the next thing we knew, we got a call from Columbia Records with an invitation to dine with its new president. Mike, Mr. Siegelstein and I sat down to dinner, and Mr. Siegelstein said, "How can we fix this?" He was a straight-up honest broker who realized we were of value to his company and wanted to set things right. Something else very auspicious occurred around this time. A man in Boston had seen the future of rock and roll, and it was me. We'd played the Harvard Square Theater, opening for Bonnie Raitt. God bless her. She was one of the few acts who let us open for her more than once in those days. The writer in attendance for the real paper, John Landau, flipped his critical lid and wrote one of the greatest life-saving raves of all time. It was a beautifully written music fan's appreciation of the power and meaning of rock and roll, the sense of place and continuity it brings to our lives, the community it can't help but strengthen, and the loneliness it assuages. That night in Boston, our band led with our hearts, and that's what John did. The famous quote came in reference to John's thoughts on the past, present, and future of the music he loved, on the power it once held over him, and on its ability to renew itself and exert that power in his life once more. As helpful and burdensome, in the long run, more helpful, I would say, as the quote heard round the world was, it has always been taken somewhat out of context, its lovely subtleties lost. But who cares now? And if somebody had to be the future, why not me? Light at the end of the tunnel. After our dinner with Irwin and Mr. Landau's prophecy, there were ads for the Wildly Innocent in the E Street Shuffle and the newspapers and in major music publications. They all shouted, "I have seen the future." And there I was, looking good. What a difference a day makes. The record company was back in our corner, and record sales picked up from my 2 albums as we continued to tour, wrecking the house night after night. I was due for a new record, my 3rd and last contractually guaranteed album for Columbia. All our cards were down. The question was, beyond critics and my small cult following, could I stir interest in that larger audience that lay at the end of the radio dial? Cult artists don't last on Columbia Records. We miss this one, contract's up, and in all probability, we'll be sent back to the miners deep in the South Jersey pines. I had to make a record that was the embodiment of what I'd been slowly promising I could do. It had to be something epic and extraordinary, something that hadn't quite been heard before. It had already been a long haul, but that blood I'd sniffed on that sunny morning in my grandma's backyard so many years ago was once again in the air. For my new album, I'd written one song. Its title was Born to Run. Book 2, Born to Run. Chapter 29, Born to Run. I wrote Born to Run sitting on the edge of my bed in a cottage I'd newly rented at 7.5 West End Court in Long Branch, New Jersey. I was in the midst of giving myself a crash tutorial in 50s and 60s rock and roll. I had a small table holding a record player at the side of my cot, so I was just one drowsy roll away from dropping the needle onto my favorite album of the moment. At night, I'd switch off the lights and drift away with Roy Orbison, Phil Spector, or Duane Eddy lullabying me to dreamland. These records now spoke to me in a way most late 60s and early 70s rock music failed to. Love, work, sex, and fun. The darkly romantic visions of both Spector and Orbison felt in tune with my own sense of romance, with love itself as a risky proposition. These were well-crafted, inspired recordings, powered by great songs, great voices, great arrangements, and excellent musicianship. They were filled with real studio genius, breathless passion, and they were hits. There was little self-indulgence in them. They didn't waste your time with sprawling guitar solos or endless monolithic drumming. There was opera and a lush grandness, but there was also restraint. This aesthetic appealed to me as I moved into the early stages of writing for Born to Run. From Duane Eddy came the guitar sound. Tramps Like Us, then ba-ba-ba-ba, the twanging guitar lick. From Roy Orbison came the round, operatic vocal tone of a young aspirant with limited range attempting to emulate his hero. From Phil Spector came the ambition to make a world-shaking mighty noise. I wanted to craft a record that sounded like the last record on Earth, like the last record you might hear, the last one you'd ever need to hear. One glorious noise, then the apocalypse. From Elvis came the record's physical thrust. Dylan, of course, threaded through the imagery and the idea of not just writing about something, but writing about everything. I started with the guitar riff. Get yourself a great riff and you're on your way. Then I'd chug along, chording randomly, while I'd mumble, 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 then Tramps Like Us, baby, we were born to run. That was all I had. The title Born to Run I was sure I'd seen somewhere before. It might have been written in silver metal flake on the hood of a car cruising the Asbury Circuit, or I may have seen it somewhere in one of the Hot Rod B pictures I'd gorged myself on during the early 60s. Maybe it was just out there in the air, floating along on the saltwater carbon monoxide mix of Kingsley and Ocean Avenue on a circuit Saturday night. Wherever it came from, it held the essential ingredients of a hit record, familiarity and newness. inspiring in the listener surprise and recognition. A smash feels like it was always there and as if you've never heard anything like it before. It wasn't an easy piece to write. I started my title song that afternoon, but I didn't finish it until 6 months of trial and tribulation later. I wanted to use the classic rock and roll images, the road, the car, the girl. What else is there? It was a language enshrined by Chuck Berry, the Beach Boys, Hank Williams, and every lost highwayman going back to the invention of the wheel. But to make these images matter, I would have to shape them into something fresh, something that transcended nostalgia, sentiment, and familiarity. I was a child of Vietnam-era America, of the Kennedy, King, and Malcolm X assassinations. The country no longer felt like the innocent place it was said to be in the Eisenhower 50s. Political murder, economic injustice, and institutionalized racism were all powerfully and brutally present. These were issues that had previously been relegated to the margins of American life. Dread, the sense that things might not work out, that the moral high ground had been swept out from underneath us, that the dream we had of ourselves had somehow been tainted, and the future would forever be uninsured, was in the air. This was the new lay of the land, and if I was going to put my characters out on that highway, I was going to have to put all these things in the car with them. That's what was due, what the times demanded. To move forward, we'd have to willingly wear the weight of our unreconciled past. A day of personal and historical accountability had arrived. I started out with cliché, 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 and then I caught a piece of myself in the moment. In the day we sweated out on the streets of a runaway American dream. It's a death trap, a suicide rap. I want to guard your dreams and visions. I want to know if love is real. This is what is at stake. Your dreams, your visions. Together, Wendy, we can live with the sadness. I'll love you with all the madness in my soul. Because that's what it'll take. Someday, I don't know when, we're going to get to that place where we really want to go and we'll walk in the sun. But till then, all we have is this road, this ever-present now, that is the fire and marrow of rock and roll. Tramps like us, baby, we were born to run. Over months, I could feel the story I was aching to tell seep into my lyrics. Slowly, I found words I could stand to sing, always my first, last, and only criteria to move ahead. Slowly, it felt real. Then there it was, my touchstone, my blueprint for my new record, all wrapped up in a hot rod rumble of sound and a low-budget movie setting that brought the trash and undercut the song's pretensions perfectly. While the lyrics were being written, we struggled with the recorded sounds of the instruments, the drum sounds, the guitar sounds. We layered instrument upon instrument, mixing down and down, track to track, combining sections of instruments until we could fit our 72 tracks of rock and roll overkill on the 16 available tracks at 914 Studios. It would be Boone Carter's only recorded E Street appearance on drums. He picked a good one. It would be the last recording I'd do with Davy Sanchez. He'd soon be offered his own solo deal on Columbia, and together they'd leave the band. Right before the gravy train. It would be the last record we'd make at 914 Studios, and the only recording with just Mike and me as a production team. As we sat in the studio at 8 a.m., beat from being up all night trying to get a final mix, the next session was pounding on our locked studio door. In those days, there were no automated or computerized mixing boards. It was all hands on deck. Our engineer Louis LaHave would have his left hand riding the guitar faders, his right riding the keyboards. Mike might ride the voice, the acoustic guitars in the final verse, while I'd be reaching over their shoulders to nudge the sax solo as it peaked, and the guitar riff in the outro. One take, all the way through, no cutting, splicing, or editing. As the sound of shouting and knocking on our studio door rose, we took one more pass. We had it, we thought. Really, we were way too tired to tell. I brought it home and played it to wake up to every morning with the sun beaming through my bedroom window. It sounded great. I'd returned home with the exact record I'd wanted to make. That doesn't happen often. The record company wanted more vocal. We took it to a New York studio one evening, and in a half hour realized the impossibility of our task. We would never corral that sound again. We couldn't even come close to the musical integration, the raging wall of guitars, keys, and drums. Out of deference to the bigwigs, we listened to other takes from the original session. Some had more voice, but they didn't have the magic. The singer was supposed to sound like he was fighting to be heard over a world that didn't give a damn. No, there was only one that had that 747 engine in your living room rumble, the universe hanging, for one brief moment, in balance as the cosmic chord goes twang. Then the getaway. We had it. We only did it once, but once is all you need. With Boom and Davy gone, we placed an ad in the Village Voice for a new drummer and pianist. We played with 30 drummers and 30 keyboard players for 30 minutes each. People came in to audition who just wanted to sit in for a while with the band. Guys brought double bass drum kits and tried to Ginger Baker their way through Spirit in the Night. An avant-garde violinist came in with fingernail on the blackboard atonal voicings and tortured us for half an hour. Whether you were bad or good, you got your 30 minutes and a handshake. In the end, Max Weinberg, a South Orange, New Jerseyan, took the drum seat as Roy Bittan from Rockaway Beach slipped in behind the keys. They were heads above all the others and would bring a new professionalism to our sound that we would carry into the studio. They were the first guys who weren't from the neighborhood to play with the East Street Band. With Born to Run blasting from FM radio stations, we'd handed it over assuming our LP would soon follow, a brilliant mistake. We headed back into the studio. After several failed sessions at 914, we could not move the record forward. The most obvious problem was that shit just wasn't working. The piano pedals, recording equipment, and sundry other things regularly went on the fritz. We were trying to record Jungleland. It had been a staple of our live show for a while and the band had it cold. But with all the technical glitches, you just couldn't build any momentum to get anything done. Something was wrong. After a stretch of bum recording dates, we sat dead in our tracks. My last chance masterpiece going nowhere. We were stuck, we needed help. Chapter 30. John Landau. It was a winter's night in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I stood on the street in front of our gig, Joe's Place, hopping side to side, trying to stay warm. I was reading a review of our second album. The owner had taped it to the club's front window in hopes of luring in some breathing customers. Then two men walked up on my left. One was writer Dave Marsh. The other was the review's 27-year-old author, John Landau. He sidled over to me and asked, "What do you think?" "What do you think?" Those were the first and probably most recent of the 10 billion words John and I have thrown each other's way over a lifetime of ruminating, navel-gazing, philosophizing, analyzing, and making music. What do you think? Those words have bracketed our friendship for 40 years. The heart of rock will always remain a primal world of action. The music revives itself over and over again in that form. Primitive rockabilly, punk, hard soul, and early rap. Integrating the world of thought and reflection with the world of primitive action is not a necessary skill for making great rock and roll. Many of the music's most glorious moments feel as though they were birthed in an explosion of raw talent and creative instinct. Some of them even were. But if you want to burn bright, hard, and long, you will need to depend upon more than your initial instincts. You will need to develop some craft and a creative intelligence that will lead you farther when things get dicey. That's what'll help you make crucial sense and powerful music as time passes, giving you the skills that may also keep you alive creatively and physically. The failure of so many of rock's artists to outlive their expiration date of a few years, make more than a few great albums, and avoid water treading or worse, I felt was due to the misfit nature of those drawn to the profession. These were strong, addictive personalities, fired by compulsion, narcissism, license, passion, and an inbred entitlement, all slammed over a world of fear, hunger, and insecurity. That's a Molotov cocktail of confusion that can leave you unable to make or resistant to making the leap of consciousness a life in the field demands. After first contact knocks you on your ass, you better have a plan, for some preparedness and personal development will be required if you expect to hang around any longer than your 15 minutes. Now, some guys' 5 minutes are worth other guys' 50 years, and while burning out in 1 billion supernova will send record sales through the roof, leave you living fast, dying young, leaving a beautiful corpse, there is something to be said for living. Personally, I like my gods old, grizzled, and here. I'll take Dylan, the pirate raiding party of the Stones, the hope I get very old before I die, present live power of the Who, a fat, still mesmerizing until his death Brando. They all suit me over the alternative. I would have liked to have seen that last Michael Jackson show, a 70-year-old Elvis, reinventing and relishing in his talents, where Jimi Hendrix might have taken the electric guitar, Keith Moon, Janis Joplin, Kurt Cobain, and all the others whose untimely deaths and lost talents stole something from the music I love living on, enjoying the blessings of their gifts and their audience's regard. Aging is scary, but fascinating, and great talent morphs in strange and often enlightening ways. Plus, to those you've received so much from, so much joy, knowledge, and inspiration, you wish life, happiness, and peace. These aren't easy to come by. Youth and death have always been an intoxicating combination for the myth-makers left amongst the living. And dangerous, even violent self-loathing, has long been an essential ingredient in the fires of transformation. When the new self burns to life, the twins of great control and recklessness are immutably linked. It's what makes life interesting. The high tension between these two forces often makes a performer fascinating and fun to watch, but also a White Cross highway marker. Here, many who've come this way have burned out hard or died. The rock death cult is well loved and chronicled in literature and music, but in practice, there ain't much in it for the singer and his song, except the good life unlived, lovers and children left behind, and a 6-foot deep hole in the ground. The exit in the blaze of glory is bullshit. Now, if you're not one of the handful of musical revolutionaries, and I was not, you naturally set your sights on something different. In a transient field, I was suited for the long haul. I had years of study behind me. I was physically built to endure, and by disposition was not an edge-dweller. I was interested in what I might accomplish over a lifetime of music making, so assumption number 1 is you are going to keep breathing. In my business, the above case studies prove, no matter who you are, that's not as easy as it sounds. Enter the King, small k. John Landau was the first person I met who had a language for discussing these ideas in the life of the mind. He had the rabid fans, pure love of music and musicians, while retaining his critic's ability to step back and analyze the very thing he loved. In John, one impulse did not dampen the other. He was a natural, and together we shared a belief in the bedrock values of musicianship, skill, the joy of hard work, and the methodical application of one's talents. These things had resulted in some of our favorite records. Muscle Shoals, Motown, and the Beatles' early recordings showed how revolutionary music could flow from a down-home but disciplined studio approach. That was our plan and who we were. John and I related both as conspiratorial music fans and as young men in search of something. John would serve me as a friend and mentor, someone who'd been exposed to and held information I felt would augment my creativity and deepen the truth-seeking I was trying to make a part of my music. We also had that instant chemical connection that says, I know you. John was better educated than most of my homeboys. I was interested in doing my job better and being great. Not good, great. Whatever that took, I was in. Now, if you don't have the raw talent, you can't will yourself there. But if you have the talent, then will, ambition, and the determination to expose yourself to new thoughts, counter-argument, new influences will strengthen and fortify your work, driving you closer to home. In the early days of our relationship, I remember visiting John's apartment in New York. We talked music and played records for hours. was the same kind of intense connection I had with Steve, but different. In 1974, I was a young and developing musician. I was interested in forefathers, artists, brothers in arms, people who thought like this who'd come before me. John knew who and where they were, in books, in films, and in music. It was all very casual, just friends talking and throwing around ideas about the things that inspired them, moved them. Late-night conversations about the things that opened up your world and made you hunger for life. I was moving off my first 2 records and already developing a new voice. I'd begun to pare down my lyrical style. When we began to work on Born to Run together, John followed suit with the music. He was a very astute arranger and editor who was particularly excellent at shaping the bottom of the record, the bass and drums. He guarded against overplaying and guided our record toward a more streamlined sound. I was ready to give up some eclecticness and looseness, some of the street party, for a tighter punch to the gut. We simplified the basic tracks so we could stack up dense layers of sound without lapsing into sonic chaos. It made Born to Run simultaneously steeped in rock history and modern. We made dense, dramatic rock and roll. Born to Run is his greatest production work on one of my greatest records. Above and beyond production, John was the latest in a long line of fans, friends, and freaks who subbed as a papa figure. It was a lifetime project, finding someone to pick up the slack from my MIA old man. It was a big and unfair burden to lay on anyone, but that didn't stop me. Somebody had to do it. I think John needed something himself at that point. He was coming off a debilitating illness, a long hospital stay, and a painful divorce. I was a good comrade, perhaps the physical embodiment of some part of his rock and roll dream, and I aided his own development in subtle ways. He'd already produced the MC5s back in the USA. I presented John with a venue to continue the hands-on application of his own talents, and those talents in turn made me a more effective and probing songwriter and musician. My writing was focusing itself around identity issues. Who am I? Who are we? What and where is home? What constitutes manhood, adulthood? What are your freedoms and your responsibilities? I was interested in what it meant to be an American, one small participant in current history, at a time when the future seemed as hazy and shape-shifting as that thin line on the horizon. Can a rock and roll artist help sculpt that line, shade its direction? How much? With influences as varied and seemingly polarized as Woody Guthrie and Elvis, Top 40 Radio and Bob Dylan, along with 1,000 nights of bar playing behind me, I was curious to press on in search of what I could do and where I belonged. Alongside my wife, Patty, my band, and a few close friends, I've shared my mind with John more than anyone else. When it's a good match, along the way your heart ends up thrown in too. There is a love and respect at the center of everything we do together. It's not just business, it's personal. When you came to work with me, I had to be assured you'd bring your heart. Heart sealed the deal. That's why the E Street Band plays steamroller strong and undiminished, 40 years in, night after night. We are more than an idea, an aesthetic. We are a philosophy, a collective, with a professional code of honor. It is based on the principle that we bring our best, everything we have, on this night, to remind you of everything you have, your best. That it's a privilege to exchange smiles, soul, and heart directly with the people in front of you. That it's an honor and great fun to join in concert with those whom you've invested so much of yourself in, and they in you, your fans, the stars above, this moment, and apply your trade humbly, or not so, as a piece of a long, spirited chain you're thankful to be a small link in. Upriver. In our quest, John became the Clark to my Lewis. In the future we would travel together through more than a little wilderness. He had befriended and counseled me when it felt like I was teetering a little too close to the edge of my favorite abyss. Prior to John, I knew no one who'd spent 3 minutes in an analyst's office. I grew up around a lot of very ill people, secretive, susceptible to serious depression, and disturbing, unpredictable behavior. I knew it was a significant piece of my own mental makeup. In New Jersey, in my crowd, The psychiatric profession might as well not have existed. When I looked down and saw bottom, John assisted me toward help that would refocus and alter the course of my life. I owe a great debt to my friend for his kindness, generosity, and love. He's done a pretty nice job of management, too. We're still here after many years. When John and I discuss our future course of action, he's always been guided by two things: my well-being and happiness, then the tour gross. These first two were the answers I was long looking for in the receding mists of Freehold, New Jersey. They are the incredibly complicated and simple answers of parenthood, of friendship, the only ones. The day naturally came when that changed, too. I no longer needed a surrogate dad or a mentor, just a friend and partner. John really no longer needed any single embodiment of his rock and roll fantasy, and he began to successfully manage a variety of other artists. Adulthood, or something awfully like it, arrived. For a while in these years of transition, there was tension and some misunderstanding between John and me. Coded conversations, anxious phone calls, anger lying just beneath the surface, and frustration. It's not easy moving forward together. People get set in their ways, their perceptions cut in stone. Most don't make it. 20 years after we started, I'd changed. So had John. That was the idea. For a short while, it seemed we were victims of our own good promise. Then it all eventually came to a head, and we sorted through it in our quiet way, sitting one sunny Los Angeles day, talking in my backyard. What do you think? We'd navigated the treacherous part of the river, the part Mike and I couldn't make, where the current changes and the landscape will never be the same. So breaking into the open, I looked behind me in our boat, and I still had my Clark. Up front, he still had Lewis. We still had our own musical country to chart, many miles of frontier to travel, and music to make. It's too late to stop now. Chapter 31. Thunder Road. As our evening session at 914 ground to a stop, John leaned over and whispered, "You're a first-class artist. You should be in a first-class recording studio." That made sense to me. My friendship with John had grown slow and steady, so I decided to invite him to the studio to observe and perhaps bring some insight into the problems we were having. Back in New York, we went out for a late-night bite. As we sat side by side on two stools at the counter of a small diner, John offered, "If you need me to do something, I'd be glad to do it." He seemed to have a clear idea of the steps that needed to be taken to get us out of our mid-flight stall. I thought about it. I'm insular by nature, and I don't let new people in casually. I decided it was necessary, and he was the right man. I liked and trusted John. Our working relationship grew out of our musical friendship. He was not a cold professional, but a friend who perhaps had the expertise to help me make a great record. That's what I was here for. I talked to Mike. I explained this had to happen. He was unsure, but if I felt that strongly about it, he'd agree. A short while later, we entered the legendary Record Plant Studios on West 44th Street in Manhattan. On our first evening there, a skinny Italian kid was operating the tape machine. His job was to change the tape reels and turn the player off and on upon the engineer's command. He was a classic New York character, quirky, funny, with attitude to spare. When I came in the next night, he was sitting at the center of the long recording board, replacing Louis Le Havre. John felt we needed a new engineer, and he and Mike decided to take action. I asked John if he thought this kid could pull it off, and he said, "I think he can." So Jimmy Iovine, brilliant imposter, young studio dog, with the fastest learning curve I've ever seen, and soon to be one of the world's biggest music moguls and star of American Idol, became the engineer on the most important record of my life. John had been to rehearsals in New Jersey, and together we'd begun to edit some of our long, winding arrangements. We'd grown out of them. He helped me compress the song lengths for maximum impact. He told me longer was not always better. Neither necessarily was shorter, but I'd caught the bug, and John had to stop me before I took an axe to the classic intro and outro of Backstreets. John's opinions were always very measured. What would give us the biggest bang for our buck? The arrangements began to take shape, and when we went into the record plant to record, suddenly music got recorded. I'd loosely imagined the Born to Run album as a series of vignettes taking place during one long summer day and night. It opens with the early morning harmonica of Thunder Road. You are introduced to the album's central characters and its main proposition. Do you want to take a chance? The screen door slams. Mary's dress sways. That's a good opening line. You can take it anywhere. We're pulling out of here to win. That's about as good a closer as you're going to get. It lays out the stakes you're playing for and sets a high bar for the action to come. Then you're introduced to the soaring, highway-blown-open sound of Clarence's saxophone outro. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the big man. Thunder Road is followed by 10th Avenue Freeze-Out, the story of a rock and soul band and our full-on block party. It's Steve Van Zandt's only Born to Run appearance, where he spontaneously arranged, badgered, and befuddled the jazz players of a prized New York City horn section, amongst whom were the Brecker brothers and David Sanborn, all of whom must have been thinking, who is this crazy fucker in the wife-beater tee and straw fedora, into honking out some primitive boardwalk soul. Pedal to the metal, we steam into night, followed by the stately piano, organ, and broken friendships of Backstreets. We swore forever friends. Side 2 opens with the widescreen rumble of Born to Run, sequenced dead in the middle of the record, anchoring all that comes before and after. Then the Bo Diddley beat of She's the One, written just so I could hear C blow that sax solo over the top of it. And we cut to the trumpet of Randy Brecker as dusk falls and we head through the tunnel for meeting across the river. From there, it's all night, the city, and the spiritual battleground of Jungle Land, as the band works its way through musical movement after musical movement. Then Clarence's greatest recorded moment, that solo. One last musical ebb, and the poets down here don't write nothing at all. They just stand back and let it all be. The knife-in-the-back wail of my vocal outro, the last sound you hear, finishes it all in bloody, operatic glory. At record's end, our lovers from Thunder Road have had their early hard-won optimism severely tested by the streets of Manoir City. They're left in fate's hands, in a land where ambivalence reigns and tomorrow is unknown. In these songs were the beginnings of the characters whose lives I would trace in my work, along with the questions I'd be writing about. I want to know if love is real, for the next 4 decades. This was the album where I left my adolescent definitions of love and freedom. From here on in, it was going to be a lot more complicated. Born to Run was the dividing line. In a 3-day, 72-hour sprint, working in 3 studios simultaneously, Clarence and I finishing the Jungle Land sax solo phrase by phrase in one, while we mixed Thunder Road in another, singing Backstreets in a third, as the band rehearsed in a spare room upstairs, we managed to finish the record that would put us on the map on the exact day our Born to Run tour was starting. That's not supposed to happen. The record should be ready months before you hit the road, released at tour's beginning, but that's how close we cut it. In the early morning light, after 3 days of no sleep, we flopped into the waiting cars that would drive us straight to Providence, Rhode Island and the stage. Still, I wrestled with Born to Run for a few more months, rejecting it, refusing to release it, and finally throwing it in a hotel swimming pool in front of a panicked Jimmy Iovine. He'd brought the finished master out on tour, but to hear it, the 2 of us had to go to a downtown stereo store and beg them to let us use one of their record players. I stood in the back of the store, fretting, hemming, and hawing as the record played, Jimmy's eyes plastered to every look on my face, begging, "Please, just say yes and let's be done." Jimmy, John, and Mike got crazy, but I still just couldn't release it. All I could hear was what I perceived as the record's flaws, the bombastic big rock sound, the Jersey Pavarotti via Roy Orbison singing, the same things that gave it its beauty, power, and magic. It was a puzzle. It seemed you couldn't have one without the other. John tried to patiently explain to me that art often works in mysterious ways. What makes something great may also be one of its weaknesses, just like in people. I let it go. Chapter 32. Jackpot. On August 25th, 1975, all the aces came up. The sevens rolled round, and an endless river of noise and silver poured forth from the mouth of the one-armed bandit of rock and roll. Jackpot. Bingo. Bullseye. We had a hit. I was exhilarated, but also extremely wary. A conceptual optimist, but personal pessimist, I believed that along with the jackpot would come its terrible twin, trouble, as in bad gree-gree, a gypsy's curse, the malocchio, the evil eye down on you. I was right. It was going to be a lot for a 25-year-old to handle. My first challenge was Time and Newsweek calling to put me on the cover of their magazines. I hesitated because back then, popular entertainers, particularly rock and rollers, were not on the covers of what were considered serious news publications. The media culture of the mid-'70s was vastly different than that of today. First, nobody called it media. There was no internet, no Entertainment Tonight, no Happy Talk News, no E! Network, no MTV, no TMZ, no cable, no satellite TV. There were newspapers, and on network television at 7 p.m., there were old men in suits reporting the events of the day. That was it. There were tabloids, but they didn't give a damn about rock and roll punks. They wanted to know what kind of adult craziness Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton were up to. They were interested in who Frank Sinatra was screwing. Time and Newsweek were prestigious magazines, but the first taste of future pop culture, and the demise of their influence, was beginning to bubble up. Modern media and all its attendant roar, screech, and babble were just around the corner. I had a choice. No interview, no cover. Interview, cover. 2 of them. Though I was young, I'd had my season in obscurity. I knew well the near misses, the disappointments, the many miles covered, and the small tastes of near discovery that went sour. This was no time to buckle. I was reticent, and would remain so, but I needed to find out what I had. 40 years later, I did not want to be sitting in my rocking chair on a sunny afternoon with the woulda, shoulda, coulda blues. All I could think of was my dad covered in a cloak of cigarette smoke, lamenting, I could have taken that job with the phone company, but I would have had to travel. So instead, it was lights out, the blues, beer, and resenting his own family for what he thought he might have accomplished. Dead meat. I worried, but in the end my ego, ambition, and fear of not taking my shot outweighed my insecurity. I called Mike, send in the press. Hype. When the big noise came down, I was lounging in a deck chair at the Sunset Marquis Hotel. The Marquis was an infamous L.A. crash house for wayward rockers. As the covers hit the stands, we were out west to perform at the Roxy nightclub on the Sunset Strip. These shows were to be the center of our West Coast campaign after the raucous war we'd waged back east at New York's Bottom Line. The Bottom Line was the gig that finally put us on the map as big-time contenders. For 5 nights, 2 shows a night, we left everything we had on the tiny stage at 15 West 4th Street. For us, they were groundbreaking appearances, the band pushing its limits as I cakewalked across the skinny tabletops, leaving that burn in the air of something happening. Yes, we had our naysayers, and if our show couldn't convince you, you were going to remain unconvinced for a while. But inside the band and on the street, you could feel the whole thing taking off. The Bottom Line shows seriously raised the bar. We got born again there. When we left, something new had taken hold of our band. As Born to Run had defined us on record, these shows defined us as a live act, intent on shaking you by the collar, waking you up, and all-or-nothing performances. In L.A., the first sight I saw was a madly grinning Steve Van Zandt rushing around the pool like he was late on his Middletown, New Jersey paper route. He was distributing Time and Newsweek magazines with my mug on him to any Sin City sun worshipper he could get within tossing distance of. He handed 2 to me. Isn't this great? I looked at them and thought, oh my God, and immediately retired to my room. I was not comfortable, but what could a poor boy do? As says Hyman Roth in The Godfather Part 2, this is the business we've chosen. Sure, I nurtured my ambivalence. It made me happy, gave me plausible deniability, and granted me the illusion of staying one step removed from my ravenous ambitions. But this was the course I had striven toward relentlessly. Stardom. Not a Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday gig at the local gin joint. Not a musical weekend warrior. Not a college kid's down-low secret hero. Stardom. The impact. The hits. The fame. The money. The women. The recognition. And the freedom to live as I pleased. To take it to the limit or wherever all of this was leading me. I'd fixed it good so I couldn't go back. Only forward, so that's where we went. I was just going to have to be good enough, as good as I promised, as good as I thought I was, for all this to make sense. For all the new rumble out in the world, inside of me, was where the real show was going on, and it was fireworks. Up, down, inside, out. The mood swings flooded over me as I flew from one pole to the other like a manic-depressive trapeze artist. The only things that kept me from launching into the ozone layer were my band and the shows we played. The shows were real, always. My friends were real, always. The audience was real, always. I was not alone. I was carrying a lot of weight, but I was not alone. The men I'd chosen to travel with were at my side. Their comfort, their partnership was invaluable. No matter how weird it got out there, on the bandstand when I turned around, I saw home. These were people who understood me and knew who I was. The shows in L.A. went well. Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro came down, and a few days later Marty screened Mean Streets for the band, opening with a short of his, The Big Shave. I'd met Jack Nicholson, another Jersey native, brought up in the town adjoining Asbury Park, Neptune City. After the show, we hung in a little bar above the Roxy, and I asked him how he handled the success. He said by the time it came his way, he was ready for it. I wasn't sure that was me, but I'd soon find out. We were momentarily to leave for overseas, and a series of shows that would deeply test just how ready we were. London Calling. The Beatles, the Stones, the Animals, the Yardbirds, the Kinks, Jeff Beck, Clapton, Hendrix, the Who. We were heading for the Isle of our heroes, the British house of the Second Coming, where the first generation of American blues and rock and roll had shipwrecked on a distant shore, been understood, thoroughly digested, and recast as something wondrous. Rock's second generation of beat groups had pulled off a Herculean task. They'd reinvented some of the greatest music that had ever been made. They'd infused the old forms with youth, pop smarts, and hits that soared up the charts. They'd introduced generations of kids like me to the music of some of the most talented Americans who'd ever picked up a harmonica, guitar, or pen. I'd heard my first dose of Howlin' Wolf, Jimmy Reed, Muddy Waters, and Arthur Alexander through these groups. House of the Rising Sun, an old folk song, was turned into a growling modern blues of personal destruction by the Animals. The Rolling Stones breathed punk life into Chuck Berry's greatest hits, as the Beatles covered early R&B with love and fresh style. I still feel I owe all of these groups, these young Englishmen, an enormous debt of gratitude for valuing and leading me to these artists, who by 1964 were largely unheard in most American households. In England lived the reasons we were here. The cities of London, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle rang synonymous with the names of our favorite British beat heroes. These were mystical destinations, yet here we were, coming in for a landing at Heathrow Airport, new representatives of the musical mother country with a chance to return some small part of the favor, if we could. Upon reaching our hotel, I received copies of Melody Maker and the New Musical Express, England's two premier music publications. I'm big on the front page of both, raved about in one and torn to shreds in the other. Let's get it on. We're playing the Hammersmith Odeon, a theater-sized venue in the heart of London. As we pull up to the outside, the brightly lit marquee reads, "Finally, London is ready for Bruce Springsteen." Reflecting, this is not exactly the tone I'd have preferred been struck. It feels perhaps a little too presumptuous. Once inside, I am greeted by a sea of posters on every available flat surface and in every seat proclaiming me the next fucking big thing. The kiss of death. It's usually better to let the audience decide that one. I'm frightened and I'm pissed, really pissed. I am embarrassed for myself and offended for my fans. This is not the way it works. I know how it works. I've done it. Play and shut up. My business is show business, and that is the business of showing, not telling. You don't tell people anything. You show them and let them decide. That's how I got here, by showing people. You try to tell people what to think, and you end up a little Madison Avenue mind fascist. Mr. Rockstar, get the fuck out of my mind and into my feet, into my heart. That's how the job gets done. That's how you introduce yourself. I've got to fix it. I tear through the theater, simultaneously reaming out my Capel while ripping down every poster and disposing of every flyer I can get my hands on. I need a clean environment to work in. I need to reclaim the theater for my fans, for me, and for my band. By showtime, I'm fucked. I'm pathetically wrecked and nervous. At 25, I am still a provincial young man. I have never been overseas in my life. As I've said before, I know I'm good, but I'm also a poser. That's artistic balance. In the second half of the 20th century, authenticity would be what you made of it, a hall of mirrors. Put on the work shirt, young man. No big deal. As you get older, it won't concern you. It's just the lay of the land. In your youth, however, you are easy prey for the many tricks of the mind. At this moment, I know my mind is not at its most centered. I can tell because I'm afraid, and that's not my style. I don't need to be, but I am. Abject fear is not the state of mind you want to take the stage in, but it's showtime. We go on. The audience seems reticent. The room feels uneasy. That's my responsibility. You've got to let the audience feel that they're coolly within your hands. That's how you help them feel safe and free enough to let themselves go, to find whatever they've come looking for, and be whoever they've come here to be. On this night, my problem is that during the performance I am in and out of myself for a while in the most unpleasant way. Inside, multiple personalities are fighting to take turns at the microphone, while I'm struggling to reach the fuck it point, that wonderful and necessary place where you set fire to your insecurities, put your head down, and just go. Right now, I can feel myself caring too much, thinking too much about what I'm thinking about. My good friend Peter Wolf, the great frontman from the J. Giles Band, once said, "The strangest thing you can do on stage is think about what you're doing." He was right, and I am doing the strangest thing you can do on stage right now. It's like one moment, your life feels threatened. Your little house of cards, the performance self you've built so carefully, so meticulously, your mask, your costume, your disguise, your dream self, is in danger of coming apart, of tumbling down. The next, you're towering, soaring, deeply immersed in your true self, riding the music your band is making high above the assembled. These two selves are often only a hair's width apart. That's what makes it interesting. That's why people pay the money, and that's why they call it live. Each and every performance for the rest of your life will hold some trace of this arc, along with the potential for catastrophic failure or transcendent success. Most evenings, you grab onto the common ground somewhere between the endurable upper and lower regions of this arc. But when the graph is excessively steep, hold on. It feels like anything can happen, and not in a comforting way. Everyone knows some version of this in their life, whether on a big or small scale, along with the need to work it out. It's just that most wouldn't prefer to do it in front of thousands. But this is the house of my vocation, the strange place I go to have this conversation with myself. Of course, you have your strategies, so I resort to my will. In performance, when called upon, O doubting audience member, when you think it's over, when the vultures are circling, and our blood is being smelled, tasted, my will, my band's concerted will, our insistent commitment to do or die, will come back hard to kick your ass and try to resurrect the day. I learned from the best, my mother. She willed we would be a family, and we were. She willed we would not disintegrate, and we did not. She willed we would walk with respect through the streets of our town, and we did. We're nearing the end of the set, and now back on Earth, I feel the heat building in my body, the audience gathering around me and the band stepping up, readying itself to deliver what we came 3,000 miles across the Atlantic for. I'm pushing hard, maybe too hard, then it's over. A tough night. I am disappointed in myself for ceding too much to my internal conflicts. After an awkward stop at the record company's victory party, I drag myself, alone, back to my hotel room and eat what the British had the balls to refer to as a cheeseburger. On the edge of my bed, underneath a cloud of black crows, I promise myself I will never be joined on stage to such a degree by my infidel again. I tell myself there is always plenty of time to listen to my own voice, to its often sage advice, just not once I've counted my band in. That's no time for reading the wallpaper inside my fabulously fertile and forever doubting mind. On the shore, Mecca to the bar and show band elite, rabid disciples of the James Browns, the Sam Moores, the hardcore soul showmen, who brought it every time they hit the stage, we come from where professionalism is not a dirty word. 1, 2, 3, 4, motherfucker. That's the time for action, for living, for manifesting life, for bringing it, not for dipping into the black recesses to pick the lint out of your belly button, so I told myself. You can see all of this on the E Street Band's Hammersmith Odeon London 75 film that accompanies the Born to Run box set, except you won't. You will not see anything except the band perform a tough but excellent set. You will see us enter the stage armed with a set list I still dare any young band to match, and pump out a Jersey stew of rock and punk soul. It was an evening that introduced us to our English fans and began the long and lovely 40-year relationship we've had with them. At the time, I found the evening so disconcerting that I never viewed the concert film until 2004, 30 years later. When I did, I found out it had been filmed quite well and was a great document of the band, performing in all its disco-suited, leather-jacketed, knit-hatted mid-70s glory. Most of what I'd experienced that night was a movie, playing exclusively inside my own head. My body and heart knew what to do and went ahead and did it anyway. I'd trained well. All those unfriendly gigs and rough houses, a decade's worth of firemen's fairs, carnivals, drive-ins, supermarket openings, and hole-in-the-walls, where nobody gave a shit about you, came back to lift us up in our hour of darkness. We'd been there many times before, not quite like the Hammersmith, but enough to have prepared ourselves. That night, I lay in bed in a foreign land, feeling rather foreign to myself. That sleepless, disconcerting, what just happened feeling kept kicking around my head. I lay awake thinking, whoa, this is little more than I bargained for. Of course, this was exactly what I'd bargained for. I just wasn't savvy enough to know it. Looking back, as ugly, nerve-wracking, and unpleasant as it was, without the over-the-top hype and all its attendant noise around that one single gig, it might have taken a good little band from Jersey countless trips overseas to have the same impact or to simply get noticed. All we had to do was live up to it. And wasn't that on me? Whatever happened, Our first night at the Hammersmith Odeon became one of our legendary performances. But it was also the moment I learned that unless you are very aggressive, very proactive about what you want, what you've created can be co-opted and taken from you, whatever the results. It's nothing personal. You will simply be stripped bare, for better or worse, at the altar of the great marketing gods, who have a dynamic and an agenda guided by the DNA of commerce. Way at the top of the music business food chain, in that big conference room in the sky, or in my case, somewhere in Japan, at the end of the day, they don't ask the man on top, how many good records have we made this year? They ask him, how many records have we sold? His fate, and often yours, will depend upon his answer. Don't get me wrong. Record companies, including big corporate ones, are filled with people who love music, who are fans, who want to be a part of it all, and whose talents led them to the business side. They will be your invaluable collaborators, and most musicians I know don't have any problem with someone helping sell their records. But if you don't negotiate the terms of an agreed-upon partnership, your talents will be harnessed and guided in the direction others feel best. No harm intended, though great harm, or stardom, or both, may occur. These days the internet has changed much of the playing field, but not all of it. The dynamic between creativity and commerce remains a convoluted waltz. If you want to fly by your own lights, reach the audience you feel your talents deserve, and build a work life on what you've learned, value, and can do, be wary. In the early days, my record company harbored no ill intentions. They were a victim of their own jolly business planning and excitement, working at the mercy of the mighty gods of commerce, just doing their job while I was learning mine, real fast. With London behind us, things calmed down a bit. We went to Sweden, where it was dead winter and permanent midnight. Crushed together on tiny cots and minuscule hotel rooms, we hit the streets, where in a Stockholm nightclub we saw a live sex show, stark naked Scandinavians on a tiny stage bringing their all. We sat cackling schoolboys in the back row. It was funny, weird, and kind of scary. Come morning, sophisticates and international gourmets, we found what I think was the only McDonald's then in Europe, and it was on to Amsterdam, where we played a beautiful opera house and stared, slack-jawed rubes, into the windows of the red light district. I ain't going in. Then it was back to London for another crack at the Odeon, this time with the boogeymen in my head held at bay. There we played a blaze of a show that left us feeling there might be a place for us there amongst our hallowed young forefathers, after all. It was freeing, and left a sweet taste in our mouths as we headed back home. Home, for a real cheeseburger. I'm so glad I'm living in the USA. Thank you, Chuck Berry. We left feeling a little less than triumphant, and a good deal better than washouts. We were a bit like the wagon train that had come under assault but had made it through the incomprehensible West, losing only a few scalps along the rutted trail. Still, it shook me. Those 4 shows were our 1975 European tour. We wouldn't return for 5 years, until I was sure we'd grown up a little, carried more confidence, had a couple more albums worth of strong material under our belts, and felt ready to conquer the language-cultural barrier and our European brethren once and for all. Born to Run lifted us into another league. We were a new young force to be reckoned with and were removed financially from the red column and placed firmly in the black, hypothetically. We'd landed, a success for now. It had taken 4 of the 5 years of my original Laurel Canyon agreements to get us there. Ironically, just as we hit the big time, I had only 1 year left in my contractual obligations to Laurel Canyon and Mike Appel. I hadn't even thought about it, but Mike had. Chapter 33, The E Street Band. With your first success, an image you'll be shadowboxing with for the rest of your life embeds itself in the consciousness of your fans. You've left your fingerprints on your audience's imagination, and they stick. That first moment, along with its freedoms and confinements, will remain indelible. That you, that distinct creative identity you've been searching for, your audience has just told you you've found it. I suddenly slipped from being the new Dylan into being Bruce Springsteen, and my musicians grew from well-appointed sidemen into the E Street Band. In the beginning, I knew I wanted something more than a solo act and less than a one-man, one-vote Democratic band. I'd been there and it didn't fit me. Democracy in rock bands, with very few exceptions, is often a ticking time bomb. The examples are many, beginning and ending with the Beatles. Still, I wanted good musicians, friends, and personalities I could bounce off of. I wanted the neighborhood, the block. That's where all the great rock bands came from, and there's something about that common blood, or even just the image, the dream of it, that stirs emotion and camaraderie amongst your audience. You're not looking for the best players. You're looking for the right players who click into something unique. The Beatles, the Stones, the Sex Pistols, the New York Dolls, the Clash, and U2 are all groups whose limitations became the seed for spectacular style and musical frontiersmanship. I wanted the singular creative and decision-making power of a solo artist, but I also wanted the live, rambunctious gang feeling only a real rock and roll band can deliver. I felt there was no reason you couldn't have the best of both worlds, so I signed as a solo artist and hired my longtime neighborhood running pack as my band. Not my backing band, not a band, my band. There was a difference. They wouldn't be a group of anonymous sidemen, but central characters and personalities in their own right, each a featured performer. James Brown had Maceo, and Bo Diddley had his right-hand man, Jerome, accompanied by the Duchess and Lady Bo, two guitar-slinging women. These musicians gave my heroes a backstory and made them more interesting. I always imagined these are the folks James and Bo hung with, sang about, who came from the world they came from, and were filled with the mystery of the overpowering music I was hearing. Bo had decided that Jerome, shaking the maracas, was more essential to his world, his sound, than a bass player, of which he had none. Understand, on 99.9% of all records you've ever heard for the past 50 years, there's a bass. But Bo said, fuck that. I got all the bass I want here in my right, thunder-making, guitar-strumming hand. But what I really need is my man Jerome to shake his maracas. Ergo, Jerome was important. That's what I wanted. I was signed to Columbia Records as a solo artist, so the band performed on Bruce Springsteen records. But live, I wanted the collective identity and living representations of the characters who populated my songs. It was James Brown and his famous Flames, Buddy Holly and the Crickets. That "and" was really important. It said there was a party going on, a meeting taking place, a congregation being called forth. You were bringing your gang. So live, we would be Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. That sounded exciting. That was a world I'd want to see. I always felt the audience should look at the stage and see a reflection of themselves, their town, and their friends. That takes a band. E Street. We don't hide our cards. We don't play it cool. We lay ourselves out in clear view. While I love a hidden quality in other performers, as a group we aren't figures unduly shrouded in mystery or mystique. We aspire to be understood and accessible. A little of your local bar band blown up to big-time scale. A real rock and roll band evolves out of a common place and time. It's all about what occurs when musicians of similar background come together in a local gumbo that mixes into something greater than the sum of its parts. 1 + 1 = 3. The primary math of the real world is 1 and 1 = 2. The layman, as often do I, swings that every day. He goes to the job, does his work, pays his bills, and comes home. 1 + 1 = 2. It keeps the world spinning. But artists, musicians, con men, poets, mystics, and such are paid to turn that math on its head, to rub two sticks together and bring forth fire. Everybody performs this alchemy somewhere in their life, but it's hard to hold on to and easy to forget. People don't come to rock shows to learn something. They come to be reminded of something they already know and feel deep down in their gut. That when the world is at its best, when we are at our best, when life feels fullest, 1 and 1 equals 3. It's the essential equation of love, art, rock and roll bands. It's the reason the universe will never be fully comprehensible. Love will continue to be ecstatic, confounding, and true rock and roll will never die. It's also the equation you're searching for a trace of while you're putting your band together. Roll call. When the E Street Band initially gathered, I had no idea personally who my members were. Many of us had just met. It's only after the band leader utters the incantation 1, 2, 3, 4 that it begins. The Grigri is summoned, and all is revealed. In Asbury Park, our garden wasn't seated. The bounty of musicians grew wild, and you picked them where you found them. There was no master plan guiding band selection beyond instinct, geography, and the power of the music once we began to play. If you're lucky, and have chosen well, in the end, that's all it takes. Max Weinberg, Gary Tallent, Steve Van Zandt, Danny Federici, Roy Bittan, Clarence Clemens. This was the core of the group that over the next 40 years would evolve into the hard-rockin', history-making, earth-shaking, booty-quaking, love-making, and yes, eventually Viagra-taking, legendary E Street Band. On bass, Gary Tallent, Southern man, rock and roll aficionado. Gary was one of the guys I met my first night at the Upstage Club. He was the club's go-to bass man and a creature of rare stability amongst the woolly outsiders who patronized our Asbury hideaway. His quiet dignity and low-maintenance personality have graced my life and my band from the beginning. Gary's playing shares a little common ground with Bill Wyman, the Stones' original bassist. His playing can seem invisible, transparent, rising up out of your dreams, creating a bed for them to lie on rather than intruding upon them. Then, when you go to the bottom, he's always there. No show pony, he's in the great tradition of silent men drawn to the bass guitar. On organ, Danny the Phantom Federici, another first-nighter at Upstage. We went through it all. Danny sought trouble and usually found it. For a long while it was drugs, bills, booze, and a soft-spoken gentleness, covering a heart and soul of confusion. But the playing made up for a lot. The personal burdens Danny carried disappeared once he was behind the organ. When you listened to Danny play, you heard freedom. Most musicians are constrained by what they know. They may play beautifully, but somewhere down in their core, you hear the shade of what they know, studied, learned, and it just slightly, naggingly, dines on the elegance of what they do. Such is the way for us mortals. Danny didn't know what he knew. He didn't know your songs, the chord sequences, the arrangement, the key, the lyrics, the what the fuck you were assing over your head trying to talk about. He just knew how to play. If you questioned him about a piece of music before you played it, he often couldn't answer your most basic queries. Danny, how does this start? A shrug. But once you counted off, he was more than fine. He accessed whatever remote part of his brain he kept the essential information in and lit up. He was free behind that organ. But just behind that organ. The real world doesn't cotton much to freedom, but the artist's world breathes and bleeds it. This was the world where Danny's beauty flowed forth, where he flew. And like a lot of us, he struggled in the other world that waited at the bottom of those stage steps. My departed friend remains to me a barrel of puzzlement and human frailty that was presided over by a mystical, intuitive musicianship like no other. On guitar, Steve, Little Stephen Van Zandt, my soul brother number 1, Mr. All or Nothing at All, Dr. 99.5 won't do, my absolutist, my comedic foil, my devil's advocate, and my A-class rock and roll conspirator. We battled it out together, dueling Telecasters in the teen clubs of the Jersey Shore. Steve's a great band leader, songwriter and arranger in his own right, and a fierce slashing guitarist. If I want to raise the rock and roll, I hand Steve his guitar, point him toward the studio, and leave. It'll be there when I come back. He's my on-stage right-hand man, my great friend, without whom my band and my life would be and were, in his absence, never the same. On drums, Max, the mighty Max Weinberg. A bundle of drive, neuroses, and wily suburban street smarts, and source of great humor. Max found a place where Bernard Purdy, Buddy Rich, and Keith Moon intersected and made it his own. The soul of dedication and commitment, each night in the midst of the continuous hurricane our sets are designed to be, the sheer physical pressure of 3 hours of non-stop, steamrolling rock music lies upon his shoulders more heavily than anyone else's. On stage, Max goes beyond listening to what I'm saying, signaling. He hears what I'm thinking, feeling. He anticipates my thoughts as they come rolling full bore toward the drum riser. It's a near telepathy that comes from years of playing and living together. It's a real-world miracle, and it's why people love musicians. They show us how deeply we can experience one another's minds and hearts, and how perfectly we can work in Congress. With Max at my back, the questions are answered before they're asked. There are 20,000 people, all about to take a breath. We're moving in for the kill. The band, all steel wheels on iron track, and that snare shot, the one I'm just thinking about, but haven't told or signaled anyone outside of this on-fire little corner of my mind about. The one I want right, and there it is. Rumble, young man, rumble. On piano, Professor Roy Bittan. The only member of the E Street Band with the college education. Actually, now there's one more. Max finished in 1989. I've long counted on my good friend Roy when I need something very specific, something exactly as I'm hearing it, to bring whatever I'm imagining on the keyboards to life. Roy's 10 fingers do the work of 30. 88 keys for the professor are just not enough. His playing forms the signature sound of my greatest records. His piano arpeggios and music box voicings are as identifiably E Street as Clarence's sax. His performance ability spans jazz, classical, rock, and all musics known to man. The joke in the band was that if we tracked with piano, bass, and drums, we'd be dead in the water, because once Roy was on, you were fully orchestrated, nothing else needed. Roy brought so much music with him, Steve and I would be scratching to find room for our guitars. We had to make him stop that. If Liberace and Jerry Lee Lewis had a baby, and that baby was born in Rockaway Beach, Long Island, its name would be Professor Roy Bittan. This was the group, the powerhouse, I would make my initial mark with. No member, however, captured my audience's imagination, the idealism and deeply felt comradeship associated with our band, more than the big black man playing the saxophone. Chapter 34, Clarence Clemens, and the change was made uptown. Clarence was a figure out of a rock and roll storybook, one perhaps I've partially authored, but you can't be the big man unless you are the big man. If I was some embodiment of John's rock and roll dream, Clarence was an embodiment of mine. I had searched high and low for years for a true rock and roll saxophonist. Not a jazzer who'd slum with us, but somebody who felt the music and the style we played in their bones. Previous to Born to Run, Clarence was just a very large, gifted black saxophonist in my band. There were only 5 of us, and we had a nice little R&B flavored outfit. After the cover of Born to Run, he was the big man in the E Street Band. We used that cover, designed by in-house Columbia art director John Berg, to invent ourselves, our friendship, our partnership on an epic scale. Our adventure began with that double-wide photo taken by Eric Mayola in the window of every record store in America. That double spread On the front and back of the cover was John Berg's idea. When the cover is closed, the album front is a very charming photo of a young white punk rock and roller. But when it opens, a band is born, and the tall tale begins. I brought Clarence to the Eric Maiola session because I wanted to be photographed with him. Instinctively, I knew there was something about the two of us standing side by side that I wanted to say. It was dramatic, exciting, and a little bit more. It captured what I'd felt the first night Clarence stepped on the stage to jam at the Student Prince. That night, a real story, one you can't contrive, only discover, was born. It's a story that can be nurtured and brought forth, but first it has to be there in the dirt, the beer, the bands, and the bars that give it birth. When you saw that cover, it was filled with the resonance, the mythology of rock's past, and a freshness calling toward its future. Eric Maiola's image of Seeing Me, like a hit record, was familiar, yet you'd never seen anything exactly like it before. We were unique. There were only two of us. The cover was filled with the subtle mystery of race and a mischievous sense of fun and power promising to be unleashed. It's a photo that makes you wonder, who are these guys? What's the joke they're sharing? What's their story? That image grew naturally out of the strength and deep feeling between the two of us. After Born to Run, our stage show changed also. Previous to 1975, Clarence often hung at his microphone, playing the gig like a club saxophonist, cool and low. One night I walked up to him and said that would no longer be enough. We could use our musical and visual presence to spin a tale, tell a story only hinted at in my songs. We could live it. I think my actual words were something like, "Tomorrow night let's get off the mics and get busy." But Clarence instinctively knew what to do. The next night, the big man showed, and the crowd lit up when we simply walked toward each other and planted ourselves center stage. The crowd was right. They were big steps then, and they continued to be. Because we felt they were, carried ourselves as if they were, and then we backed it up. The Emperor of E Street. It's hard to imagine that Clarence was once a normal person, a college student, football player, and bespectacled counselor at the Jamesburg State Home for Boys. He had a face that would look at home at any point in history. It was the face of an exotic emperor, an island king, a heavyweight boxer, a shaman, a chain gang convict,